choice. Regina and Radio's choice head and head. And here comes Galvale moving up fast in the middle of the track. It's a driving finish, and it's going to be close. It's a photo finish.
Oh, I hope my nag takes a good photograph.
The result of the race is official.
Well, Phyllis? Nope, he was camera shy. Shy $50.
$50? Phyllis, you should have better sense than to bet that much money on one race. Don't you realize the percentage is against you?
Well, it's going to be with me in the next race. I've got a sizzling tip on Banjo Boy.
Banjo Boy? Mm-hmm. That's Elliot Thomas's horse. 15 to 1 shot.
That's right.
He won't come within 2 seconds of the worst horse in the race.
You know, Pops, you're my pet handicapper, even if you are on the racing board. But you can't make money on a favorite. And baby needs new shoes.
You mean the allowance I gave you yesterday is all gone? You broke?
We made a magnificent summary of the whole case. Lady Luck was no lady.
Absolutely not. Not another nickel.
All right, Pops.
Phyllis, where are you going?
Places. Steve, I'm Phyllis Brighton. Max sent me. I want to get 200 down on Banjo Boy.
Want that on the nose?
That's the place that'll do the most good. Look, I don't have the 200 with me. I'm going to leave this for security. It's worth 500 in any hock shop.
Okay.
Hey, Steve. That brooch is as phony as a mother-in-law's kiss.
Yeah?
How dare you? My father gave me that for a birthday present.
I really ought to run her in. She's been trying to peddle that plate glass all day. It's a bad case.
Thanks for tipping me, Mike.
It's okay.
Pardon me. I don't believe I've had the misfortune.
No, I don't think we ever have met formally, Miss Brighton.
Your tactics don't call for much formality. Why did you tell that man this wasn't genuine?
Well, if you'll pardon my humble opinion, I think you ought to show a deeper regard for sentiment. I understood you to say that that was a birthday present.
Well, you don't think I'd part with it, do you? I'd have bought it back with the money I won.
What money you won? When?
With your nerve, I'd hate to have a tooth pulled.
Now, listen, your father's a good friend of mine. I know how he took it on the chin for years, just to be able to give you pretty little baubles like that.
Well, I'm sure Pops will be very grateful. But if that horse wins...
There they go! It's Banjo Boy and St. Louis. Now it's Banjo Boy coming away, and Banjo Boy the winner.
What's got into you?
Oh, I had money on that Banjo horse.
You did, Annie? How much?
$2 I'm going to collect.
I can't understand that horse winning.
Oh, I can. And between you and your friends, a girl can't make an honest living.
What do you mean?
Well, I was about to put up my brooch for security when some smart aleck came along and queered the deal. He said he was a friend of yours.
Who was it?
I don't know, but he almost put my eye out with his keychain.
Oh, Mike Shayne, smart boy.
Not so smart. He did me out of $3,000 I'd have won on Banjo Boy.
You might have lost.
Oh, that was a sure thing, Pops.
Yeah? Who gave you that tip?
Harry Grange.
Harry Grange. Oh, sure thing, eh?
Dad, remember your high blood pressure.
Freddie.
Yes, sir.
I hope you're all right on this.
All I did is give him his head, Mr. Brighton. He was full of run today.
Well, we'll know when the saliva test comes back.
Yes, sir.
Good work, Freddie.
Thanks, Mr. Thomas.
Hello, Elliot.
Well, hello, Hiram. That horse certainly showed himself.
I suppose you made a killing.
I sure did. I cleaned up $30. You know, Banjo Boy's been improving steadily in his workout. But it was quite a surprise that he came through today.
Yes, it was quite a surprise.
You boys are making an awful mistake. I got a lot of important cases coming up. I'll pay you every cent.
The East Side Furniture Company is terribly disappointed in you, Mr. Shayne.
Hey, look out, don't scratch that. I'm gonna have all that stuff back by next week. Hey, wait a minute. Can't you just leave the file? All my records are in there.
I'm very sorry, sir, but such a request is out of my jurisdiction.
Then
Guess we'll have to go through the regular channels.
Hey! How do you like that?
Hello, Shayne.
Hello, Kincaid. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
Moving?
Yeah, the place was too small. You know how it is.
I got a case for you.
What kind of a case?
Right down your alley.
What do I get paid off in?
Nice pictures of Washington and Lincoln with numbers on them. Big numbers.
Now or when?
1,000 now, and the rest when.
Hold it, boys. You heard the man. Now, suppose you just wait outside until we conclude this deal, and then you can bring the stuff back in.
There are 2 installments due.
Yeah, I know. Now, you'll get it. You'll get it. And if you don't mind, close the door.
Moving, eh? Lucky I came.
Well, never mind about that. What's the angle?
Well, a prominent citizen who can't afford to get his name in the papers has just become involved in a little mix-up.
Who is he?
You can't expect me to divulge the name of my client. But don't worry about the money. He's rolling in it.
Go on.
In order not to affect the track odds, my client gave a man $10,000 to spread around on a horse. The horse paid off, but the man didn't.
Who's the guy?
You know him, Harry Grange.
Oh, Grange, yeah. Sounds like Grange. Well, what am I supposed to do?
Benny Gordon is a friend of yours. Grange is working for him. I want you to talk to Gordon and make him put the pressure on. It's a cinch.
Is Gordon mixed up in this?
No.
Why should I put the pressure on Gordon?
Because when you collect, there'll be $5,000 in it for you.
While you might think lightly of my profession, it has got its ethics.
$5,000 will buy a lot of ethics.
Not my kind.
You weren't so particular when you handled that Kirby case, and plenty others.
There's just a slight difference, Mr. Kincaid. Kirby had nothing to do with the mess he got into.
Well, it wouldn't do you any good if I were to do a little talking.
That's just a reminder to stay out of my business. Now, put that thing down before someone gets hurt. Hello? Hey, you! Hello. Oh, hello, Mr. Brighton.
Mike, I've got to make a rush trip to New York. How'd you like to take a case for me?
A case? What is it?
Apparently, you know how to handle my daughter better than I do. Of course, I'm only her father. I want you to look out for her while I'm away.
Well, haven't you a pet wildcat you'd rather have me tame?
Oh, just keep an eye on her. You can do it. Name your own fee.
Fee? Did you say fee?
That's right.
Well, of course, things are moving awfully fast around the office, but for an old friend like you, I think I can find time. Fine. Bye-bye. All right, boys, move 'em back in. I got the case.
You got the money?
No, but it's all settled. Come on, come on. No, I'll help. I'll help. Here, let me... Hey, what? Look! Say, can't you take a guy's word for it?
Evening, Mike.
Hiya, Steve. Say, tell Charlie to run a rag over this, will you?
Shall do. $34, red.
Well, there goes little Phyllis. All my rabbits have flat feet.
Oh, you can't win all the time. But it's too bad you missed that killing at the track yesterday.
Easy, Harry. That's my sore spot. Say, you're doing all right there. You've got a roll large enough to choke a horse, if you wanted to choke a horse.
I'll buy you another stack.
You have the beautiful face of a child. Maybe I ought to encourage it. Lend me another 500.
I wouldn't if I were you, Grange. Good evening, Miss Brighton.
Oh, look, it's the red night. And I thought I was having bad luck. Say, that gives me a hunch. I'll go back and play red.
Well, maybe it would change our luck if we stayed out a while. I don't believe Mr. Shayne approves of gambling.
No, I don't.
Stop encouraging him. He'll be forward when he grows up.
Hi, Mike.
Fine. Hey, is Benny upstairs?
Yeah.
Good.
Now, you listen to me. I've gone to a lot of trouble to bring you up.
I know what's best for you. I won't have you running around with that Harry Grange. Is that clear?
What's wrong with him?
Well, plenty. For one thing, he doesn't care anything about you. Or he wouldn't be chasing after that Brighton girl.
You probably told him to keep away from me, that's why.
I didn't. But it's not a bad idea.
Am I interrupting anything? Hello, Marcia. How are you, Benny?
Hello, Mike. I didn't hear you knock.
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't. Say, Benny, how long has Harry Grange been shilling for you?
That's a lie. You and this two-bit Dick framed this...
Shut up.
I won't shut up. You're running Harry down because you know how I feel about him.
I said shut up.
You don't care the snap of your fingers about me. All you care about is...
Now get out.
Doesn't that belong to you, Marcia?
The funny thing about girls, try to help them, that's the thanks you get.
Yeah, well, that's the younger generation. Say, Benny, Harry Grange is at the roulette wheel with a friend of mine. He's feeding her C-notes on credit. She's much too young for that diet.
So what am I supposed to do about it? Ask all my customers to bring their birth certificates with them?
Now, you got plenty of business here without sending talent scouts to the kindergartens.
Since when have you turned missionary, Mike?
I said she was a friend of mine.
But she ought to know the ropes.
Now, listen, Benny. I want you to give her back the money she's lost, and I don't want to get it the hard way.
This isn't charity day.
Look, I know everybody in this place. I know you got a bunch of mechanics working for you downstairs. I know you're operating a needle wheel.
Sure, Mike. I know how to run a place. I'm in with the right people.
Well, now, don't tell me you're kicking back to the Lone Ranger.
Oh, stop clowning. Grange isn't telling her to bet. He may be lending her the money. But why should I give it back?
Because I asked you to.
Who's the girl?
Phyllis Brighton.
Send Grange and that Brighton girl up here.
Thanks very much, Benny.
I'm doing this for you, Mike, because we've always been such good friends. I'm running a nice place. I don't want any trouble. Oh, have a cigar.
Thanks. That's a good cigar. Hasn't got that awful smell of tobacco, you know.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gordon.
Good evening, Miss Brighton. I'm sorry you've had such a bad streak of luck. We like our customers to enjoy themselves. Tell me, how much have you lost?
Why, practically nothing.
How much was it, Grange?
Oh, about 2,000.
I'm returning your money to you, Miss Brighton. The fun is on us.
That's ridiculous. After all, if I'd won, I'd have taken it.
Oh, it's a very magnanimous gesture on the part of Mr. Gordon. You'd better take it. You may not feel in the mood again.
No, thank you, Mr. Gordon. I prefer to get it back the hard way by winning it.
Well, that's the way you feel about it.
Wait a minute, Benny. I'll take it for her.
So that's it.
May I see you home, Miss Brighton?
I wouldn't let you see me across the room.
Well, good night, folks.
Let me go!
Hey, what are you trying to get away with?
That ought to be a lesson to you, Miss Brighton. Never play the other fellow's game. Sorry, Benny.
You ought to know better than to mix with Shayne.
Oh, he's getting too big for that hat of his, and you're not helping any by giving in to him, Benny.
Don't worry about me. Anytime I get pushed to the handing out, I get it back. Double.
Has my father left yet, Ponsby?
No, Missy's in the study.
Quite a little nest you have here, Ponsby.
Yes, sir, we think it rather cozy.
Cozy, yeah? I bet if you walk in your sleep, you need a bicycle.
Pops! Is it true you've engaged this Mr. Shayne to haunt me?
You mean that he got you to come home at this hour?
Don't you think you're carrying this a little too far? After all, I'm of age and no nincompoop.
That's a matter of viewpoints. All crazy people think they're sane.
Crazy?
On one subject, yes.
Don't be a nincompoop. I won't have it. I won't be followed around, but that...
Yeah, that nincompoop. So far, he's done very well.
That's what you think.
Hello,
but
Michael.
Hello, Mr. Brighton.
Mighty quick work. Don't let her out of your sight. Where do you live?
1472 Mulberry. Why?
You're going to move right in here. Ponsby will get your things.
Are you sure you got room?
I think so. We'll put you in the West Wing, opposite Phyllis.
Well, Hiram, haven't you left yet?
Oh, yes, I've left. Olivia, this is Detective Shayne.
Hello.
Mr. Shayne, this is Aunt Olivia.
A detective?
Mike, I'll see you when I get back.
Yeah.
Bye, Olivia.
Bye.
Bye, baby.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, I've always wanted to meet a real detective. I'm a sort of a detective myself. Oh, you're just an amateur, of course. But I've solved most of the Ellery Queen mysteries, and I did the baffle book without missing a single baffle. Oh, no, I did miss one. Now, let me see.
If you don't mind, I'm going to bed.
Not at all. Let's go.
Oh, yes. Oh, I remember now. It was the great piano mystery. The body was found under the piano. His throat was strangled with piano wires. The soft pedal was found embedded in his neck, and somebody had completely severed the head from the body. He was dead.
Oh, suicide,
No, it was murder.
Really?
Everything pointed to a very suspicious butler who had a passion for playing chopsticks. But, of course, I thought the murderer was a pet gorilla that belonged to the gardener. And who do you think killed him?
I don't know.
His sweet little innocent wife.
Oh, yeah? How'd you find that out?
I looked in the back of the book. This is your room, Mr. Shayne.
Oh.
I'll have Ponsby bring you some things.
Oh, thanks very much.
Here's the key if you wish to lock me in.
Well, I wasn't going to, but since you insist. Good night.
Good night, Warden.
Anything else, sir?
No, that'll be all, Ponsby.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, I forgot. I must tell you about another very interesting story. It's on the radio, and I wanted to get your opinion. It seems there was a man married to his wife, and she killed him. No one knew the motive.
Or maybe he didn't have enough privacy.
Oh, no. You're not even warm. Well, when he was killed, they found a lock of his wife's hair in the back of his watch. At least everyone thought it was his wife's hair, but when they compared it, they found it was just ordinary cat's hair. You know, like they use on cats. Oh, go right ahead, young man. I used to be an art student. Now, when they found the man, his wife's scarf was right beside the body. It was a white scarf, like the one Phyllis had on when she left. And
Phyllis?
then...
Left when?
Well, just now, when I passed her in the hall.
Just now.
Oh, hello, Harry. Say, I want to apologize for that watchdog Father unleashed on me.
You mean to say your father hired that keyhole, Dick?
I'm afraid so.
Hello, Phyllis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Thomas. You know Mr. Grange.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, I haven't seen you around for quite a while.
Well,
Would you pardon me, please? I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, certainly. Congratulations on Banjo Boy, Mr. Thomas.
Thanks. Your father seemed a little skeptical about his ability to win.
Oh, you know, Father. He's of the old school. It always annoys him when a long shot comes in. Say, let's try the wheel, shall we? My palms are itching.
Well, you go ahead. My weakness is baccarat.
Oh.
Harry,
Oh, hello, Marcia.
I want to speak to you.
A little later, I have
Don't
to see...
give me that brush off.
Marcia, I'm busy.
Yes, I know. You've been busy with that Phyllis Brighton. Well, if you think you can get rid of me that easily, you're crazy.
Oh, Marcia, don't talk like that.
I'll talk, and you'll listen. You've been pushing me around long enough. I'm not taking it.
Don't fly off the handle for nothing. Be sensible about it. We're washed up, that's all. What did you have, Mr. Grange? Scotch and soda. Oh, thanks.
Here's scotch and soda, Jimmy.
How are you this evening, Mike?
You've raised the question which will take quite some time to decide. Hey, Grange.
Shayne, I've had enough of you for tonight.
Oh, I'm not here on business this time. I'm just slumming. You know, I'm really sorry that I had to cut in on you, but it was just part of my job.
Yeah, I know. Now you're a nursemaid.
No, I was. She framed me. When I took her home, she told her old man some lie about me trying to make a play for her, and he fired me.
She's no fool.
No, sir. Say, who is that guy at the corner table there? You see? Guy with the blonde?
I don't know. I've never seen him before.
I've seen his face someplace. You know, I found out one thing when I was on the carpet with old man Brighton. It might interest you. Well, I'll tell you outside.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Oh, what's wrong? I feel kind of dizzy.
Well, maybe it's the fresh air. You're not used to it. Come on, sit in the car. Say, Pete, have my car sent around, will you? I'm going right out.
Sure, Mike.
Hello, could I speak to Captain Painter, please? Hello?
Hello, police. Listen, I'm camping on Craggs Road, just half a mile past West Coast Club. I'm looking for firewood, and I find the body of a dead man in a car. Yeah, just off the road, yeah. It's maybe murder.
Red?
I thought there was some reason for my luck changing.
You know why I'm here, Miss Brighton?
All right, I'll go quietly. If you don't mind, Warden, I'd like to make a small deposit on my debt to Harry Grange.
Grange? Well, he isn't here. I just saw him drive off in your car.
In my car?
Yeah.
I can't understand why Harry took my car.
I sure don't know. Pardon me. Say, isn't that your car?
Well, it certainly is my car. Harry! He's been murdered!
Well, and in your car.
Well, what do we do?
You wouldn't listen to me when I said you were running around with the wrong people. Now, if the police find out about this, you're going to be in an awful fix.
Oh, you've got to help me. You've got to...
I'm very sorry, my dear. There's nothing that I can do. If you'd have listened to me, if you'd have stayed in your room back there when I locked you in, see, this wouldn't have happened.
All the cheap, phony gags. So you thought you could scare me. Wake up, Harry. I'll take you home and sober you up. Mike. Mike, look. He is dead. He's been shot.
Say, you're right. Well, that gag sure backfired. I only pulled the old catsup routine to scare some sense into you, but while I was gone, somebody put the real trimmings on.
Look, there's a gun.
Yeah. It's not a gun. It's my gun.
Your gun?
Come on, let's get out of here before the police come.
The police? Well, what do you mean?
To do it up Brown, I called them.
You did?
Go on, get in the car. Look, you go home and you keep your mouth shut. Go on, step on it. I'll follow you right away.
Shayne, what are you doing here?
Ask me later. I haven't thought of an answer yet.
Still cracking wise, huh? Whoever called up was right, Chief. The guy's dead. Been murdered. Who is it?
It's Harry Grange.
Grange, huh? You know him quite well, didn't you?
No better than you did.
Shake him down, Al.
Oh, now, what is this, Painter? Am I under arrest?
What do you think?
Well, I think you're crazy, but don't let that influence you.
He's clean, Chief. Is that your car?
Yes.
Take it down to headquarters.
Oh, now, look, Painter, let's stop kidding ourselves. You know I got nothing to do with this case.
Shut up! Keep everything away until the coroner gets here. All right, Shayne. When are you going to start talking, Shayne?
Not until my attorney gets out of law school.
Now, listen. You might just as well unload, because you're on a spot.
I know as much about this case as you do, which is absolutely nothing.
Listen. You've dummied up on me before. But this time, I'm going to have you on my hands until you start talking.
Then we ought to get to know each other pretty well.
Those tactics aren't going to get you anywhere, Shayne. Yeah? What? Who? Oh, hello, Gordon.
I've just heard a news flash. Harry Grange has been murdered. I think you ought to know that he and Mike Shayne had an argument at my office tonight.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. That's all I wanted to know. All right, boys, come and get it.
And how? We've been waiting for it.
Now make yourself comfortable, fellas.
All right, Cap, let's have it.
Well, here's your story. I'm holding Michael Shayne on suspicion of murder.
Why did you pick him up?
About an hour ago, I received an anonymous call telling me of the murder. When I arrived on the scene, Shayne was there, and the body was still warm.
Well, yeah.
And now Shayne refuses to explain why he was there.
What's the motive, Cap?
We have plenty of motive. I just learned that Shayne and the dead man had an argument tonight.
How about it, Mike? You're in a spot. Give us the lowdown, Mike.
Well, boys, looks like I'll have to do a little talking.
Yeah, let's
hear
it.
Something. You see, Painter wasn't the only one that got an anonymous telephone call to the scene of the crime, because I got one too, but I know who called me.
Yeah? Who was it?
Yeah. Well, at first I didn't recognize the voice, but it's just now come to me, because I've been listening to the same voice right here in this room. It was our captain of the homicide squad, Peter Painter.
Me? Why, you...
Oh, he'll deny it, of course. I expected that, but it's logical, isn't it? You boys know how Painter's been out to get me.
And how? No argument there.
Sure.
I get it. You know I didn't make that call, Shayne. You're just bluffing.
hoping that I'll back down.
I don't care whether you back down or not. Without a shred of material evidence, you were ready to try me in the papers. Well, it works both ways.
And how? Is that the way it's going to lie, Painter?
Lie is right. I don't want you boys to get off on any half-baked ideas. You certainly don't believe that I called Shayne. Or for that matter, if anyone called him.
We're not printing opinions. We're stating facts.
I'll take my oath that you did. And if you want anyone to believe that you're in the clear, pick up the man who did call.
While Shayne languishes in your Bastille, working up a swell case of false arrest.
He's got you coming and going, Cap.
Well, how about it? Does that suspicion of murder charge still stand?
No, not officially. Now, look, fellas. If I release Shayne, what occurred in this room tonight, off the record, right?
What do you want us to do, Mike?
Well, just play the whole thing down, boys. It might help us catch the murderer.
Okay,
Mike.
Sorry.
Use the phone outside. Well, Shayne, you got me this time. But I've just started with you.
Now that kind of talk will only get you in more trouble, Painter. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to clear out of this gas chamber. How about the keys to my car?
We're holding that for further investigation.
Oh, I can tell you now the trouble's in the carburetor. What's the number on Mr. Kincaid's apartment?
205, but he's not in.
You got any idea when he'll be back?
No, he didn't say.
Okay, thanks.
Michael, what happened to you?
Well, I tore my pants.
Your head. What'd you do to it?
It was opened by mistake.
Well, I'll get something for it.
No, forget it. Forget it. Hey! Doesn't anybody ever knock in this house?
Just sit down there and be quiet. I'm going to ask all the questions. Where have you been all night and what happened?
Oh, practically nothing. After you left, my car stalled. The cops picked me up.
Well, you didn't kill Harry Grange.
Well, you got more sense than the captain. He tried to pin it on me, but the pin wouldn't stick.
No.
It wasn't sharp enough.
That burn?
Oh, no, not
Well,
at
then
all.
hold still. Where'd you get this cut?
At some apartment house. They had a sale on them.
Michael, for heaven's sake, say something sensible.
All right, I will. Will you please get out of here and let me get dressed?
Michael!
What?
Tell me, why would anyone want to kill Harry Grange?
Harry Grange was mixed up with every racket in this town.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me.
Listen, I've given you everything but a lecture with lantern slides.
I'm sorry, Michael.
Well, it's too late now. Now, listen, will you please leave so I can get dressed? There's work to be done.
Well, I'm in this too, you know.
Why?
Michael, it really is my fault you got into this scrape.
What is this? You going soft?
Maybe.
Yeah.
All my life, I never worried about anybody but myself. And last night, I realized what a jam I'd gotten you into, and well, I started worrying about you. Don't you think that sort of thing ought to be encouraged?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, you sit right here and keep on worrying. I have to go down and get my gun before one of Painter's bloodhounds picks it up.
Well, I'm going with you.
Oh, no, you're not. Your dad is paying me plenty to keep you out of trouble.
He told you not to let me out of your sight, didn't he?
Okay, but I'll bet you'll be an awful nuisance.
I'm not taking any more bets.
On the level? Okay. Will you get out of here and let me get dressed? And hurry! You wait here.
Oh, can I come along, Warden?
You stay here and watch.
Haven't you got any seats left in the balcony?
Pardon me, stranger. I'm a detective investigating a murder that occurred here last night. I wonder if you could give me a little help.
A murder here? Oh, I don't know anything about it. This is the first time I ever fished here. Look, I didn't even catch any fish yet.
All right, hold it now. You see, I'm looking for clues, and I want a reputable witness in case I find any.
Well, not me. I'm supposed to be working today, and if my wife finds out...
You wouldn't want an innocent man to go to jail now, would you?
You can't put me in jail. I didn't do anything.
All I want you to do is verify any clues that I find. Now, come on, we'll look around.
Oh, I don't know anything about clues. I couldn't even find any fish around here. I don't like this. If my wife... Hey, it's a gun. Is that a clue?
It's a gun, all right. Now, what I want you to do is make a sworn statement as to what you've just witnessed here.
Oh, but I couldn't do that if it got in the newspapers.
It
My
won't
wife...
get in the papers. You're a resident of Los Angeles, aren't you?
15 years?
Yeah.
I like that. Am I a resident of Los Angeles? Do you know where Normandy Street is?
Mm-hmm.
When you go down 2 blocks, turn to your left, and... Oh, you got to be awful careful because it's all kind of dug up there and the...
Look, this is the address of a lawyer friend of mine. He'll fix up an affidavit for you to sign. Just say where you found the gun and that it was fired.
How do I know it was fired?
Here, smell it.
I got a cold. Yeah, my wife finds out about this.
Let me assure you, my boy, your wife will not find out. Now, here, tell your wife to buy a new hat, huh? But you get right down to that lawyer's office, will you?
All right, I'll go. Fine. But if this gets in the papers, I'll hear from your attorney.
Is everything all right?
Everything is de-lovely.
Ow!
What's the matter?
Oh. Look, a pin. Why, it isn't mine.
I should say it isn't yours. It belongs to Marcia Gordon.
Marcia Gordon?
Yeah, I saw this fall off her dress in her dad's office last night.
Well, what's it doing in my car?
I don't know, but things are happening very fast around here.
See, I am a help to you.
Sure. Women make wonderful pets. Come on, let's go. Be back in a minute.
The Gordon residence. I'm sorry, but Miss Gordon is ill.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. Say, Chief, is there a leather goods store around here?
Yeah, Sampson's. 2 blocks down.
2 blocks down. Thanks. Good morning. I'm Dr. Shayne. I've come to see Miss Gordon.
But Dr. Hayes is already...
Dr. Hayes. Oh, yes, you see, Dr. Hayes asked me to drop in and see her. He's a little bit anxious about some phases of Miss Gordon's illness.
Well, I'll have to call up Mr. Gordon.
Oh, pardon me. Does Dr. Hayes treat you, too?
Me?
Yes, those eyes.
What's the matter with him?
Well, it's nothing serious, just a little disseminated sclerosis. But tell me, have you been feeling dizzy recently?
Dizzy? Me?
Uh-huh. Well, never mind. I'll examine you after I've seen Miss Gordon. Where is Miss Gordon's room?
Right this way.
Thank you.
Are you sure it's not serious, Doctor?
Oh, no, not very serious. Just keep off your feet and eat plenty of fish.
Any particular kind?
No, just fresh. Be careful of the bones, of course. Have you plenty of fish in the house?
No, sir.
Oh, well, you go and order some right away. That's a good girl.
Yes, sir. Find out anything?
Only that this case gets goofier every minute.
You know, while you were inside, I got an idea.
I can't use it.
I think Harry Granger was murdered for his money.
What money? That shill never had any money.
Well, he made a big killing on Banjo Boy that fatal day I met you.
Well, that was the horse you were going to put yourself in hock on, huh?
That's right. Harry told me he had $10,000 on the nose. And at 15 to 1, that's not mince pie.
$10,000? That's got a very familiar ring.
Meaning what?
Kincaid wanted me to collect the money on a $10,000 bet from Harry Grange.
Wait a minute. Father was suspicious of that race. He thought the horse was doped.
Yeah, but they make a saliva test of every winner, don't they?
Yeah?
Could you get the chemist's report on Banjo Boy?
I don't know. I could try. Why?
Because if Banjo Boy was doped, I think I've got the answer.
What?
Do you know who owns Banjo Boy?
Elliot Thomas.
That's right.
Hey, taxi!
Well, looks like I had a nice take.
What do you want, Shayne?
Who were you protecting when you called Painter last night?
Nobody. It was my civic duty to give Painter that information.
Well, you sound like a very public-spirited man. How would you like to donate $5 grand to a very worthy charity?
$5 grand? What charity?
To the Michael Shayne Home for Michael Shayne. Well, it should be worth that to know where Marcia is.
Well, she's home.
Yeah? Here, warm that up. Oh, you're gonna love this.
Hello, Jenny. Is Marcia in her room? Hello. What? She isn't? No, don't do that. You just keep your mouth shut. Now, Mike, you're in trouble enough as it is. You can't get away with the snatch.
You shouldn't lock a girl up to keep her quiet.
Oh, you can't believe a word she said. She's out of her head, hysterical.
And had some very interesting information.
Am I to understand that you want $5 grand to return Marcia?
Mm-mm. For $5 grand, you retain me to find her and return her.
I'm not interested.
You're not?
Hello? No, not now. I'm tied up. Or not before 8 o'clock. All right. What's the address? Yeah, hold the phone. Hello. I'll be there. All right.
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't make a deal.
Wait, Shayne. I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll split 50-50, 2,500 COD.
$5 grand not COD. In escrow in my bank before it closes today. Here, I'll write it out just the way I want it.
Oh, never mind. I know how you want it.
Okay.
Wait a minute. How do I know that you know anything about her? That you're not trying to bluff me?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me something like that. Do you recall the tan and brown striped coat and the little tan turban that Marcia owned?
Yes, I think I do.
Call up Mother Hubbard. See if it's still in the cupboard.
All right, the money will be there.
Oh, thanks, Benny. And when I build the Michael Shayne home, you can lay the cornerstone. Hello, Auntie.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, I'm so glad you've come. Did you know that a friend of Phyllis's had been murdered?
No, you're kidding.
No, really. Here it is in the paper. I'm making a file on it. Here I've been solving other people's murders all my life. And now to have one so close to home, why, it's just wonderful. Ponsonby and I've started working on the case, but we haven't any decent clues, have we, Ponsonby?
Only the fact that Mr. Grange died in a sea of tomato catsup.
Yes, and that doesn't make sense. The Baffle book always gives you one or two things you can get your teeth into.
Well, Auntie, here's one that'll give you lockjaw. The tax collector just told me that Elliot Thomas has a beach house on Beach Street at Balboa Beach.
That's wonderful. I'll look in my files. And...
If I may suggest, madam, we might find something under the heading of Sea Breeze.
Elliot Thomas? What's he got to do with it?
Oh, I don't know. But it seems funny, doesn't it? A man who owns a beach house on Beach Street at Balboa Beach?
Yes, that is peculiar. But Mr. Grange wasn't drowned. He was shot. And in that case, there should be a murder weapon.
Yes. Yes, you're quite right, Auntie. Now, just speaking theoretically, if it was a choice between these two guns, which one would you pick?
This one. Because it's been fired and it's jammed.
That's very good, Auntie. Because that is the gun that killed Harry Grange.
Oh.
And it also belongs to me.
You?
Mm-hmm.
Did you kill Harry Grange?
No. No, I found my gun lying beside the body. A shyster lawyer took it from my office.
Oh, that's too bad. Then the case is solved.
Oh, no, not exactly. I can't find the lawyer.
Well, that's wonderful. Then maybe we can pin it onto somebody else. Whose gun is this?
No, I found that in Marcia Gordon's room. She was in love with Grange.
Here's some interesting data on the formation of spray and spume.
Look, they're identical. Both 38s and the same make.
Yeah.
Ponsonby, what was the name of that case with the two identical guns?
The case of the broken bed spring, madam.
Yes. Don't you remember? The criminal switched the barrel of his gun to the police commissioner's gun.
Well, why don't you go out and steal the commissioner's gun?
You think I could?
Say, Auntie. Say, wait a minute. You know, Auntie, I think you've got something there. See, Painter thinks that I did this. Now, if he starts nosing around the casino long enough, he's going to pick up some information that won't do me any good. I'm going to switch the barrel of my gun with Marcia Gordon's.
Why?
Here, give me it. That's it. Because I've got a hunch that Gordon knows plenty. This will put Painter on his trail.
So that's the way they do it. I couldn't make any sense out of what it said in the book. Watch this carefully, Ponsby. We might want to use it sometime.
I will, madam.
The time the inspector gets all this unraveled, he'll be so mixed up. They can use him for a recipe for upside-down cake.
Hey, see, Andy? They fit perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll tell you what I want you to do.
Chief, I got it. I got the ketchup they found on Granger's shirt.
That's great, Al. Now watch out. Look out for those fingerprints on the bottle.
Huh?
Now, give me Casey in the fingerprint room.
But, Chief, look, I want...
Quiet. Hello, Casey. Now, this is important. I want you to get me the fingerprint classification on the catsup bottle. I'm gonna bust this Grange case wide open.
But look, Chief, I just bought that bottle at a grocery store. It's the same kind of catsup, but not the same bottle. I tried...
Homicide Squad, Captain Painter speaking. What? Oh, yeah. Well, that's very interesting. Okay, we'll be right over. Come on, Al. We're finally catching up with Shayne. We're from headquarters.
I'm over the conscription age.
Police headquarters.
Oh. The cops, madam.
Oh, I'm so glad you've come. I've been so nervous. You see, my brother hired Michael Shayne, but I think he's made a horrible mistake. He's been acting very suspiciously, and I just saw him hide 2 guns in the study.
Say, Chief.
Let's have a look.
Right in that drawer.
Well, there's
2 guns, Chief.
This one's been fired. Copy those serial numbers. Now, do you happen to remember...
Well, hello, Captain. What's given out?
Oh, nothing. Nothing much.
No, don't tell me the arm of the law is paralyzed.
Since when have you been carrying 2 guns, Shayne?
Oh, so that's it. You've got an accomplice now, huh? Don't you think you're getting a little over your head in this social swim?
What about these guns?
The one with the chip on the handle is mine, and the other is a little trophy I picked up on the hunt today.
Call Joe and check on those numbers. Very careless of you, Shayne, not to have cleaned and reloaded this gun. It's been fired recently.
Yes, I know. I noticed that.
Al calling. I want you to check a couple of gun numbers for me.
I picked that gun up this morning about 100 feet from where they found Granger's body. The murderer must have thrown it there.
Naturally, you would cover up with some such story.
Oh, no. I have an affidavit from a substantial citizen who witnessed it.
That only proves you threw it away yourself last night, after you killed Grange.
Why, do you mean that Mr. Shayne is implicated in the Grange murder? Oh, that's terrible.
Now, I just finished telling you that the other gun is my gun. It's registered in my name. I have a permit to carry it.
That's right, Captain. This gun belongs to Shayne.
Well, who owns this one? Oh.
Captain, is that the gun that killed Harry Grange?
I'll know more about that after we make the ballistic test.
I'll be very anxious to hear.
Here's your gun, Shayne.
Aye, thank you.
Come on, Al.
Just keep dropping in, Captain. We may be able to place you. And if anything turns up, we'll be very happy to notify you.
You've been a big help, lady.
Aren't you going to take him along?
If anything happens, just phone me.
Why, Andy, you were swell. Do you know that you're a grand little actress?
Oh, don't be foolish. But when I was young, I mean, a little younger. In New York, I played Madame Butterfly.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
What race? You know, I'd feel much better if Painter'd let us in on what's going on.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, where have you been all afternoon?
Well, they wouldn't give me a chemist report on Banjo Boy, so I hid in the washroom and stole it after everybody was
Good
gone.
girl.
You're going to be terribly disappointed. Banjo Boy wasn't doped.
What? Well, that gums up that lead very nicely. Sounds like Painter's ring.
Oh, maybe they found out I took the report.
Is Michael Shayne still here?
Yes, he's in the study. Shall I tell him that you were...
Well, well, well. Good evening, Mr. Shayne.
What's the matter? Did you forget something?
Yeah. Where's your gun?
Why?
Never mind why. Where's your gun?
Did you make the ballistic test, Inspector?
Yes, we made it. So you think you're clever? I found out how you prowled Gordon's house. And it's not hard to guess how you got hold of his gun.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean to say that the gun you tested didn't kill Grange?
Absolutely not.
Looks like our trick didn't work.
Trick? What trick?
Oh, it's a trick. I was just teaching her some card tricks.
Yeah? Well, this time I'm taking your nice, clean pistol to headquarters. And you with it.
All right, I'll go. Still think you're making a mistake, both of you. We've been all over this before.
Ow! 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 Get him! What'd you say, Chief? I said get him! Oh! Al! Here! Follow that truck. Come on, step.
Oh, I hope he got away.
What's it all about?
Oh, Mr. Shayne, there's been more excitement. For heaven's sake, how did you get here?
Now, look, there's no time for explanations. We've got to work fast.
Why was the inspector so upset?
Because my gun didn't kill Grange.
Then it must have been Marsh's.
Right. And now Painter's going to make a test of my gun with Marsh's barrel on it.
Oh, that's terrible. Then they'll think you're the murderer.
I've got to pull that killer out of the hat before Painter picks me up. No jury will ever believe I switched those barrels.
That's right.
Say, Andy, I want you to copy this 10 times as closely as possible.
10 times. Why, that's forgery.
You're telling me? You'll be able to write your own baffle book before you get through with this case, Andy. Run along. Now, Phyllis, upstairs in my room, there's a hat and a coat and a bag belonging to Marcia Gordon. I want you to call Elliot Thomas. Make an appointment to meet him at 7:30 in front of the library. And you wear those clothes.
You got Annie committing forgery. What do you want from me? Kidnapping?
Now, never mind about that. Just stall him along. Tell him anything. Tell him about Banjo Boy. But be sure he gets a good look at you in those clothes. That's the important thing. And then ditch him. Now, you got that?
Yeah.
All right. I'll borrow your car and I'll pick you up as soon as he drives away.
It's clear as a mud pack to me.
Hello, Phyllis.
Good evening, Mr. Thomas.
Well, now what's so urgent?
Well, you know how suspicious Father was of Banjo Boy. I saw this on his desk, and I thought maybe you'd like to see it.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, but I had no fears about Banjo Boy. Is that all you wanted to see me about?
Well, yes.
Oh, well, thanks for your interest. Can I drop you somewhere?
Well, no, thanks. I'm waiting for Aunt Olivia.
Oh, well, maybe I'll see you at the track tomorrow.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night. How did you make out? If I had any idea what I was doing, I might be able to tell you.
Nice work, fellas. Give me those clothes. You got the notes, Annie?
Yeah, here they are. Did the best I could.
Oh, that's fun. Say, these have a professional touch. You haven't been working with a paper hanging outfit, have you?
No, Ponsby taught me the science of forgery. He's very clever at it.
Yes.
Where are you going now?
Down to Elliot Thomas's house at Balboa Beach. There's going to be a meeting of the Little Mothers Club.
Will you drive you down?
Oh, no. This is going to be a stag party.
Wait a minute. Aren't we in on this, too?
I'll call you in the morning and let you know what happens. And if you don't hear from me, I'll be in the county jail.
How do you like that? Gives us a build-up for a Rolls Royce and then hands us a kiddie car.
Well, nobody's going to hand me a kiddie car. It's the first case I've ever had where I couldn't look in the back of the book. We are going to Balboa.
You stay here and watch. Whistle if you hear anybody. I'm going inside and take a look.
Hello, Miss Brighton. I'm glad you've come. I thought it was pretty easy for you with all your money to take Harry Grange away from me. Set up for you.
You're crazy. Put that gun down.
Well, one more murder won't make any difference. Can't do any more than hang you.
Did you kill Harry Grange?
It wouldn't be.
Gosh, Annie, that was close. How'd you ever do it?
Oh, I've seen him do it so often, murder mysteries, that was easy. We better lock her in the closet.
Auntie, you don't think she's already gotten to Michael? That girl's a maniac.
Let's look upstairs.
Down the street and keep out of sight.
Here must be on the other side of the house. That's where the bay is.
Yes, it looks better out there.
There's the inspector. What's he doing here?
I don't know.
Well, Gordon, do you have any trouble finding the place?
Not at all.
Let's go inside.
Hey, there are some clothes.
And the coat.
Yeah, and here's a note. Looks like a suicide note.
Yeah, but the guy who telephoned me said she was thrown off the pier. And this note is signed Marcia. Who's Marcia?
Gee, I used to know a dame called Marcia once.
Yeah?
But when she sued me, I found out her real name was Mabel.
Look, the lights just went on. There's somebody in the house. Come on.
Lovely place you have here.
I'm glad you like it. Smoke?
Thank you. How did you make out at the casino last night?
I broke a little better than even.
Got your keys now?
Yeah.
Hurry up.
Never mind the formalities, boys. Come on in.
What are you doing down here?
Shh. I got an anonymous telephone call.
I got one, too.
Say, what are you trying to do? Take me for a sleigh ride?
Shh, please.
We're right back where we... What do you know about these?
Follow me.
Hey, Chief, look out for the pan!
I thought you said we were going to be alone. What are you trying to pull?
What are you doing here?
Well, I was just... Never mind that. What do you know about these clothes?
Will you please explain what this is all about? The captain's a little gruff, but he's really got a heart of gold. He merely wants you to help him identify these clothes.
What's that got to... Why, those are Phyllis Brighton's. What's happened to her?
Phyllis Brighton's?
Would somebody please tell me what this is all about?
At 7:30, I was informed that someone carried a body out of this house and threw it in the bay.
Are you insinuating that I had anything to do with it?
I'm not insinuating. I'm telling you.
And the whole thing's ridiculous. Gordon was here when I drove up 5 minutes ago.
What are you trying to do? Put me in the spot?
Well, Thomas could have been here earlier. Maybe he just took a drive around the block.
I understand what Mr. Shayne is driving at, but I'm sorry to disappoint him. I don't know how these clothes got out here, but I do know that Phyllis Brighton was wearing them when I was with her at 7:30 tonight. That's the time you received your information, wasn't it?
Well, yeah.
Can you prove that?
Certainly. If you call Miss Brighton, I'm sure she'll verify it. There's a phone right over there.
Shayne! Say, what's going on here?
Phyllis, are you hurt?
Inside.
Oh.
What is this, a convention? What are you doing here?
Well, we were only doing our civic duty, Inspector. We knew you wanted Mr. Shayne, so when I saw him sneak out the back door of our home, we tailed him.
Now, we're getting somewhere. What time did he get here?
Well, about 10 minutes ago.
Oh. Then he couldn't have done it.
Well, if she's telling the truth, how could Thomas have been with Miss Brighton at 7:30?
That's right.
But Miss Brighton, when I was with you, you were wearing these clothes.
I don't know what you're talking about. Those aren't my clothes.
Well, if they're not Miss Brighton's clothes, then whose are they?
Perhaps Mr. Gordon can enlighten us. Don't they belong to your daughter, Marcia?
Marcia? Now we're beginning to get to the bottom of this. Hey, how did you know that?
Because those were the clothes she was wearing when she disappeared. Don't you remember? I described them to you there in the office.
Disappeared? How do you know she disappeared?
Because Mr. Gordon hired me to find her. He probably didn't want the police department to mess it up, you know.
Is this your daughter's handwriting?
Well, that reads like a suicide note.
She's in the osset, Clay.
Quiet.
This might be Marcia's handwriting. But she'd never kill herself.
Well, if it wasn't suicide, then it must be murder. That verifies the report I got.
If that's Marcia's handwriting, it certainly is suicide. She was in love with Grange. Maybe she thought life wasn't worth living after he was gone.
You seem awfully anxious to make it look like suicide, Thomas. What about it, Gordon? Is it her handwriting or isn't it?
I don't know. It might be some sort of a plant. With you mixed up in it, it might be anything.
Oh, now, Benny, don't try to tell me you can't...
Listen, Shayne. If there are any more questions to be asked, I'll ask them.
All right. I'm just trying to help matters.
Oh.
What was that?
Oh.
What's the matter, Annie?
I think I've got growing pains.
All right. Now let's settle down. I'll get to the bottom of this if it takes all night. Let me see, where were we? Oh, yes. Why didn't you call the police, Gordon, when your daughter disappeared?
Because I didn't think it was any of their business.
And I suppose you don't think it's any of their business if your daughter was murdered.
Hey, Chief.
What?
Something's burning.
What? The wastebasket. Come on, pull it out. Turn that over. Can't you even turn the wastebasket over? That's it. Hold it there. Nice work, Shayne. First suicide, then murder, now arson.
Well, I'm sorry, Chief. I didn't know all those papers were in there.
You're sorry.
Well, it could happen to anybody. Didn't you ever set anything on fire?
Nothing like that ever happened to me.
Hey, Chief.
No.
Here's a suicide note.
Well, how did that get in there?
I don't know.
Well, I thought I put that in my pocket. Say, here's 2 of them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and here's 8 more.
What?
Let me see those.
You might have got away with it, Thomas, if you'd been more careful. Those practice notes prove that you forged that note to make it look like suicide.
That's a lie. The whole thing's a frame-up. I tell you, I didn't kill Marcia. I didn't.
Why, you dirty double-crosser.
That won't do any good. He'll hang for Marcia anyway. We've got everything now but the motive, and you can supply that.
You bet I can. Marcia saw him kill Grange. She came back to my office, scared to death. I sent her home and told her
to keep quiet about it, huh? You thought you had a chance to hang it on me. And also that you had something to blackmail Thomas with for the rest of his life. Where did you ditch Larry Kincaid's body, Thomas?
I didn't kill him. It was an accident. I met Kincaid down here one night on business. He threatened to blackmail me. We got into an argument. I lost my temper and went after him. Kincaid pulled a gun on me. In the struggle, it went off and killed him. I threw his body into the bay.
How'd you kill Grange?
I was frantic. I didn't know what to do. I realized Grange was the only one who knew Kincaid was in my house. The gun had jammed, so I took it along with my gun to the casino. When I saw you and Grange leave, I followed. I shot Grange with my gun and left what I thought was Kincaid's to make it look as if he did it.
What were you doing in Kincaid's apartment last night?
I went there to destroy the only bit of evidence which would connect me with Grange.
So, it was you that I've got to thank for that clunk in the head I got, huh?
So that's why our trick didn't work. Neither one of the guns we had the inspector pick up killed Grange.
I've been framed!
You know, there's one thing I can't understand, Thomas. Why would a man in your position become involved with people like Kincaid and Grange?
I got in a jam. I needed money fast. I'd bought a South American horse that had never run in the States. It had the same markings as Banjo Boy. To keep myself in the clear, I had Grange substitute the horse for Banjo Boy in that race.
Oh, so that horse was a ringer, huh?
Well, no wonder the chemist's report was negative.
Of course. Well, Painter, here's your story. Thomas gave Grange $10,000 to bet. The ringer won, but Grange wouldn't pay off. So Thomas hired Kincaid to collect. Kincaid came to me, but I wouldn't have any part of it. So he contacted Grange himself. Grange told Kincaid the whole story, and Kincaid used it to blackmail Thomas. Now, there's your case. Sorry that I haven't got the silver platter with me.
Well, it may be a case to you, but it's still a lot of goulash to me. Whose clothes are those? Who got thrown off the pier?
Well, I'm sorry, but that happens to be just a little figment of my imagination.
You mean you're the man who telephoned me?
Oh, shucks, you guessed it.
All right, Shayne. Where's Marcia?
Well, I'm sorry. That's one of the things that I...
That's what I've been trying to tell you. She's in the closet.
What? In the closet? How'd you know she was in there?
Marcia.
Are you all right?
I'm all right.
What are you doing here?
I came here to even things up with Elliot Thomas. But Mr. Shayne has saved me the trouble.
I'm taking you home.
Wait a minute, Gordon. I don't think you'll want to take her where you're going.
Say, that's right. Suppressing the evidence in a murder case is compounding a felony. Say, you're under arrest.
And Gordon, I'll be down at the bank bright and early to collect that $5 grand for delivering Marcia.
But you didn't deliver her.
Well, Eddie and I are in partnership. Aren't we, Eddie? We'll split it.
Come on, Gordon. Let's go, Thomas.
Oh, Painter. Please, don't mention my name in the papers.
I won't. Okay. I'll mention you, too.
Thanks so much. Well, that closes that case.
Oh, no, it doesn't. You can't unload me that easily. I'm still your case until Father gets back. I may get him to put you on a permanent retainer.
You know, I don't think this case was half as hard as that one in the Battle book about the great piano mystery. You know, where the body was found under the piano. His throat was strangled with piano wires, and the salt kettle was found embedded.
Out-of-town papers, books, magazines, periodicals, cigars, cigarettes. Something to read, mister?
Yeah, what do you got?
I got click, pick, look, peek, spot, snap, sock.
Wait a minute. What's a good detective magazine?
True detective, lone detective, smart detective.
Sold. Smart detective.
There's no such thing as a smart detective.
Well, hello, Kay.
Mike?
Gosh, you're looking wonderful. 2 years hasn't slowed you up a bit, has it?
You've held up pretty well yourself.
Oh, well.
Same smile, same gusto, same hat.
Oh, no. It isn't the same hat.
It's the way you wear it.
I understand you're doing swell on the Denver paper. Success hasn't gone to your head, has it?
No.
Well, anyway, on you it looks good.
Hey, you're off your beat, aren't you? San Francisco's a long way from here.
No, I haven't got any beat. The chief thought that I was smarter than he was. Madam, my card.
Michael Shayne, private investigator.
Mm-hmm.
Sleeping on your own time now, huh?
Yep. Oh, and meeting a much finer class of thugs.
Are you out here on a case?
Yeah.
Anything I could use?
No, not unless you're the sporting editor. Guy took a cross-country run on his wife.
Are you checking in or out?
Out. Going back on number 10.
Oh, that's fine. You wouldn't even have called me.
Well, I was just going to.
When?
Well, the train doesn't leave for 4 minutes.
You haven't worked much on your lying, have you?
Now, listen to me.
Never
Kay.
mind. You'll have plenty of time to think something up. I'm going out on number 10 myself.
Oh, you are? Say, that's great. It'll be just like old times. You and I traveling around together.
Oh, no. I never got anywhere traveling with you. I always wound up alone.
We back there again.
You remember that little date with the preacher?
All right, I kept you waiting for 1 hour. Gosh, if a girl really loved a guy,
I waited
she could wait
through
that.
a christening, a confirmation, a wedding, and a funeral at that church. What do you think of that?
It wasn't the same person.
Life passed me by, and you passed me up.
Hey, wait a minute. What about that time we were going to get hitched in Sacramento, huh? What happened then?
When I got there, you were falling on your face.
After waiting for 3 buses in the wind and the cold and the rain, I take just a little teeny nip so that you won't be a widow before you're a bride. And where were you?
Could I help it if that Bennett scandal broke? What could I do? Desert my city editor?
Yeah, after 200 newsboys and a rewrite man and that big-hearted boss of yours, I come first.
Oh, all right. I'm to blame. I'm always to blame.
I didn't say that. Oh, come on. Let's let bygones be that way, huh?
Oh, sure, Mike. We're still pals.
Say, it's getting a little bit late. Let's get going.
No, you go ahead, and I'll see you on the train.
Oh, all right.
Hope you have a comfortable trip.
Thank you.
Would you like another blanket, madam?
No, thank you.
Can I bring you a glass of water?
No, thank you.
Is there enough air in here for you?
Yes, everything's fine.
Now, if there's anything else you want, don't hesitate to give me a buzz.
All right. Say, you might push that button out there before barging in. You almost scared me out of my shoes.
Now, look, Helen, you're not on any excursion. You put that robe and wig back on.
Can't I have a little comfort in my own room? Nobody's gonna see me.
Well, okay, but if that buzzer rings, you're too sick to see anybody. Now, you understand?
Say, how about bringing me a drink?
Not a chance. No, I can't be seen with you, so I'm not coming back. But I want you sober when we reach San Francisco.
Well, who said anything about getting drunk?
No, just forget it. Keep out of sight. I don't want any more trouble with you.
Listen, Mr. Shayne, where do you get off keeping me cooped up like this? Can't have a drink, nobody to talk to? I told you to testify for Callahan. What more do you want?
I want to be sure that you'll be able to. You get it?
What's gonna stop me?
Now, listen, sister. There are lots of people who would love to see Callahan burn. You're the one person who can disappoint them if you get there.
Wouldn't it be safer if you put me in the baggage car or in a mail sack?
All right, you just take it easy and relax.
I could relax a lot easier with a drink.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
How do they expect a man to bring a train in on schedule with a worn-out old hog like that?
What's the difference? Her last run anyway. If I was being pensioned off, believe me, I wouldn't worry about getting her in on time.
No, you wouldn't, eh? With the boys waiting at Division Point with a brass band, and Harrigan going to give me a watch? How am I going to look? Coming in late on the last run.
They'll wait for you.
Not if I can help it, they won't. I'll bring her in on time if I have to bust the living heart out of her.
Sorry I'm late, Kay.
Oh, it's all right. I haven't been waiting long.
Got your ticket?
Yes.
Come on.
Hey, McGowan. Got to hold up for a while.
Why?
Just got orders from the division manager to wait for Troutline. He's on his way.
I tell you, somebody is trying to frame me.
Oh.
Well, they're doing everything to keep me from coming in on time.
Oh, keep their pants on. He'll be here in a minute.
That big ape. I lived away over in West Colfax. He'll be lucky to find the station. What are you laughing at?
Got a march, Trout?
Hey, your laundry's showing.
There he comes.
Playing gingerly with the old lady when the chief phones and says, grab number 10 Western Rider. I'll wire the dope as soon as I get it straight. Just like that. There's something up when I'm hanged to find out what it is.
That's nothing unusual for a railroad dick.
Now, if I see anything that looks suspicious like a murder or something, I'll report to you.
Thanks.
Red light, boy. That's what I'm doing. That's the way I want it. Light and often.
I'll sit over here. You mind if I sit here?
Not if you can behave yourself.
Oh, you never liked me when I did.
That's what you think.
Well, I wonder if they got any griddle cakes. Hey, remember that time at Jack's when I ate 22 and you got sick watching me?
You remember the time we went to the picnic and you got your hand caught in the olive bottle?
Hey, those are the days, weren't they? We certainly had a lot of fun.
Mine, Trudy?
Look, Bud, there's lots of empty tables. Why pick on us?
Don't mind him, Tom. Sit down.
Oh.
This is Mr. Linscott, Mr. Shayne.
Mr. Linscott?
Linscott. How do you do, Mr. Shayne?
Not as well as I thought.
I beg your pardon?
Don't pay any attention to him. He gets dizzy riding backwards. Mr. Linscott is my fiancé.
No, that's not. You mean...
Yes, we're going to get married. Get it?
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Wish you all the luck in the world.
Don't take it so hard.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm the one that ought to be congratulated.
What do you mean?
Aw, be careful what you say, Mike. Tom's a lawyer. He can make a case out of anything.
Oh, Linscott. You're not the legal brains of the Wentworth Enterprises in San Francisco.
Well, I work for them.
That's the Wentworth that's running for governor.
The very same, yeah.
Well, you'll be in a pretty spot if he's elected.
Oh, I don't know.
You'll have to invite me to the inaugural ball when you're Mrs. Lieutenant Governor.
Well, of course, Mike. It wouldn't be complete without you. To watch the silver.
Stop Avondale. Pick up passenger.
Well, of all the rotten Joners, it ain't bad enough to leave 20 minutes late with this broken down old tea kettle. Now I get orders to stop Avondale. What are they waiting for? Christmas?
There's the eyeball.
Almost missed the train. Where's the conductor?
2 cars forward.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else I can do for you, sir?
No. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Does you want your birth meet up now, sir?
Oh, well, I'll be going to dinner in a few minutes, and you can do it then.
Don't forget to change your time before we get to Ogden, or you'll get all mixed up.
Oh, yes. What time do we get there?
At 6:30 tomorrow morning. That's Mountain Time. You change your watch back 1 hour. We're about 40 minutes late now. That'll make about 40 minutes less the hour, if we don't make up 20 minutes. In that case, we'll get there. Let's see. We'll do there at 6:30. We're more than likely to make up all that time and get there at 6:30.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. I just got on, caught the train at Avondale. Is there a berth available?
Yes, I have a lower in the car behind, number 5.
Just a minute. Is there a man named Michael Shayne aboard?
I think there is. Yes, he's in compartment B, car 38.
He's an old friend of mine. Is he traveling with anyone?
No, sir.
Do you have a Helen Carlson? She's sort of a platinum blonde. Pretty good looking.
Oh, no Helen Carlson. There's a tall blonde in upper 2, car 40, the brakeman's wife. But she's far from a good looker.
It's not important. She must have missed the train.
Here's the San Francisco paper you asked for, sir. It just came on board.
Ah, thanks.
Say, I wonder what that means. You don't think that has anything to do with Wentworth in the election, do you?
I don't see how it could. He's only running for governor. It must be the present administration.
You mind telling me what's in my paper? Oh.
Seems that my boss had a good tip. Looks like the surprise witness in the Callahan case gonna blast things wide open.
That's so.
Say, I wonder where they hid that witness during the trial.
Oh, it's not unusual for a defense counsel to pull something spectacular at the last minute.
That's true.
Hey, get this. Here's a guy who's got 26 kids. He must have been driven stark mad.
That's very funny.
Say, Mike, when you were a cop in San Francisco, didn't you pinch Callahan once?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for robbery. He stuck up a gas station. He got 4 years.
He's got a wife and a couple of kids, hasn't he?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since he got out. Why are you so interested?
My editor wants a feature story. The woman's angle.
Oh, tear gas, huh?
I've got to whip up some stuff in his background. You know, poor environment, never had a chance.
That's the trouble with these sob sisters. They take some hoodlum that'd blow your brains out for a quarter and make a hero out of him.
I'm not interested in this mug, Callahan. I'm interested in Kay Bentley.
Don't you ever get tired of her?
I didn't do so bad 2 years ago when I started the ball rolling that got Taggart acquitted of the Globe Diamond robbery, did I?
Yeah, I'll say you did. Then when he came to your office to thank you, he walked out with your purse.
Oh, there wasn't much in it.
So what kind of a chance do you think Callahan has?
Oh, about as much chance as a snowball in a red-hot stove. They got him cold this time.
Mike, when I interview him, will it be all right to mention your name?
Yeah, sure. I want to learn some new words.
Shall we go?
Why not?
If you don't mind, I think I'll stay and have a little more coffee.
Of course.
It's been nice meeting any friend of Kay's.
Yeah, it's been nice.
These are yours, dear.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Looks more like a milk to me.
Hey, Myers, anything there for me?
Not a thing, Trout.
Screwiest thing I've ever seen. There's something phony on this train, and she's keeping it a secret. Anything could happen right under my nose.
Well, there's room enough.
Hey, man! You're taking these cars pretty fast. The railway's still on the rails, ain't we?
I won't be more than a minute, sir.
Yes, well, I'll wait in the smoker.
I'm sorry.
What do you want?
Nothing. It was an accident. I hope you'll excuse me. I'm sorry. I've had a couple of drinks.
Oh, wait a minute, mister. Have you got a match?
Yes.
I hate waiting for these porters. Mind closing the door? You sick?
No, why?
You look kind of pale. Maybe it's the binge.
I'm not really drunk. I've only had 2 sidecars.
Some guys get all the luck.
Well, I guess I'll get along.
Stick around a minute. There's no charge.
Oh, but I...
Wife along?
No, thanks. Well, I mean, the way I broke in here...
You don't have to be afraid of me, mister. All I want's a drink, if you could spare one.
Well, I
hate to ask for it, but I'm in the dumps.
I'll send one in.
I don't like to drink alone.
Oh, I'll bring something right away.
Is there anything else you want, miss?
No, thanks.
Yes, sir.
There we are. I'm going to my compartment to get a cigar.
All right.
Mr. Linscott? Yes?
I'm Cole Izzard. I'm working on a little job for Caleb Wentworth.
I see. Special detective, huh? What do you want with me?
I'm in kind of a jam, and I need your help.
What for?
There's a woman on this train who could blow the Callahan case wide open.
Say, what are you driving at?
Just this. It's very important that she doesn't get to San Francisco to testify.
Say, I don't get it. What has the Callahan case got to do with Wentworth?
You kidding?
I know.
And you can get that dope from Wentworth. But right now, what I want you to do is this. You're engaged to Kay Bentley. Now, she and Mike Shayne used to be pretty good friends.
Now, never mind that.
I'm afraid you'll have to mind it. Because I want her to talk to Shayne and find out where this woman is, understand?
Well, listen, I don't know what this is all about, and frankly, I'd just as soon forget it. If you'll excuse me.
Now, listen, wise guy. I didn't want to tell you this, but you might as well know. Callahan is innocent, and this woman can prove it.
What?
That's right.
You mean that they're railroading an innocent man?
You catch on quick.
But why?
Listen, you know as well as I do that Wentworth's company is under investigation. So, if Wentworth isn't elected governor, he'll have a new office in San Quentin, and you may be with him. Think it over. Mike Shayne is in car 38, compartment B.
Big mouth. Boy, what a crap game I could have with this. Get behind me, Satan, and tie my hands. Lordy, Lordy, why wasn't I born with a little larceny in my soul? Folks ain't got no business being so careless with the blessings of life. Must be $5,000 or $10,000. Maybe 15.
Say, it didn't take you long.
Oh, the club car's riding back.
What Santa Claus got there?
This is the only way it comes.
Midgets.
Yes, they don't sell it in big bottles.
Well, as long as there's enough of them.
Do you think I should get some more?
Oh, no, I was just kidding.
Oh.
Well, glasses and everything. Say, in case I forget to tell you, you're a lifesaver.
Oh, is it that bad?
Almost. I don't know what I'd have done without you.
Say when.
You don't have to with those.
Oh, of course. I've never seen these little bottles before.
I don't like to spoil good liquor.
Well,
No toast.
I don't know any.
You're evidently not a drinking man.
Oh, I take one now and then.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Cigarette?
Why, I'll smoke one of these if you don't mind cigars.
Only at a smoker.
Some ladies don't like them. Oh, isn't the liquor all right?
Oh, couldn't be better.
And when that suitcase busted open, it just spattered money. Must have been $20,000 or $25,000. Maybe 30.
He must be one of them Wall Street typhoons.
From the way that money flew, he's the whole hurricane.
The end of a perfect day.
Oh, I'll go when I finish this.
Oh, I didn't mean for you to scram. What's the rush?
Well, I really haven't any place to go.
Then sit still, silly. You're a funny duck. What's your name?
Jason. Everett Jason.
Sounds like a school teacher or a doctor.
I'm in the dry goods business.
Dry goods. And me with a permanent thirst.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What do they call you for short?
I've never been called anything for short.
How's Jace?
I'm fine.
Well, Jace, down the hatch.
Same to you.
Mind if I sit down?
Oh, no, of course not.
Smoke?
No, thanks. Wrong vice.
Kay's doing a little work back there. She's so interested in her job, I didn't want to disturb her.
Yeah. Yes, she used to make me believe that.
You know, Mr. Shayne, I get worried about that girl sometimes.
How so?
Oh, the chances she takes.
Oh, she's just naturally impulsive. Don't take her too seriously.
You know, she told me she heard the secret witness for the Callahan case is aboard. She's determined to find out.
Is that so?
Yeah. The If I thought the witness was on this train, I wouldn't let Kay out of my sight.
Oh, let her look. Give her some exercise. I think I'll grab a breath of fresh air before I turn in.
What would you do if you had your choice of anything in the world?
Money, no objection.
I think I'd go away where there's a lot of sun and water and no cops.
You mean, like a tropical island?
It's a good idea. Why not?
Oh, tropics is no place for white women. A lot of malaria.
Well, where would you go?
I'm going to South America.
South America?
Yep. They've got everything there. Climate perfect all year round. And scenery magnificent.
Who is it? Oh, come in.
Kay,
I'll be with you in a minute.
I ran into a story for you, a front-page story.
Well, let's have it.
You've been curious to know why Mike Shayne is going to San Francisco, haven't you?
Yes.
According to a friend I just met, Shayne is hiding a woman somewhere on this train.
A woman? Oh, now, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, would it if the woman was a surprise witness for Callahan?
We can't. Who is she?
I think her name is, Helen Carlson.
Surprise witness, eh? And he hasn't seen Callahan in years. Why, that lying flatfoot. Say, are you sure about this?
It was told to me in strict confidence. I wouldn't want my name mentioned.
Well, okay, I'll check it myself.
How?
Oh, I have my own little Ways and Means Committee.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Trout wine. I guess that's the one he was looking for. You see him, tell him I've got it.
All right. That's right. And Leander said it was $50 or maybe $60,000. Wow, he must have won the pot of gold. He must have won gold or silver or something.
Oh, just a minute, please. Get in there. All right, now be quiet. What, Kay?
Oh, is this your cell?
What, no. You see, I was just waiting here until they made up my berth.
Well, I met a girlfriend. She said she was in this car. I was looking for her.
You've got a nice, clear night for her.
I'm sure she said drawing room A.
Oh, I did see a tall, dark girl with rather fuller brush eyelashes right down by the water cooler.
Oh, no, this one's sort of blonde. She's an old schoolmate of mine, grammar school.
I haven't seen any old girls.
Well, she's not old. About my age.
And still going to grammar school, my. She must be rather mentally round-shouldered. Well, come on in. You've never seen a drawing room before.
This room's a little larger than mine.
Yeah, is it?
Yes, they say that some are larger and some are smaller. I guess it's because of the size, huh?
You might invite me to sit down.
Oh, sure, go ahead. Sit down. Take a load off your arches.
Thanks. Oh, you can leave the door open.
Oh, no. That isn't necessary. I trust you. Say, you know, that guy you're engaged to is pretty smooth.
Yes, isn't he?
I never thought you'd go for a guy like that. You always picked him kind of, rowdy. Kind that you meet in your racket, you know?
No, I need some water.
Oh, no. I'll get
it's
the
all
water.
right. I can
No,
get it.
I'll get
no,
the
really,
water.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, all right, if you insist.
I feel better.
Oh, that's good. Say, look, let's go up the club car.
Oh, no, this is fun here.
Oh, well, they've got a nice radio up there.
Oh, radios never work on trains. Come on, stay here.
What's your base made up now, sir?
What? I told you to make it up before.
No, sir, you didn't tell me. I ain't seen you since you got on.
All right, then it must have been your brother.
I ain't got no brother.
All right, then forget about it. Make it up later.
Yes, sir.
Slipping, Mike. You used to be able to cover up much better than that.
Cover up? What?
Skip it. Say, what's the number of this car?
38.
38. Oh, I thought it was 28. Now, isn't that stupid?
Yeah.
I'll go find 28. Excuse me.
I'll be anxious to know if you find your friend.
Oh, I'll find her.
You know, there isn't any car 28 on this train. Or maybe you were thinking of two other trains, huh?
Have you something for a headache?
No, ma'am, but I'll try to get you something.
Thank you.
Well, how'd you ever get up there?
Well, don't stand there like a dope. Get me down.
You know, I bet that's hard to do, isn't it?
Oh.
Put a torch in your hand and you could pass for the Statue of Liberty.
Go on, enjoy yourself. I'll bet you pulled wings off of flies when you were a kid.
All right, you don't like me, huh? I'll get your fiancé.
Oh, no, Mike, please. Please help me down. Look, there's the key.
I don't see any key.
It's right there on the floor next to your foot.
Oh, you mean this thing, huh?
Yes.
What were you doing up there, looking for mice?
Yes, I just wanted to find out how the birth went up and down.
Oh, studying to become a porter, huh? No, that won't fit.
Oh, you've got the wrong end, stupid.
But the two ends, huh? Isn't that clever? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you poor kitty. You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You sure you're all right?
Sure, I'm sure.
Okay, you ought to get angry more often. It makes you sparkle.
Oh, let go of me.
Oh, was I holding you? I didn't realize it, honestly.
Oh, Mike, why don't you come out in the open in whatever you're doing?
What are you talking about?
I happen to know that you're hiding someone on this train.
Who told you that?
Never mind, I happen to know.
You know, Kay, I think you're a pretty swell dish. I'd hate to see you get into something that you couldn't get out of.
I can take care of myself.
Well, all right. I didn't think you'd be dumb enough to put yourself in a spot for the wrong people.
And who are you to judge?
Oh, so you are covering someone, huh?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. No, wait a minute. I think you dropped this in front of my room. See, you still don't cross your T's. That's a very bad habit. You ought to...
South America must be a swell place. Won't you get kind of lonesome down there?
Oh, no, I won't have a chance to. I've made some contacts, and I'm going to open a dry goods store. Anyway, I'll be too busy getting settled and learning the language.
Aren't you coming back?
Don't intend to.
Must be wonderful to start over with a clean slate. I always wished I could. Who is it?
Mike Shayne.
Just a minute.
What took you so long?
Who was long?
Oh. Where'd you get the liquor?
They still have porters on these trains.
Now, look, Helen. I told you that there might be someone who would stop at nothing to keep you from getting to San Francisco.
Yeah, you told me.
Well, I just found out that there is, and right on this train. Now, it's up to me to see that you get there safely.
I'll get there.
I sneaked you in here on a stretcher. I'd hate to see you have to leave the same way on the level.
You're not scaring me.
I'm not trying to. But you're going to go through with this. I don't want to get tough, but if I have to, I will. All right, what's it going to be? You're going to play ball or not?
Why should I? I've got nothing to gain.
Honey, a man's life is at stake. If you can't figure it out any other way, all right. Chalk it off to what you owe to society.
Yeah. For what society did for me, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, now you lay low and keep this door locked. Be a good girl now, hmm?
You heard, didn't you?
Yes, Helen.
Well, it's been swell meeting you. You don't have to stall about going. It's okay.
I'm not going. Unless you want me to. Why don't you tell me what it's all about? Maybe I can help you.
You couldn't help.
How can you know unless...
Oh, it's no use, Jace.
It may seem useless to you, but somehow I have a feeling I can help you. You'll only trust me.
Well, it isn't that I don't trust you, but...
Then tell me.
Okay. But remember, you asked for it. It all started when I was in the chorus of a second-rate musical show in Frisco. I met a lot of party boys. You know how it is when you're in a show. One night, a miracle happened. I met the right guy. He loaded me down with furs, clothes, and jewels. Gee, he was thoughtful. When the police broke in, I found out the stuff was hot. True Blue Herald took it on the lam, and I took it on the chin. 1 to 5. Did a year and got out on parole. It's pretty tough going.
Yes, I guess it would be.
One night, a friend introduced me to a real nice kid. He took me to what turned out to be a gambling joint run by Jeff Alton. Kid got drunk and bragged he was going to break the house. In an hour, they had his bankroll. Barges into Alton's office and accuses him of needling the wheel. It's an argument. Kid grabs Alton's gun and lets him have it. We duck, and the kid gives me some dough and tells me to get out of the state. I told him it violated my parole. He asked me how I'd like to serve the rest of my term. His dad was a big shot, Caleb Wentworth, running for governor. I was scared and confused, so I beat it to Denver. Then the bulls picked up a guy by the name of Callahan and pinned the murder on him. And this flatfoot Shayne shows up in Denver and says either I testify or he'll tell off the parole board. So, here I am.
That's funny.
Yeah. Very funny. Well, it's been nice knowing you.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
You don't have to believe it.
But I do. Every word of it. And I understand, Helen. Because I'm in a mess the same as you are.
What do you mean? The cops after you?
No, not that.
What then?
Well, it may sound crazy to you, but I'm running away from the very thing you're searching for.
What's that?
Security and peace.
That doesn't make sense.
I know it doesn't. I've lived my whole life back there in Avondale. My mother and father were born there. I always had everything done for me. I was never allowed to make a decision in my whole life. When I graduated from college, my family had a wife picked out for me. She took up where they left off. Well, I don't mean she was bossy or nagging, but I just couldn't go on that way any longer. I had to get away to find out if I could really think for myself.
Bentley talked with Shayne. He either knows what she's trying to find out or Helen Carlson isn't on the train.
So we're back where we started, eh?
There are other means of Shayne getting her to San Francisco.
We got them all covered. Now look, this is my biggest chance for important dough, and I'm not blowing it. That day mustn't get to San Francisco.
Well, I wish you luck.
You're not out of it yet, Mr. Linsky. I may need your help.
Well, how can I help?
I might have to arrange an accident.
Now, wait a minute. You can't do that.
Why not?
I don't want any part of it.
Huh. You got nothing to say about it. Just listen to me and get what I tell you straight.
My wife's a good woman, Helen. Too good. But I've been just a shadow to her. That's why I'm going to South America.
Do you think you'll find what you're looking for there?
I know I will. Helen, we've only just met. But there's something about you that makes me feel I've known you for a long time. That's the only reason I can come out and ask you this. Why don't you come along with me?
You don't mean that. It's the liquor talking.
No, it isn't. You don't want to go back and testify. You'll be risking your life. I've got $10,000 in my compartment. It's all mine. I've saved it. I've left my wife well provided for. We can get off at the next stop and catch another train.
It's crazy.
No, it isn't. Don't you see? We've got a chance to get something out of life.
It doesn't seem real, Jace. Things like this they just can't happen.
They can if we'll only let them. We'll be far away from people we know. Why, it'll be like starting all over again.
I don't know, Jace. I don't know.
I'm telling you, I got it straight from Leander.
He told you that?
Well, he didn't exactly tell me, but George told me that Henry told him that Leander seen it with his own eyes.
Is that so?
His suitcase was just a-busting with money. No clothes, just greenback. There's at least a couple of $100,000.
Why don't you boys stop lying to each other?
I ain't lying. It's a fact. We got the richest man in the world on board.
Who's that?
I don't know, but he's toting around $500,000 in a suitcase.
In a suitcase? Where?
Up in Leon Jones's car.
So that's it.
I got a chance to make up some time. Now get off the lead, boy, before I plant my foot in the seat of your pants. What's the matter with you? She's red in a fireman's shirt. I don't want red. Or even pink. White. You hear me?
This is it.
See if he's in. Take a look.
He ain't in.
This it?
Yes.
It's the McCoy, all right. This guy's making quite a haul.
I just hope she ain't trimmed the wrong possum.
Now get this, Leander. This man's an embezzler sure as shooting. I want you to keep your eyes open for him. If he tries to get off the train, stop him. I'll be waiting here.
Yes, sir, but just because a man carries a lot of cash, you don't make it necessarily so.
You're under orders.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
The old fool's driving that hog like a madman. Made up 30 minutes since we left Laramie.
Well, I was up there.
Yeah, what'd he say?
He said if you don't like the speed he's running the train at, you can get off and walk.
Oh, he did, huh? When we get to Division Point, I'll make a speech or two. That is, if we get there.
Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Shayne. My name is
Carl Izzard.
How'd you know?
I don't know. You just look like a guy who'd have a name like Izzard. All right, what's on your mind?
Mr. Shayne, you and I have plenty in common.
Is that so?
Yeah. Mind if I sit down?
No, go ahead. Sit down. I don't think.
Maybe I don't have to tell you this, but I'm on the biggest job that ever hit my office. If I crack it, I can write my own check.
I'm very impressed.
Well, I believe in being frank. This job's too tough for me to handle alone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on a vacation.
Wouldn't want to combine a little business with it.
What kind of business?
Profitable.
How profitable?
$2,500.
It's a lot of money.
Now, all you gotta do is introduce me to a certain young lady.
It's just my luck. I don't know any young lady.
You don't?
No.
Not for $3 grand?
No.
On the line?
Mm-mm.
Well, would you know any young ladies for, say, $3,500?
I'm sorry.
How much you getting for the Carlson job?
Ask the quiz kids.
After Wentworth's elected governor, maybe they'd be head of the state police department.
Oh, no, thanks. No. See, there's so much responsibility, and no.
Yeah. You're a hard man to do business with.
Not always.
Come on, Shayne, let's stop clowning. Every man has his price. What's yours?
What do you think?
I think $5 grand, and that's tops.
Well, you're all wrong. Now, go on. Get out of here.
You're a chump, Shayne. This opportunity won't knock again.
Too bad for me, isn't it?
Where's the girl?
Now,
Come on, quit the stalling.
listen. You fire that gun and the whole train's gonna come piling in here.
Yeah? It'll be pretty hard to hear a shot when you go by a crossing or another train comes by. So you better change your mind, because one's liable to come along any minute.
Aren't you afraid you're gonna have a little trouble finding that girl without my help?
I'll take that chance.
Kay, are you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Is anybody a doctor? There's a girl here. She's unconscious.
Try one of the other cars.
Say, maybe I can help.
Oh, thanks. I'll be right back.
This goes out like a light. Get a wet towel, quick.
Is anybody here a doctor?
No.
Hey, what happened?
Use the cab of that truck we hit to get him into Kingsley. It's 3 miles west. And phone Division Point and have them send an engine and a wrecking crew to haul us. Nice mess that old fool got us into.
Oh, yeah? Only guy can stick to his engine like he did is okay in my book.
Mike.
Oh, I must be in the wrong car. What's the matter with her?
I don't know yet. Take it easy, honey. You'll be all right. Say, I think you two better get out of here. I can take care of her better alone.
Oh, but look, maybe I
come
can
on,
put the...
Mike, please.
Say, that girl may need a doctor. I'll try and find one.
That's a good idea.
Hey! Somebody come in here. Anybody out there? Help! Help!
Good gracious of me. What's the matter, sir?
Come on, hurry up and untie me.
You sure is snared up pretty.
Yeah. I was hanging up my overcoat when the crash came and got twisted in the belt.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it.
Come on, hurry up.
Oh. What happened?
Little accident. You've got a bad bump.
I must have taken a swell header, all right. Oh, I passed out cold. Where's Jace?
Who?
The man who was in here with me. Is he all right?
Oh. Oh, yes. He went out to find a doctor.
Don't get a doctor. Don't get anybody.
Are you Helen Carlson?
No. No, I'm not.
Mike Shayne's taking you to San Francisco on the Callahan case, isn't he?
Who are you?
Oh, it's all right. You can trust me.
Yeah. It's the same kind of a line Shayne handed me.
Sure, I know all about Shayne. He'd do anything to get in the limelight. Here, you better take it easy.
How did you know who I was?
Why, I heard someone talking on the train.
And Shayne was right. There are people.
I really want to help you. Please believe me.
Guess it wouldn't do me any good not to. That is, if you really want to help.
Well, what can I do? Tell me.
Keep Jace out of sight. He'll be back here, and if Shayne finds him...
He won't.
How do you know?
He was in here right after Jace left, and I got rid of him.
Oh, thanks. Thanks terribly.
That look like the girl?
Yes, that's her, all right. You know, I figured she was Helen Carlson when Shayne came into the room.
I'll take care of her right away.
Now, wait a minute. I think this Carlson girl would jump at some real money. Let me try it first, huh?
All right, but work fast. And look out for Shayne. He's no fool.
Right.
It's funny I never met anybody like Jace before. First, I was kind of amused at him. After a while, I got to understand him. I really like him. He seems to think I'm okay, too. He wants me to go to South America with him.
Well, why don't you?
Well, do you think it'll be all right?
Oh, why not?
I couldn't find a doctor.
Oh, it's all right, Jace. This is Kay Bentley. She knows all about everything. I told her.
Who is it?
Oh.
Kay, I've got to talk to that girl.
You can't, Tom. Not now.
But you've got to let me speak to her, Kay. It's important. Everything depends on it.
Everything?
Oh, yes, everything. Believe me. My career, our future.
You can leave me out of it.
What?
Tom, why did you fake that story of a friend telling you about Helen Carlson?
Oh, I had to find out where the girl was.
Then why didn't you come to me on the level?
Oh, now, wait a minute,
You
Kay.
were willing to use my friendship with Michael Shayne.
Be reasonable, will you?
Here. This should be good for a down payment on your next romance.
But, Kay...
Who was that?
Huh? Oh, just a guy who was and isn't anymore. Say, are you catching your boat out of San Francisco?
Yes.
Something tells me it isn't healthy for you to hang around here. I'm going out and find a way to get you there.
Jace, I don't want you to get mixed up
I'll
in this.
get my things. Be right back.
But, Jace...
I'll lock the door.
Mr. Traubine, Mr. Traubine.
What's the matter?
That man you looking for, that investor, I saw him go into this compartment.
Are you sure?
What do you think I is, illiterate?
No, we gotta be careful. You watch that end of the car, I'll stay here. If he tries to get off your end, stop him. Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, get up there.
Look, I tell you, this is a matter of life and death to me. I've got to be in Ogden before tomorrow morning. I'll make it worth your while.
Ogden?
Yeah.
Why, that's over 200 miles.
What's the matter? Can't your car make it?
Make it? Why, she's as good as the day I bought her. I've nursed her along like a baby for 10 years.
Yeah.
Why, I just put in new rings last year and ground the valves.
How much?
40 horsepower, and she runs...
No, I don't mean that. How much for a fast run to Ogden?
Now, let's see. There's the gas. That would be about, and tires. Them tires is the best six-ply.
$60.
Make it 80?
I'll split the difference with you.
All right, mister.
Okay, here's $20. I'll give you the other 50 when we get to Ogden.
All right, but first I gotta drive to my place and get some gas.
Oh, wait a minute. Can't you get it around here?
Mister, it's after midnight.
Well, all right, but hurry it up, will you? And look, I'll meet you right next to that clump of trees over there. Go on, beat it.
What is...
No! Thought you could get away with it, huh? Taking advantage of a wreck.
What's the matter, lady?
This man's a thief.
Let go
Now,
of
wait
me,
a minute,
will you?
buddy.
All right, now...
This crook stole my diamond pin.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I just caught him trying to make a getaway. Go on, search him.
All right, sure. Go ahead. Search me. I got nothing to hide. I don't know what your game is, but I'll find out. That's yours.
Oh, is this it?
Yes, that's it, all right. Well, that's a fine thing. And you've got such an honest face, too.
Say, now, look, this dame is wacky. She planted that pin in my pocket herself.
That's a fine story.
My name is Michael Shayne. Here's my credentials. I'm a private detective.
Sure. I'm the Lone Ranger.
Oh, very funny, yeah.
Well, you better come along with me, mister, so we can check up on you.
Well, I tell you, I'm Michael Shayne. I'm a detective.
Oh, yeah? Let's go search his luggage. He's probably got a hat full of stuff.
Well, you and I are going to get along. I can see that.
Is that you, Jace?
Yes.
Who are you? What do you want?
Now, let's not get excited. I got $5,000 that belongs to you.
What do you mean?
All you have to do is get off this train. With me.
Get out of here.
Oh, I know. I had too much trouble getting in here. Now, listen, if I were you.
I'm not listening to anybody. Get out!
I get this straight. It's up to you. Either you take the dough and come with me, or...
What happened? Who is he?
I don't know. He came in here and threatened me.
We better get out of here. This way.
Hey, wait a minute.
Did you get a car?
Yes, we'd better go around the train. There are too many people on this side.
Just got off of that side of the train and headed this way.
Why didn't you stop him?
Not me.
Hey, you! Stop! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
What was that?
Sounded like a shot.
Oh, no, you don't, buddy.
Oh, yes, I do, buddy.
What happened?
Man's an embezzler. I hollered for him to stop. He wouldn't.
I'm your new customer, mister.
But I don't get it.
The man can't make it. We're going to go to Ogden instead. Come on, hop in.
Oh, but he was going to pay me $70. He still owes me 50.
I'll make it 60. Come on, hurry. Will you hurry up?
Hey, wait a minute! Hey, Gay!
But he must be an embezzler. What else would they have sent me for?
Oh, I forgot. Here's a telegram for you.
Well, it's about time. If I hadn't taken things into my own hands, this guy'd have been out of the country by now. Seems as if there'd been a mistake somewhere.
Ripping right along like a breeze, ain't she?
Uh-huh.
Say, what are you going to do when we get to Ogden?
Why?
Well, I thought maybe you and me could look around, see the sights, and go to some nice place to eat.
That'd be just dandy.
I know a place where you can get a table to hold your dinner with a choice of 3 vegetables and your fortune told for 35 cents.
I bet the floor show's terrible. Hey, how you holding up back there?
Fine.
What's that?
Don't know. Just getting her second wind, I guess. Can't imagine what the trouble is. Never acted this way before. At least, not lately. Ain't that a beautiful set of pipes?
Yes, beautiful, but go on and fix it.
Well, now, let's see. That could be the carburetor. Then again, it might be the ignition or the water pump.
Well, we'll pick out a good one, but let's get going. Look, I'm going to go on up to that farmhouse.
What for?
Well, I think I better phone my mother. She may have heard about the wreck, and she'd be worried. I'll be right back.
I'll go with you.
No, you stay there with Helen.
Doggone.
Can I help you with that?
I don't think so. Looks like the gas line's clogged. Ain't no gas coming through.
Is that you, Lulu? What is it this time? Chicken pox or measles?
It's not Lulu. It's me.
Who?
I'm sorry to break in so late at night, but our car broke down. We're on our way to Ogden. I was wondering if I could use your phone.
Oh, sure. Wait a minute. I come right down.
Honey, you're shivering. Here, take my coat.
Oh, no, please, Jace. Maybe we can wait in that farmhouse.
Good idea. Blow your horn when it's fixed, will you?
Okay, mister.
Come right in.
thank you. I'm awfully sorry to disturb you so late at night.
Oh, you don't disturb me. I thought you were my half-sister. She lives down a piece, and one of the kids always manages this time of the night to develop something. Oh, didn't I tell you? No. Oh.
What's the matter?
The girl taken out to fix.
We thought maybe we could warm up inside.
Oh, sure. Come right in. I am tickled to death to have callers. I rarely see anybody except the neighbors, and they are mostly my relatives, some kind or other. But you must be frozen going out this time of the night. It's no coat or anything.
Well, you see, they're eloping.
Eloping? Oh, how romantic. It takes me back to the time when I wanted Hiram to elope with me. But he wouldn't. He was afraid of my pa. You better come in the dining room. It's very much
excuse me. Where's the telephone?
Over there. Oh, and I left a little fire last night, so we put a little wood on it. Now, you see how warm it is? If I'm going to fix that fire.
Hello, operator. Give me long distance, please.
I'm going to make you some nice fresh tea.
Oh, please don't bother.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. It will take me only a minute. Make yourself at home. You see, I will be right back. It don't take so long to make some tea.
Hello, long distance. I want to put in a call to the Denver Tribune. Yes, in Denver, that's right.
Thanks a lot, Chief.
Hey, where'd they go?
Oh, it's you. You see, it was this way, mister. I was waiting there for you. Then that girl came along.
Never mind about that. Where did they go?
Oh, in that farmhouse. Hey, wait a minute. I owe you $20. A lunatic.
No, I tell you, I have Helen Carlson with me right now. Yes, that's right. I'm taking her to San Francisco as a surprise witness on the Callahan case. I practically lifted her from under the snoot of a dumb dick. Yeah, the story's the trip's body and soul. Hey, and wait a minute. Tell that hatchet puss Mitchell I want a bonus.
Hello, Toots.
What are you doing here?
I'm the pest control man. Where's that girl?
Crazy.
What girl?
Don't you see? We've got a chance to get something out of Lava.
Shayne.
Hey, what's he got to do with all this?
He's got nothing to do with it. I just met him on the train.
All right, then you better tell him goodbye. Come on, we're going.
She's not going with you.
Did you tell him why I'm taking you to San Francisco?
Yes.
Why don't you give her a break, Mike?
All right, now you just stay out of it.
You big lug, tossing that poor kid around. She's down and you're going to give her the last kick. Smearing a name across the headlines and all for a big fee from a small-town hoodlum.
And just what were your plans?
I'm going to help them.
Oh, big-hearted Hannah.
That's the truth.
Baby, I've seen you pull some fast ones in your day, but this is the best yet. Do you know who this campfire girl really is?
All I know is she's been on the level with us. She helped us off the train and got a car.
Well, maybe you should have done a little research work before you became so friendly. She's a reporter on the Denver Tribune.
He's crazy.
All you are is hot copy to her. Sure, dollars, headlines, circulation.
I don't believe it.
All right, call up the long-distance operator if you want to find out for yourself.
I call my mother.
Since when is your mother the night editor on the Denver Tribune? Well, you ready to go now?
I said she's not going with you. Why should she risk everything for some ex-convict who's probably getting just what's coming to him?
I don't think Helen told you everything.
What do you mean?
That someone else deserves a break just as much as she does. Callahan. I know he was in the pen once for robbery because I put him there. But he served this time. Since he got out, things have been pretty tough. But he's been going straight, that I know. There won't be any smart lawyers to defend him because he hasn't a dime. I got into this thing on account of his wife and kids. I want to see them get a break.
Nothing you say is going to stop us.
Come on, Helen.
Now, wait a minute, bud. Get out of my way.
No, I'm sorry, but she's not going to leave.
I said, get out of my way.
And I put that thing down. You don't realize what you're getting into.
I mean it, Shayne.
Come on. Give me that gun.
Jace, he's right. I've got to go back and clear Callahan. I've tried to run away from trouble lots of times, but I never could make it. No matter where I'd go, it'd always be after me. And I'd be dragging you along. You'd be worried and not happy. Not really happy.
Oh, yes, I would.
Listen, honey. I want you to go back to Avondale.
Helen.
I mean it, Jace. Oh, it'll always be part of you. Go back to your comfort and security.
But our plans, we can't throw them away like that.
Sure we can. Because I know it's right. Oh, it won't work. Go on back. It'll be much better than you think. Even your wife will be glad when she finds out you come home to her. Go on, honey. Give her a break.
Thanks, Helen.
Well, here I am. You see, it didn't take me very long. Oh, here is another one.
Yep.
He was waiting in the car.
Oh, but you shouldn't have left him.
Well, that's what I've always told her.
We better have tea before it gets cold.
Oh, well, I'm awfully sorry, but the car's ready and we really should go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. But I understand. You better run along.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Well, I'm sure you two will be very, very happy.
Thank you. I'm sure we will. Is there a bus through here to Avondale?
Oh, yes, it will be along the Denver bus pretty soon. But you told me you are going to Ogden.
Well, 3 of us are.
Oh, I see.
You've been so kind. Goodbye.
Oh, not at all. Goodbye, dear. And come and see me. Let me know how you are getting along.
No, we will.
Goodbye. God bless you all. It was lovely.
Goodbye, Helen. Good luck.
Goodbye, Jace. I know everything's going to be all right for both of us.
I hope so.
No regrets. And you won't miss the bus.
No.
Hey, never mind the prices. Everything's good here.
Just like old times eating in a joint like this again. Now I can eat what I like and how I like.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you like?
Well, I think I'll have the number 5, the double hamburger with the relish and the hot ketchup, the ground glass, and the melted cheese with plenty of onions.
You have to have those onions.
Certainly.
Hey, service. Service. I'm going to have the New England dinner, and the young lady will have the number 5 special with all the trimmings.
And plenty of onions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Miss Bentley.
Helen.
Hello.
Well, what are you doing? Mike, you didn't...
Oh, I forgot to tell you that she was working here. Say, doesn't she look great, huh?
You look swell. How do you like it?
Fine. I've got a place to hang my wardrobe and all I want to eat.
You're doing okay, huh?
Yeah. Getting so good I can balance 20 plates on one arm.
Mike, you deserve a gold star after your name for that one.
Oh, forget about it. Look, how about you staying on here a couple of days? We can lose ourselves in the Frisco fog and just kick the town around generally.
Oh, Mike, I'd love to, but I've got to get back to
Look,
Denver.
just give me 2 days. And then if I don't put a ring on your finger, I'll guarantee to put a couple under your eyes, huh? How about it?
Okay, I'll sign the lease.
That's a girl. Oh, look. Do you have to have those onions? Huh?
Oh, Mike, is that all you're worried about?
I can't help it.
Well, I'll fix that.
Ah, it's a pal.
Helen. Helen, would you please cancel those onions?
Cancel. Kill 'em.
I'd much rather have garlic.
Yeah, give her.
Leave it open, Mr. Shayne. It gives that careless look. So important to good dressing.
With me, things are too tough to look careless.
Well, if it isn't my old friend, the Private Dick.
Private investigator to you.
Mike, you're looking fine. Wonderful. If you looked any better, you'd have to be twins. I'm glad to see you, boy. Getting everything you want?
Well, I was just...
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing. You're sure dressed to kill. Say, isn't this the suit I told you to put away for another customer? You can't sell that suit. Well, all right, so I'll lose another customer. You're worth it, Mike. You're worth it. Does it fit? Like a glove.
Should fit like a suit.
Like a... You panicked me, Mike, from head to foot.
Now, look, Smiley, this has got to be right because I'm buying it to please a dame.
Any dame that's got the taste to go out with you will be crazy about that suit.
I'm not going out with her. I'm going to marry you.
Marry her? Well, that's marvelous. Wonderful. Congratulations, my congratulations. This is the suit, my boy. The preacher won't be able to look at anything else. Did you quote him a price on this?
No, sir.
Then I'll even do better. The complete outfit with a pair of shoes, $37.50, and we throw in the wedding ring. And if you buy an overcoat, you get a hat and a membership in our Christmas club, which entitles you to a credit slip for $5, good on any purchase over $50 if made before Christmas.
On track 7.
And all I want down from you, Mike, is a measly 10 spot.
I'll give you $2 and my old suit.
But that thing, the Moors would be ashamed to build a nest in that. Make it $5.
$2. And I won't bother to take the police whistle and the Gene Autry gun.
Here, hold on just a minute. What about your security?
What do you mean security? I've always paid you. I got an important case coming up any day now.
Well, all right. I'll take a chance. Goodbye, Mike. Good luck. I hope your marriage works out.
What do you mean works out?
Oh, so few of them do. Mike! Hey, Mike! This case you got coming up, is it dangerous?
Why?
Well, you got to go through such red tape to get a suit back from the morgue.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Mr. Shayne. Man, that suit's a killer.
Yeah, thanks. Hiya, Mike. Oh, hello, Jack. Hey, take it easy with that. That's going to be personal property in a couple of hours.
Well, today's the big day, eh?
Yes, sir.
I told Joan it'd be okay if she was a little late.
Oh, that's fine, Jack. That helps a lot.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah?
Have you thought it over?
Sure I thought it over. Why?
I'm a married man. I talk from experience. I'd rather put $2 on a horse than on a marriage license. You get a better run for your dough.
Well, thanks for the advice.
Hiya, Mike.
Hello.
Say, I'm sorry about that tip I gave you yesterday.
Yeah, he ran a bang-up 8th, charging in the stretch.
Hello, Mike. Hey,
Yeah?
I hear you're getting married.
Yes, you got any objections?
No, two can live as cheap as one, but if you ask me, it's worth the difference to stay single.
That's very funny. Hey, Brennan. Is Joan in?
Yes, Mike.
Good.
Say, I hear you're getting married.
Yes. I'm getting married. Now, just one crack out of you. Come on, just one crack and I'll...
Gee, it could happen to anybody. Oh, here comes Max Alleron. Better duck.
Oh, Mike. Can I put the lug on you for a couple of bucks? I'm a little short on my rent.
Now, look, the last time you clipped me, you went out and got loaded.
You're crazy. Some guy bought me a couple of beers, but I wasn't loaded.
No, you weren't loaded. You were just to that state where the sober guys looked awfully silly.
Okay, Shayne. If that's the way you feel about it.
It's the way I feel about it.
Hello, Mike.
Get in that contraption and get going.
Say, I hear you're getting married.
Come in.
Hey, Joan. Look. Nifty? Everything but the neon sign, huh?
Well, now you look like something.
Yeah.
You know, Gus had a suit like that once.
Now, look. Let's get this thing understood. Will you please stop throwing that two-bit hoofer up to me?
Well, I just want you to look nice. You don't get married every day.
Not to me, you don't.
Say, the bridesmaids are tossing off a little brawl for us after the show.
What bridesmaids?
The girls and the daddy let me light your cigar number.
Oh, that's swell. Say, how about a cup of coffee? You can't get married on an empty stomach.
I saved you a cup.
Good.
Got the ring?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see it.
I got it. Shayne never forgets.
What'd you do with the Cracker Jack?
Hey, don't try it on. That's bad luck.
Couldn't be any worse. The wedding license is so old now it's out of print.
Quit grabbing, Johnny. I've had my coffee. We're set.
How about a couple of bucks for flowers?
Couple of bucks? Sure. Yeah. There's $1. I don't want George Washington to get lonesome. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
That's funny. I could have sworn I heard somebody scream.
Somebody's always screaming around this flop house.
I'll be right back, honey.
Mike! Hey, Mike! Oh.
Hey, Emily, what's all of... Lou Lathrop. Well, whoever staged this little melodrama certainly had cracked chimes in their belfry. Come on, Emily, pull yourself together. That's a good girl. Say now, who is this dame?
Miss Vance.
Miss Vance?
Desiree Vance.
Oh. Look, you mop up your tears. Run downstairs and tell Brennan to come right up here, will you? He's gonna love this.
Hello. Oh, hello, Mike. Listen, I'm busy.
You're gonna be busier. Look, how much dough will you pay for an exclusive on a double murder? I'll give you 5 minutes head start over the cops.
I'll tell you what it's worth after you give me the dope.
Lou Lathrop, the broken-down producer, and Desiree Vance were knocked off last night.
Well, that's worth $100. Who did it? Well, what do you know?
All I know is that the joint up here looks like the second-act curtain from Macbeth. They must have been given some kind of a banquet or something. They were both in costume. No, I don't know what it was for or anything about it yet.
Listen, Mike, if you dig up the murderer for me, exclusive, I'll give you 400 more.
Oh, you got yourself a deal, sweetheart. As soon as I get any hot copy, you'll get it. But you send over that $100 right away, will you? Good. Oh, 100 simoleons.
I was just...
So was I. Did you tell Brennan?
No, I was just going to.
Oh, go on. Go on, hurry up. Oh. Right here, baby.
If you think you can keep me waiting around this hotel while you go chasing screams, you'll quit.
Isn't it terrific? I've made $100 already, and there's 400 more coming up as soon as I put my finger on the killer. Why, it's Niagara Falls and all the trimmings for us, baby.
You're dead.
Sure. It's no wax museum. Now, you get out of here before the police come. I don't want you mixed up in this. Come on.
Oof, gives me the creeps.
Oh, Cherry Coke will fix you up. Now, I'll have this taken care of in a couple of hours. You keep the preacher away. Go on. Oh, it's you.
What happened, Mike?
You're in luck, Brennan. Couple of murders.
In luck? Do you know what that means to this hotel?
Sure. You'll be all over the front pages tomorrow morning. The public will forget about that gambling raid you had last month.
What a mess. Funny, Lathrop's been in this suite since 1915, and there's never been anything like this before. Now we'll have to get that chair reupholstered. You can't take bloodstains out of that material.
I gotta call the police.
Well, tell them not to take the bodies through the lobby this time.
Keep your eye open for this bird. I got a tip he's in town. Inspector Pearson speaking. Oh, hello, Mike. You don't say. You don't say. Well, glad to hear you haven't lost your sense of public responsibility. We'll be right over. Oh, Mike, don't pick up the murderer before we get there. Come on, Al, a double murder at the Hotel Due North.
Business is picking up, Chief. They're coming in pairs now.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I always said this chair belonged here.
Hey, Brennan, you got any idea what this costume ball was all about?
Must have something to do with that hit show he produced years ago.
What makes you think that?
They're wearing the same costumes. There's the program.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Desiree Vance. Oh, she's dead. Julian Davis. Say, you know anything about him?
He was in that show.
You should have been a detective. Oh, David Earl. Say, that name sounds familiar.
He's the real estate operator.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. You know anything about Angus Duncan and Faye Dalrymple?
Never heard of him.
Oh, Max Aileron. Say, I never knew that he worked for Lathrop. Martin Larkin. Helen Hollis and Carlo Ralph. Do you know them?
No.
Hmm. Did you see any of the people who came up here last night?
No, I had a light day yesterday. Only worked from 10 to 10. Lathrop's parties never started till 11.
I guess just 4 of them showed up.
How do you know that?
Only 4 of the places have been used. Smart, huh?
That's right. You know, Mike, the Vance woman used to come here a lot. Last week, when I was walking down the hall and happened to glance through the transom, I saw Lathrop giving her some money. She was mad about something. If you want my opinion, it's a murder and a suicide. She killed him and then shot herself.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Then she hung the rifle back up in the wall, huh?
Rifle? What's that got to do with it?
Well, just for the files. Lathrop was killed with a rifle and his sweetie with a revolver.
How do you know that?
Well, the way Lathrop's head is mussed up. Couldn't have been done by anything but a dum-dum bullet from a rifle. And that baby has been fired recently. Whereas a revolver, on the other hand, makes a small, neat hole like the one in the Vance dame's head.
Well, that complicates things.
You know any sleight of hand?
I used to know a match trick. Everybody liked it.
Well, you'll have to show it to me sometime.
I've got to go downstairs and make up Lathrop's closing bill. Don't forget about telling them not to bring the bodies through the lobby.
I'll have them shipped out parcel post.
This is it, all right. Stay in the hall and don't let anybody in, especially the reporters.
Welcome to our Chamber of Horrors, Inspector.
Hello, Mike. Appreciate your calling us right away.
That's okay.
Sure you haven't touched anything?
Nope, only the Coronas. Here, have one.
Thanks. Shot.
In the head.
What are all these places? What are they advertising anyway?
Well, it isn't vitamin B1.
What's this?
Oh, I found that on Lathrop's head. The murderer must have put it there after he shot him.
What'd they do that for?
Maybe he liked Airedales, I don't know.
I had a dog like that once. He'd eat anything. Was very fond of children.
Say, did you notice that only 4 of these places were used?
No, I didn't.
Gotta keep your eyes open, Shayne.
Well, maybe the killers are so nervous they couldn't eat, huh?
That's right.
There's your cast of characters, Inspector. The murderer is usually the one near the bottom.
The last one here. Oh, wise guy. Hey, that's funny. Carlo Ralph, who played the dog, is the last one on the program. And that ties up with the dog head.
You catch on quick.
Inspector! Inspector! Inspector!
What is it, Al?
Look at that bed.
What about it?
It hasn't been slept in.
Go on.
Well, it seems that Lathrop didn't go to bed last night.
Yeah, I guess after being murdered, he was too tired to come into bed. How did you get in here? I told my Who are you?
I'm David Earl.
Oh, you were in that show, Sweethearts of Paris.
Yes.
What are you doing here?
Well, I had an appointment with Lathrop at 11 o'clock this morning. I walked into the living room and saw... Then I heard voices in here.
What? How did you get in here, Mr. Earl?
I came through the special entrance from the theater next door.
Special entrance? What kind of, where is it?
Over here. Lathrop built this to get to the theater without going through the street. You see, he owned it before it was turned into a burlesque house.
Yeah. Say, why did you come up through the theater?
Well, my office is in 45th Street. It's shorter to come this way. I've been doing it for 20 years.
Is this door kept locked?
Lathrop never locked it, to my knowledge.
That's fine. Anybody from the theater could have walked in here last night. Now that you're here, Mr. Earl, maybe you can explain a few things to us regarding this setup.
This is pretty sad business for me, Inspector. I worked for Lathrop a long time. We were very close pals.
Were you at the party last night?
Yes.
Who else was here?
Well, there was Julian Davis, Desiree Vance, Lathrop, and myself.
Why was the table set for 8?
Lathrop set places for all the cast, whether they were dead or alive, for sentimental reasons.
Say, what's Davis doing now?
He's a stockbroker.
Oh.
Were you the last to leave?
No, Davis was here when I left.
Somebody else. When does the balloon go up? Hey! What do you think you're doing, Bud?
Eh?
I said, what are you doing here?
Oh, Mr. Lathrop pays me extra to clean up for him.
Hello, Otto.
Hello, Mr. Shayne.
He's the doorman at the theater.
How do you know?
My girl's in the show.
Oh. Get this, I don't want anything touched around here. Nothing. Until I'm through with the investigation.
Investigation?
Yeah, investigation. Lathrop and Desiree Vance were murdered here last night.
Murdered?
Yeah. Say, how did you get in here anyway?
Through the theater entrance.
Now, wait a minute. We've been standing in front of that door.
But I came through this door, directly into the kitchen.
You mean there's another?
He's right. This leads to the passageway, too.
Say, what is this, an apartment or a fun house? You know anything about the party here last night?
After my 11 o'clock round, I came up here and fixed the food, like Mr. Lathrop told me.
Did you serve at the party?
No, I had to get back to the theater.
Was that the last time you saw Lathrop?
No, I came up here again to bring some ice after everybody left the theater.
Was there anyone here besides Lathrop and Desiree Vance?
There was a woman here. She was talking to Mr. Lathrop.
Did you hear anything she said?
No, I couldn't see. Her back was to the service window.
See? Do you have to see to hear anything?
Well, he's almost deaf. He reads your lips.
Ah. Who was the woman?
Huh?
I said, who was the woman?
I don't know. I never saw her before.
Otto, could you describe her or tell us anything about her?
Oh, well, she had on a hat.
What kind of a hat?
With what they're wearing nowadays, just you try and describe a hat.
Was she tall or short?
What?
Was she tall? Never mind. I'll get around to you later. Just keep your mouth shut about this murder. Go on.
I'll get it.
Never mind, I'll get it.
No, I'll get it. Why don't you watch where you're going?
Where's the phone?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. I'll answer the phone. I'm running this case.
Well, all right. I was only trying to help. He's getting sore.
Hello?
Yes.
Lou, this is Connie Earl. Father hasn't come home all night. I thought perhaps he'd found out about us. I've been terribly worried.
Yeah, I know all about that, honey. Look, don't bother me now, will you? I'm busy. I'll be down in a couple of minutes.
Who was it?
Who's that screwball dame of mine? She's getting impatient. We're supposed to get hitched this morning.
Well, congratulations. Stop using that phone!
I'm not using.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Earl. Sorry I got sidetracked.
It's quite all right.
Want to ask you a few more questions.
Did Lynn Evans ever attend these parties?
She came to the first one, but I haven't seen her since.
Who's Lynn Evans?
She was a chorus girl in Lathrop's show. Lathrop was sweet on her till Desiree Vance came into the picture. Do you think the murderer might have been a member of the cast?
I haven't even started thinking.
That's right, Inspector.
Quiet. Say, how did you happen to find this massacre in the first place?
Well, you see, my girl lives on the floor below. I heard Emily the maid screaming, so I came up.
And the maid was the first one to see them.
That's right.
Get her up here, Al.
Oh, that's all right, Al. I'm going now. I'll tell her. Oh, Mr. Earl, your daughter's name is Connie, isn't it?
Why, yes, but what's that got to do with this?
Oh, nothing. Just that she's very pretty. I've seen her picture in the rota section.
Hey, what are you driving at?
Take a look at those guns on the wall inside, Inspector. I think one of them killed Lathrop.
Oh, hello, Mike.
Hello, Joe. It's all yours.
They said there were two of them dead.
That's right. You're right in the middle of a boomtown. Oh, Emily, wait a minute. The police want to talk to you. Now, there's nothing to be nervous about. All you have to do is answer their questions.
Mr. Shayne,
Stop worrying, will you, Emily? They don't know that you're Lynn Evans. Hey, Brennan, anybody ask for me?
Over there. Have they found out anything yet?
No, they're waiting for Professor Quiz. You from the Observer?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Mike Shayne.
Oh. Here's a Valentine from the editor.
Mm-hmm. With love and kisses, eh? I thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's the rest of the dope?
As soon as I get anything to peddle, I'm playing along with you guys. Just as long as you keep me dizzy seeing 10 spots in front of my eyes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Earl. We can reach you at your office anytime?
Yes, of course.
Well?
They've been dead about 10 hours. Lathrop was shot with a rifle. It could have been that one on the wall.
Have that rifle checked out.
Right.
And the Vance woman with a revolver. Looks like you got a tough case on your hands, Inspector.
The tougher they come, the better
we like them.
Say, if you see any reporters downstairs, keep quiet. I don't want the papers to get hold of this before I'm ready.
Sure.
Hey, Jasper, you're supposed to be on duty.
Yes, sir.
You, Miss Earl?
Yes?
I thought you'd show up when you couldn't call back.
What do you mean?
Hey, driver, once around the block.
Look here, what's the meaning of all this?
Take it easy, Miss Earl. I only want to talk to you.
Who are you?
I'm Michael Shayne, private investigator.
Go on.
I just talked to you over the phone from Lathrop's apartment.
What happened? I was disconnected.
Oh, nothing much, except that Lathrop and Desiree Vance were knocked off last night.
You mean?
Yeah. And right now, Inspector Pearson is pouring a lot of heat on your father.
My father wouldn't do a thing like that.
Oh, I don't know. He seems to be a pretty good liar. He's up there telling the police what great pals he and Lathrop were.
That's right. They were good friends.
Now, wait a minute. That doesn't tally with the story you just gave me over the phone.
Father was a little upset about losing interest in my career, but...
If anybody should get down off a hack and ask you, your old man had plenty of motive for killing Lathrop.
Well, if a motive is the only thing you're looking for, I happen to know that Julian Davis had plenty. He embezzled Lathrop
Out of 28,000 slugs, yes.
How did you know?
A private investigator has to keep a jump ahead of the cops.
Then the police don't know about our telephone conversation?
You don't have to worry about your father yet. Say, do you know where this Julian Davis lives?
Yes, a Central Park Manor.
Hey, Bud. Well, here's where I get out. Oh, by the way, I advise you not to go back to the hotel. Your father will be home by the time you get there.
Goodbye, Mr. Shayne.
One more thing. You and your father better get your stories straight before the police start asking any more questions. Bye-bye. Hello.
Also, how are you today?
Fine, thanks. Mr. Davis in?
Mr. Davis, he got company on the inside. Would you coming in, please?
Yeah, thanks.
What the name I am giving, please?
Mr. Shayne.
Also, just one moment, please, Mr. Shayne.
Okay, also.
No, not also. Fukumoto.
If this gets out, you know what'll happen. What is it?
Pleasing to telling you, Mr. Shayne to see you, sir.
I don't know any Mr. Shayne.
It might be well worth your while to know him, Mr. Shayne.
Without too much ado, to what do we owe this rude intrusion?
I'm a private investigator. Reasonable rate, service guaranteed.
And what prompts you to feel that we need such a service?
It's all very simple. You were a principal in the cast of Sweethearts in Paris. You chiseled Lou Lathrop out of 28 grand. Lou Lathrop is dead, as you already know, and you had plenty of reason to put him away.
My dear fellow, your brash manner is only exceeded by the liberties you take with the English language. What makes you think I chiseled anybody?
Just save the oratory, Mr. Davis. You're gonna need it. I'm turning you over to Inspector Pearson.
Just a moment.
Who are you?
I am Mrs. Lathrop.
Well, this is better than I expected. I didn't know that Lathrop had a wife. When did you see your husband last?
I don't know what your game is, but Lou and I have been separated for 3 years. Mr. Davis happens to be a friend of mine.
Never mind the embroidery. When did you see your husband last?
I haven't seen him for 6 months.
Mm-hmm. The police will be glad to know that you were in your husband's apartment last night.
What makes you think so?
This is your cigarette, isn't it? Camera? It was found in Lathrop's apartment.
Incredible deduction, Mr. Shayne. Except that Mrs. Lathrop happens to be only one of thousands who prefer a better class of cigarette. So I can't see what that proves.
Oh, it doesn't prove anything to me, but the police might think differently.
What they think doesn't interest me. It's what they can prove.
Well, if they ever saw this, they could prove plenty. Now, I'm in a position to help you.
Perhaps you are.
But only if you tell the truth. Now, what about this?
An unfortunate circumstance. Mr. Lathrop gave me $28,000 in securities to trade for some steel. However, I saw a chance to make a handsomer profit in the Hercules Rubber Company.
Oh, yes, that's the company that folded when they pulled the president off the boat to South America.
As Shakespeare said, who knows on whom their fortune would have smiled.
You better learn a fast tap routine to that before you try it on a jury.
Believe me, Mr. Shayne, Julian had nothing to do with the murder.
Well, I guess you got something there. It was too clever a job. But it wouldn't look so hot for the gentleman on my right if they were to find this receipt.
Maybe you'd like to sell that, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, no, that would be unethical.
Perhaps you could help us in some other way.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. Do I understand that you want to hire me?
Put it any way you like.
All right, we'll put it this way. You are retaining me on behalf of Mr. Davis to pick up the murderer.
That's satisfactory. I'll give you $100 on account.
Yeah. If you think I'm going to say on account of what, you're crazy.
There'll be 400 more when the case is cleaned up.
Oh, no. I turned in my Boy Scout badge 15 years ago. This is the way I make my living. I got to pay for this suit. Make it 900.
That's a lot of money.
You can afford it, baby. 900 or I don't take the case.
Oh, very well.
And one thing more. I'm turning up the murderer no matter who. All right? Well, now that we're getting so clubby, suppose you tell me what you were doing up there last night.
When Julian told me it was necessary to reimburse my husband for the money he'd lost or go to jail, I decided to see Lou in order to verify the fact.
Checking up, huh?
Well, Julian's often a little careless about business details.
I can understand that. What happened?
I offered to buy the receipt. Lou refused to listen to reason, so I left.
That's everything you know?
Everything.
Oh, Mrs. Lathrop, do you always use this kind of lipstick?
Why, yes.
They make some now that don't come off on glasses. Well, you'll be hearing from me. Hello, Otto.
Hello, Mr. Shayne.
Say, Otto, maybe you can be of some help to me. You know, I haven't had a case in a long while, and I'm going to get married.
Sure, Mr. Shayne. What is it?
There was a wine glass in front of one of those unused places up on Lathrop's table. Now, if I could be sure that a woman used that glass, it would be a swell clue.
But how could... Yes. I remember now. That woman I saw alone with Mr. Lathrop might have been drinking.
What makes you say that?
I saw Mr. Lathrop pouring wine for her.
Oh, that's fine, Otto. That's a lot of help.
Anytime for you, Mr. Shayne.
Have a cigar. Don't bother to smell it. It's good, I know. I didn't buy it.
Thank you.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, Mike.
You're a little off your beat, aren't you? What are you doing here?
I'm watching the theater entrance of Lathrop's apartment.
Yeah.
You're getting an old shoe, my foot's gonna be in it.
Yeah, well, now, just keep your shirts off, girls. By the time that curtain rings down tonight, Joan and I'll be tied tighter in a snare drum.
See you tonight.
Yes.
Better grab him, Jones, before he gets away.
Oh, hello, honey.
Well, what happened, and make it good.
Now, take it easy, baby. This Lathrop case will set us up.
When are we gonna get hitched?
Honey, we're collecting coupons.
When are we gonna get married? That's all I want to know.
Look, I'll meet you at your room at 6 o'clock. Go down and choke yourself with a silver fox. 6 o'clock.
Come on. What's the matter? They played 3 introductions.
Look, I'll see you after the matinee and be there. I don't want to take any more ribbing from the girls.
Stop worrying.
Come on, Joan, get on there. Please, Mike, don't fight on my time.
All to myself, here we are alone, and I can't think of a thing better than that. I've got you all to myself, now we're on our own. It's all like pulling a dream out of a hat. My lucky day is here, no one else is near, and it seems that we're somewhere in the stratosphere. I've got you all to myself, and I mean all to myself, 'cause now at last I've got you alone.
You boys can sure lay it down. Say, tell me, do you act too?
Yes, sir, we sure does.
All right, then. I'm going to give you an audition. And if I like your performance, I'll give you $5 apiece.
$5? Mister, lead us to it.
Okay, come on, Jim. Right this way. Come on.
Hey, this leads to Mr. Lathrop's apartment, don't it?
Yeah, why?
Not me. He and this Dizzy Vance was murdered here last night.
No kid. Is that so?
But, boss, listen.
Take it easy. Couple of cops out in front of the apartment. Hey, Rusty. I want you to get me one of those rifles off the wall.
The bodies ain't in there, is they?
No, they've been sent down to morgue. Go on. You aren't nervous, are you?
No, sir. But every time I take a step, one knee says to the other, get out of my way and let me pass. Mr. Shayne, is this thing loaded?
No, Lathrop only used them for decorations.
Well, I don't want to be decorated.
Hey, Rusty, give it here. Now, pull the curtains on the windows and light the candles on that table.
What for, boss?
That's to get you in the mood for acting. Shh.
What we gonna act, boss?
Little murder scene.
What murder scene?
The murder that was committed here last night.
Huh?
You wanted to act, didn't you?
I would have to open my big mouth. I just thought of something I have to do down in the theater.
Wait a minute, come here. You're not scared too, are you?
I ain't exactly scared, but my underwear is peeping up on me.
Come on. Sit down there, Sam. Hey, Rusty, see that wand over in that case? Bring it here, will you? Oh, that's a good boy. Now, Rusty, you sit down there and rest your eyes, huh? Relax, will you? You ought to feel happy. It's the easiest $5 you ever picked up.
Elucidate me, will you, boss? What am I sitting here for?
Lathrop was shot in that chair. Now, Lathrop's dead. He can't hurt you.
I can feel it. His ghost is still in here.
You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Oh, you're crazy. Science has proven there's no such thing. The regeneration of life in this world has been entirely discredited.
I still do.
Look at that candle. You see anything?
Yes, sir.
What?
Candle?
No. I mean, you see anything odd about it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, lean forward a little. Just a little bit more. Now, do you see anything?
No, sir.
Oh, that's swell. I just want to make sure you couldn't see the gun.
Gun? What gun?
The gun that's pointing at your head.
Wow!
Now, take it easy. Now, I'm going to show you boys how one person can kill two birds simultaneously.
You ain't gonna kill me for $5, is you?
Look, now, the murderer stood here with a revolver in his right hand, and with his left, he fired the rifle by pulling this wand. It's very simple, isn't it? Now, are there any more questions you boys would like to ask?
When can I get out of here?
That's all for the matinee. You can go right now.
Hey, wait a minute. You forgot your $5. You'll never get rich that way.
Boss, right now I can make myself a fortune. Hire myself out as a vibrator.
There you are.
Hello, Max.
Oh, it's you, Shayne.
Mm-hmm. Say, that's the hit tune from Lathrop's show you were playing, isn't it?
Yeah, I wrote it. In 4/4 time, would make a nice dirge for his funeral. What's on your mind, Shayne?
Oh, nothing. I just thought I'd drop in, toss the gab with you. Hey, what's this? You doing your own housework now?
I use that to dust off guys like you.
Hey, that's pretty good. I didn't know you were a magician, too.
Guys gotta eat. I pick up a few extra bucks with these gadgets, benefits and smokers.
You don't need these gadgets to pick up a couple of bucks.
Meaning the murder, Shayne?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I'll talk if there's anything in it. Last night, about 1 o'clock, I heard a shot in Lathrop's apartment.
A shot? 2 people were killed up there.
These ears haven't gone back on me yet. My room's right under Lathrop's kitchen.
What you really heard were 2 shots fired simultaneously.
Might have been at that. You're smart, Shayne.
Oh, well. Don't spread it around. You knew Lathrop quite well, didn't you?
Sure. I directed music for a couple of his shows years ago.
Did you ever visit his apartment?
Certainly not. He never asked me.
And how did you know your room was right under his kitchen?
Oh, that. My nose hasn't gone back on me either.
You know anything about Carl Ralph?
Say, there's a guy with a real motive for a double murder.
What makes you say that?
He was once married to Daisy Vance. They were a popular vaudeville team before the war.
Yeah, go on, go on.
Well, big-hearted Lathrop went sweet on Desiree and signed them up for Sweethearts of Paris. He broke up the team, made Desiree a leading lady, and gave Carlo a walk-on as Depot the dog. It wound up in Desiree leaving Carlo. When we got in the war, he went overseas.
Yeah, you know, that's just about the way that I figured it out. Well, I guess Carlo Ralph was our man, huh?
You never miss.
It's a gift.
There's only one hitch, smart guy.
What's that?
Carlo Ralph was killed in Chateau Thierry in 1918. I was in his company.
That's gonna cost you just $2.
It was worth it.
Yes?
Hello. I'd like to take a look at Desiree Vance's room.
Who are you?
I'm a police officer.
Well, how many...
Inspector Pearson sent me down. It's all right.
Well, I declare, you can't tell nowadays when a policeman is and when he ain't a policeman. When I was a girl, they weren't ashamed to wear their uniforms.
Yeah, that's what the chief always says.
Mr. Pearson's the chief, ain't he?
Yeah. Of course, we guys do all the work. He's strictly a desk man. Of course, if you have his brains, you can do it that way. Hello, Inspector.
Hello. Where you been all day, Shayne?
On a West Indian cruise. What have you been doing?
Oh, I was talking to... Who wants to know?
Hey, what's that?
I don't know. I found it in the trunk. It's locked.
Say, Inspector.
What?
Did anybody know you were coming here?
Yeah, why?
A guy that would kill 2 people would stop at nothing. Listen.
A time bomb. That's what I thought. Throw it out the window. No, put it in the bag. Here, I'll put it in the... Hey, come here, will you?
Hey! You want to make a buck?
Sure.
You know where the Hotel du Nord is?
Yeah, right
All
about
right,
foot.
give this to Miss Joan Lamar. You got that, Joan Lamar? There's your buck. Beat it.
Okay.
What'd you do with it? I doused it in the sewer there.
Good. Mike, you saved my life.
Oh, think nothing of it, Inspector. I guess somebody thought you knew too much, huh?
Yeah, Davis.
Davis?
Sure. Mike, I'm going to let you in on something. We checked and found out he embezzled Lathrop out of 28 grand. There's our motive.
That's so.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I won't be needing this anymore.
Huh?
Central Park Manor and step on it. What's the matter? Never mind what's the matter. You've got to get out of here. Go on, put your coat on.
Just a minute. What is all this?
Now, look. The police found out about your little deal with Lathrop. I'm lucky to have him picked you up already. I'd be out my $900. Go on, hurry it up.
Good heavens! What have you done?
That hurt me much more than it did the inspector.
Do you realize this porcelain vase dates back to the Ming Dynasty?
You'll date back to the county jail unless you get out of here fast.
Haven't you any aesthetic value at all?
Never mind about it.
Did I get you here quick enough?
Someday you're gonna get a ticket for flying too low over Broadway. Hey, Sam, you got the keys to the prop room?
Yes, sir.
Well, come on.
Just a minute. I doesn't have to understand no more corpses, does it?
Oh, come on. Yes, this ought to do very nicely. Sam, I want to hide this guy here. Now, you keep your trap closed and your eyes open. And take care of his chow.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. Make yourself away from home. There's a comfortable seat.
What is that strange contraption?
That Hamlet is an electric chair. Might as well get used to it. Be seeing you. Sam, let's put that key where I can get it quick.
I'll put it right here, boss.
Yeah.
Phew, that was a narrow escape, boss.
Yeah, it wasn't termites either. Come on, let's get out of here.
Hello, baby.
7 o'clock. Where's the preacher?
Oh, never mind about that now. Where's that box I sent you?
That's your idea of a gag.
Now, what did you do with it?
Well, there wasn't anything in it but some pictures and a silly old love letter.
A love letter? How'd you get that box open?
With a hairpin.
Well, where's the letter?
I tore it up.
You what?
Well, I don't know any Carlo Ralph.
Ooh, the stork that brought you should have been arrested for peddling dope.
You tell me what's so important?
But this might be the key to everything.
Sure, sure. Everything's important to you but our marriage. What'll the girls think? At least Gus never humiliated me.
Gus, I thought you promised never to remind me of that palooka again.
Well, Gus was dependable.
Here, listen to this. Desiree, darling, I know you'll be surprised to hear from me. The terrible ordeal of 10 months in a German prison camp is finally over, but it has left its mark.
You have worked on 5 murder cases, and how many have you solved? None.
I am trying to get an act together as I have the promise of a booking in Berlin. I live only in the hope that you'll join me here, that we may forget the past and start life together anew. Your loving husband, Carlo. Hey, can you tie that?
What?
This letter is postmarked Munich, Germany, 1920. And Carlo Ralph wasn't killed at Chateau Thierry.
I'm through. I've had enough. I've waited and waited and waited, and what happens? Nothing. I wouldn't even expect you to show up at your own funeral. Honey, I gotta run downstairs for a minute.
But Mike!
I'll be right back.
That's what you think.
Hey, Joni. Joan. Oh, come on, be sensible. I'm doing this for the both of us. Hello, Inspector.
Oh, hello.
Say, Don't tell me they're making keyholes big enough to get your fist through.
I got this from Davis, but he'll pay plenty. I caught up with him in his apartment, and he let me have it when my back was turned. He and his gang.
You don't mean he got away?
I should say not. I just got an anonymous phone call that he's hiding in the theater here. Al and the boys will be along in a minute, and we'll pick him up. Here they are now. Hey! What's the matter? You going blind?
Well, Inspector,
Shut up. Sergeant, take a couple of men, go around the back. Al and I will go in the front. Keep your big eyes open, will you?
Hey, Davis. Davis. Holy smoke. Don't scare me like that, will you? Come on, get out of here. What's it, Mr. Shayne? The police are after me. Police? Get back. Get back in.
Frank, you look around in here and we'll search the dressing rooms.
Yes, sir.
Stop! Sergeant! What happened?
Two men just ran out of here and locked me in.
They must have gone that way. Inspector! Inspector! There he is! Stand around, shoot! Hey, Chief, are you all right? I don't right, Chief.
Hurry up. Hamlet, we're in a jam that may be raspberries. I gotta keep you away from the law if I want to collect from your girlfriend.
Really, Mr. Shayne, this whole thing's getting on my nerves.
Look, after I catch the murderer, you can have a nervous breakdown if you like. Now keep quiet. Might as well sit down and ease your mind. Looks like we're stuck for a while until I figure some way of getting you out of here. You play honeymoon bridge?
Do I play honeymoon bridge? I shall never forget the time we were stranded in Chillicothe. We were playing Romeo and Juliet at the time, and the scenery went to Cleveland by mistake.
Oh, looks like the police checked this room already.
By the way, if you want to leave here, I have a suggestion to make.
Yeah?
There's another way out.
You mean to say there's another entrance to this homicide parlor?
If you knew Lou as well as I did, you wouldn't question it. Lou always insisted on taking a fatherly interest in his leading lady. So to facilitate matters, he arranged she should occupy the suite immediately below.
Well, for the love of Michael Shayne. Oh, come on.
Why, she looks like,
Lynn Evans?
Yes.
That's who it is.
But how could she? Is she dead?
Yep. To whoever finds me, I killed Lou Lathrop and Desiree Vance. Lou was my first sweetheart, and she came between us. I've never forgotten or forgiven either of them. Last night was too much for me. I couldn't stand it. I killed them. Lynn Evans.
Why, this ends our case, Mr. Shayne. I can go home now.
Oh, no, no. You're going to stay right here with me.
Why?
She didn't commit suicide.
What do you mean?
Come on, I'll explain it to you later.
Hey, Joe.
Joni. She's gone again. You can never trust these dames. Hello. Hello, give me the backstage of the Athena Theater.
Life is full of strange adventures. Here I find myself in a girl's room. A beautiful girl whom I've never even met.
Now, just take it easy, Hamlet. She'll be a blustering bride before midnight.
Is that so?
And when she comes back, tell her to wait here for me, will you? Oh, hello, Otto. This is Mike Shayne.
Hello, Mr. Shayne.
Otto, there's one more thing I want you to do for me. Can you meet me in Lathrop's apartment?
Why, yes, Mr. Shayne. But I can't get away from here until 9 o'clock when the relief man comes on.
Oh, that's all right. That's fine. Just a little more help, and I think we got this solved. I'll meet you there at 9 o'clock.
I'll be there.
Now, you wait here until I pick up the murderer. You've got plenty of time for that nervous breakdown now.
Come in.
Hello, Max.
Oh, it's you again.
Mm-hmm.
You turned up the Lathrop killer yet, Shayne?
Max, you lied to me about Carla Ralph being killed in the war.
Why, Mike, I wouldn't lie to a smart guy like you.
Listen, you know plenty. Well, I'm cracking this case pretty quick, and I'm getting the last bit of evidence in Lathrop's apartment at 9 tonight. Well, have a good night's sleep.
Hello, Shayne. We got a little date downtown.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Al. I got this whole thing sewed up. Look, the inspector gave me his personal okay. He's going to be awfully slow when he hears it.
Thought you were pretty smart, eh, Shayne? You know I wanted Davis for murder, and you helped him get away. I'm gonna send you up for a nice long stretch.
You almost set me up for good when you took that pot shot at me in the theater.
What pot shot? I didn't fire my gun.
Well, somebody did. The bullet almost parted my hair.
Did you fire at him, Al?
Not me. I heard a shot, but I thought it was you, Inspector.
Now, wait a minute. If neither one of you fired, doesn't that prove that the murderer was in the theater? You know, it couldn't have been Davis. He was right by my side the whole time.
Now, wait a minute, Shayne.
It's simple arithmetic, Inspector. Whoever the real murderer is, he's trying to pin it on to Davis. That half-burned receipt was a plant, and a clumsy one at that. And who do you think called you up and told you Davis was down at the theater?
Search me.
It was the killer, of course. Here's another one for your scrapbook. You can pick up the body of the third victim at room 516.
What?
Emily, the maid at the hotel, was murdered.
This is the screwiest case I've ever had. Lock him up, Al, before I'm murdered.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Inspector. I'll make you a proposition.
Nothing doing.
Now, listen to me, will you? I think that I've made a date with the killer at Lathrop's apartment at 9 p.m.
Shayne, you've played your last trick on me.
I got nothing up my sleeve. If I'm wrong, I'll turn Davis over to you on a pair of ruby-studded handcuffs. Now, is that fair enough?
I don't know.
Well, you'll hog all the front pages. Inspector Pearson of the homicide picks up triple killer in 24 hours. Now, you wouldn't object to that, would you?
Frankly, no. That'd suit me fine. But you never deliver.
I will this time. Here's all you gotta do. You get up to Lathrop's apartment before 9 o'clock. Plant yourself in the study behind those glass doors.
And where are you going?
Oh, stop worrying. I'll be there.
Ah, no, you don't.
All right, then have Al stick with me, okay? And when you get up there, keep your gun ready. When you hear me mention the time, 12 o'clock, that's your signal.
What do you mean, 12 o'clock?
When I say 12 o'clock, you step out and nail him.
Okay.
Atta boy.
But you better be right. I'll call the corner and have him meet me at the due north.
Oh, one more thing. You better take the cop off the theater entrance. I got a hunch the murderer may be coming up that way.
All right. But if I get conked in the eye again, look out.
516. Say, ain't this the room the maid was murdered in?
That's right.
Hey.
Hey, where you going? Up to Lathrop's apartment to meet the killer. It's open house if you want to come along.
No, I better stay down here and watch.
Get back, Inspector. I can see your shadow.
Hello, Mr. Shayne.
Hello, Otto. Not too loud, huh? Come on, sit down.
I'm sorry I couldn't get here sooner, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, that's all right. It's nice of you to help me out.
Oh.
You know, Otto, I think I've almost got this figured out. Just one link in the chain missing. If I could get that.
How can I help you?
You must have read in the papers that Lathrop was killed with a rifle and the Vance dame with a revolver. Now, I can understand why they didn't see the rifle. But what beats me is why they didn't scream or jump up or do something when the killer pulled a revolver on them.
Why wouldn't they seize a rifle, Mr. Shayne?
Because the murderer had clamped it to that sill over there. The end of the barrel was hidden under that candlestick.
How do you know that?
When the rifle went off, it left a burn. The murderer tried to make believe it was done by a cigarette.
What?
But the killer tried to make it appear it was from a cigarette. But no cigarette ever made a burn like that.
Ah, that's wonderful, Mr. Shayne.
Well, that's what I get paid for. Now, the murderer stood here, and he fired the rifle by rigging the trigger to this wand with magician's thread.
Oh, that's very clever.
Yeah, isn't it?
Ah, let me see it.
Sure. You know any magic tricks, Otto?
Huh?
Do you know any magic tricks?
No, I don't, but I've seen them do it in theaters. Maybe it was done like that.
Say, that's pretty good. I think maybe you've hit it.
I'm going to kill you, Mr. Shayne.
Why, Otto? Why should you kill me?
You know too many things.
I know that you're Carla Ralph.
Yeah. Beppo the dog.
And that you killed Lathrop, Desiree Vance, and Lynn Evans.
You are the only one who'll ever know that, Mr. Shayne.
Now, don't get excited, Otto. After all, you probably thought you had plenty of reasons for doing what you did.
I don't get excited. I had the feeling you were too smart. And you asked me about that wine glass.
Yes, that's right, Otto. You were a big help there. That's the first time I got suspicious of you, when you lied to me. Mrs. Lathrop didn't drink out of that glass. There wasn't any lipstick on it. It was you who drank from it.
Yes. I came up here last night for sentimental reasons. I put on the dog head and waited until Lathrop and Desiree were the only ones left. Lathrop was panicky when he recognized me. But after I convinced him I meant no harm, he poured me a glass of wine and asked me to sit down. I showed him some of the tricks I did in the show.
Well, how come that Lathrop didn't recognize you before?
He knew me as I was in 1916. But the year of war and a German prison camp can change any man. I passed him in the street one day, but he didn't recognize me.
Oh, so that's it.
I decided Lathrop should die in the same place he closed my life 26 years back. and he stole my wife. So, about 6 months ago, I got this job.
Yeah, but why did you kill Lynn Evans?
I came back to destroy the wine glass you asked me about. There were police all over. So I had to sneak through the room downstairs. Emily saw me. So I caught her and choked her. After her head fell back and her glassy eyes stared at me, I realized what I had done. I lit some candles and said a prayer. I don't think I get to say any prayers over you.
Now, take it easy, Otto. You've been awfully smart about this up till now. Why do you want to spoil it all? Look, I can promise to have it fixed so you can be on a boat to South America. It's nice down there. The boat leaves at 12 o'clock.
I'm not going to take any trip. Only you.
The boat leaves at 12 o'clock. You can start life all over again. I've got the money here with me.
Keep your hands on the table.
Now, don't be a fool, Otto. I promise you, I'll have you on that boat before 12 o'clock.
No. I don't trust nobody. I used to trust everybody. I'm going to kill you, Mr. Shayne. And then there's only one more to put out of the way.
Who's that?
Grab that guy! Just a minute. Hey, Chief! Chief!
Hey, what's going on here?
Hello, Ron. This love knocked me out.
Do you mean to say that he's the guy that was standing behind those doors?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's why... Well, is my face a nasty color of pink?
And is my head sore?
All right, now take it easy, Pop. Look, is that the one more guy you wanted to put away?
Yes. He heard the shot last night and rushed up here as I was putting the rifle back on the wall.
He's crazy. You can't believe anything he says.
Shut up.
He made me pay all the money I had to keep quiet. I knew if I didn't get him, he'd make me pay him for the rest of my life.
Well, what a dummy I was. I practically gave you an invitation to come up here and kill me. You knew you'd get 20 years if Otto ever talked.
Suppression of evidence.
That's right. And you saw a chance to do away with the both of us. Why, Inspector, you saved my life.
Think nothing of it. I don't. Put the cuffs on this guy and take them both to headquarters.
Holy smoke! Say, Inspector, what time is it?
10 after 9. Why?
Come on, we gotta get going.
What's the matter? Is there more work on this case?
You don't know it, but you're gonna be best man at my wedding.
More murder. Trying to sneak up on me again.
Wait, now calm down, will you, Inspector? I just cleared Davis. What are you doing here?
Your girlfriend came back and threw me out. I've been waiting for you.
You can just run home to that sweet patootie of yours and tell her to get $900 ready. I'll be up for it in an hour. Come on, Chief.
Mr. Shayne, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Who killed Lathrop?
Santa Claus ran over him with his sleigh.
It's funny. It's 4 months to Christmas.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
Are you sure you want to get married?
Of course I am. Oh, now, Inspector, be frank. Haven't you ever felt the urge to hold some sweet little sugar that belongs to you close in your arms?
Yeah, lots of times. When I feel that way, I just run around the block.
Oh, you'd find rest in the pearly gates. There we are, the gate to heaven.
Looks like you ain't got the only key to this gate.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Are you Mr. Shayne?
Yes, why?
I got a singing telegram for you from Miss Joan Lamar.
Oh, what is she...
I'm tired of all this fight and fuss, so I took it on the lam with Gus. Goodbye forever. Goodbye forever. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
What do I owe you, bud?
80 cents, please.
80 cents, huh? Wait just a minute, whatever. Oh, Barney. Hello, Barney.
Well, if it ain't Private Detective Michael Shayne.
Look, lend me a buck, will you? Come on, be a good boy.
Sure.
Attaboy. Here, bud, keep the change.
Ain't seen you for a couple of months. Where have you been?
All places, San Francisco, Seattle, big case.
Oh, stop kidding. Why don't you come back on the force? At least you'll have $1 to loan to a private detective.
Very funny.
Don't move or I'll plug you.
Hello, Edno. Mr. Shayne.
How are you?
You just about scared me clean out of my skin.
Hey, where's my leading lady, huh? Ooh, Candy.
Well, look, she isn't here today.
Where is she?
On her way to the city hall.
Hey, something's wrong. Come on, spill it.
Merle's getting married today.
Getting married? She can't do that to me.
Well, you can't blame her none, Mike. After all, she was caught between a stiff breeze and plenty of wind.
Talk English.
Well, you gave her a stiff breeze, and he gave her plenty of wind.
Who's he? To Merle, a genuine pearl. Alexis Fournier?
Pronounced Fournier.
Yeah, Barry. When did she meet this guy?
A couple of weeks ago.
Well, who is he?
Well, he sells us the Fournier 1-minute wart remover. And boy, is it Fournier.
I'll be seeing you.
Where you going?
Gonna remove a wart.
Alexis,
What is it, Marlichka?
I was wondering if we aren't being too rash in getting married so soon. After all, we've only known each other 4 weeks.
Nonsense, my little Boblichki. We have already been married in heaven. This is only a legal ceremony on earth.
You speak so beautifully. It sounds like music.
I only play the music. You, my Marlichka, compose it.
Just a minute. You Alexis Fournier?
I am.
I'm Inspector Peterson. You're under arrest.
Arrest?
Hey, wait a minute. What's the charge?
Peddling illegal drugs, bigamy, and blackmail.
This is ridiculous.
This is your mug, isn't it?
Hey, where did you get that picture?
You'll find out at headquarters.
All right, boys, take him away.
No, no,
This is
don't
outrageous.
leave me alone.
I
will
with an
not.
officer, huh?
Let me alone.
You come along.
$90, Mr. Shayne, and them's the landlord's orders.
Now, be a good soul, Mrs. Flaherty. Sir, you wouldn't be after throwing out a poor, hard-working man who's been down in his luck. Now, would you, honey?
Oh, stop your shenanigan. You ain't pulling any of your charming ways on me, Michael Shayne. Pay up or get out.
Look. Yeah, who is it?
It's me, Merle.
Oh, just a minute, sweetheart. Here. Out the back way and quick about it.
Well, what for?
For the love of Michael Shayne.
Oh.
Oh, no. Come in, sweetheart.
Don't you sweetheart me, you tin-plated, pin-headed stool pigeon.
Oh, no, sweetheart. I couldn't stand by and see you throw your life away on a wart remover. I love you.
You love me.
No, please.
Tell that to that redhead of yours.
What redhead?
The one in Seattle.
Oh, now, you see, that's what's wrong with you, dames. You believe every silly little rumor you hear about a guy.
Rumor, huh?
Right.
You're not the only private detective. Try and laugh this one off. While there is no doubt that Miss Ruby Raymond was with Mr. Shayne on a professional mission, our investigators' detailed report compels us to believe that there was a strong social relationship. A strong social relationship. Think fast, Mike Shayne.
Jealous, huh? Proves you love me.
Love, past tense.
No, wait, honey. Telephone. Now, be careful of that. That was your birthday present to me. Hello?
Mike, Inspector Peterson.
Oh, hello, Inspector. It's the inspector.
We just got through turning the heat on this Fournet guy. I got to hand it to you. You sure had him pegged right. That wart remover was just a blind.
He's got a record a mile long. Everything in the book. Bigamy, blackmail, forgery.
Hey, Inspector, do you mind repeating that last part?
Fournet is wanted for everything in the book. Bigamy, blackmail, forgery.
Very good work, Inspector. Thanks for letting me know.
Thanks a million to you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Very sorry, darling. I had to do it, you see. I had to save you from yourself.
Oh, Mike, I've missed you so much.
Ah, that's my little pal. And don't you worry about me anymore, honey. I'm never gonna leave you again. From now on, I'm gonna be called Mike the Carpet Slipper Man.
You mean you're really quitting the detective racket?
You know, wait a minute. What's so wrong about being a detective?
Look, I want to be your wife, not your widow. That or else.
And you drive a pawnbroker's bargain, but... Okay, I'll quit.
Oh, Mike, that's swell. As soon as you get a job, we'll get married and buy that ranch in the valley and raise rabbits and...
Raise rabbits?
Among other things.
Oh, good morning, sweetheart. Did I wake you up?
Oh, no, Mike. I've been awake for hours.
Well, you can dust off that marriage license. I got me a job.
You have? Oh, gee, Mike, that's swell. What kind is it?
A legitimate one. Thomas Aircraft Company. As a riveter. Yeah, I'll give you all the dope about it tonight. Bye-bye, sweets.
Goodbye, Mike.
Thanks, Joe. That puts me in the clear.
Forget it. I could use a dozen more like you. You know, there's a heck of a lot of police work to be done around a plant like this.
Of course, we got to keep it on the QT from the little woman, at least until we get hitched. You heard me tell her I'm a riveter.
You are.
Oh, quit your kidding.
Your identification card reads that way. And as far as everyone in this plant is concerned, you will be a riveter.
I don't know anything about riveting.
You'll attend our school, learn the ropes, and after that, go in and keep your eyes open.
Oh, factory stool pigeon, huh? No, thanks, Joe. Count me out. I don't like fingermen.
Who said anything about being a finger man? There's a war going on. Did you ever hear of sabotage?
Oh, now that's an animal with a different smell. When do I start?
Right away.
Good.
First, you'll be fingerprinted and mugged.
Well, that'll be something different, huh?
Get your gate pass, and then you'll be ready to go to school.
Attention, all police officers. Allow no one to enter or leave these premises until further notice.
There's been a robbery. Cashier's office.
What's up, Jonesy?
Look, it's Vander Hoffman.
Slugged. Out cold. Get the doctor.
Okay.
What happened?
Came here a few minutes ago, and there he was on the floor. I turned in the alarm.
Check the vault and see what's missing. Good morning. Oh, in here, Doctor. How is he? He's coming to now.
Mr. McCarty, please. They're gone.
What's gone?
The diamonds.
You sure?
Yes. It's the diamond drawer. We just got a new shipment in day before yesterday. $100,000 worth.
Notify Mr. Thomas immediately.
Say, what's an airplane factory doing with diamonds?
They use them in the plant.
Well, don't get sore, Joe. I was just asking.
They're industrial diamonds. They use them for grinding things, like motors, dies, tools, grinding wheels.
They must have been insured.
Oh, it isn't the money value. Ever since the war started, the world's supply's been limited, and Uncle Sam dishes them out only by priority.
Oh.
How do you feel?
I'm not fine. Thank you.
What happened?
I don't really know. I was opening the vault, as I always do when I come in the morning, when I'm suddenly struck. That's all I remember.
Could you see who hit you?
No. It happened so quickly.
What time did you get in here this morning?
My usual time. Promptly 7:30.
Did you open the vault right away?
Yes, sir.
Whoever pulled this job had plenty of time to make a getaway.
Why not check the exits?
Over 6,000 men changed shifts at 8 o'clock. It was well timed, all right.
Doctor, if you please bandage my head now, I think I'd like to go home.
Of course. Come with me. Let's get back to the office.
Yeah. McCarty, have you found out anything yet?
Not yet, Mr. Thomas.
That's fine. Let's not hurry. Let's wait till the war is over.
But, Mr. Thomas,
all I know is that my plant has been robbed and nothing is being done about it.
Yeah, but something is being done about it.
Oh, who are you?
Michael Shayne, one of my new men.
Well, what's being done, Mr. Shayne?
Oh, we've got a good lead.
Meaning what?
When a man's really out cold, his eyelids don't flutter, not even if you touch the eyeball itself.
I never liked riddles. Let's be specific.
It's quite possible that Vanderhofen stole the diamonds. Hid them or got rid of them, slugged himself, and then pretended to be out cold.
Nonsense. Vanderhofen came here highly recommended as a reliable diamond cutter.
Well, he might be a good diamond cutter, but as an actor, he's an awful ham.
You seem mighty sure of yourself.
I am. Of course, you can't throw a guy in jail because he's got fluttering eyelids.
Well, what do you suggest?
Well, if it's all right with you, I'd like to find out some more about this Vanderhofen guy.
It's all right. Get busy at once and don't spare anything.
Yeah.
Oh, I want this kept quiet. No outside police, no newspapers. I want no unfavorable publicity. Is that understood?
Check. Yes, sir.
Good morning. The manager ain't here today. I was taking charge.
Well, this is the telephone company, Vanderhofen. Phone out of order.
You is on a wild goose chase, mister. The only thing that's wrong with that phone is the service is done cut off.
What's the matter? Didn't he pay his bills?
Oh, he done paid his bills regular. Mr. Vanderheaven was one fine gentleman. I feels very sad to see him leave.
Hey, when's he going?
He's done gone. He bid me farewell and so long early this morning. Here they is now, coming for his trunk.
Vanderhofen's trunk?
Right there it is, mister. Be careful. It's loaded, something solid.
Thanks very much.
You is welcome.
Say, you boys going downtown?
Yeah.
You mind if I grab a lift?
Sure, hop on.
Thanks very much. Well, thanks for the buggy ride, boys.
We're going further downtown as soon as we drop this truck off.
No, this is fine for me. Thanks very much.
Go over to Gerber's apartment. Don't leave there under any circumstances. I'll phone you later this afternoon.
All right.
Gee, fix me up one of those, will you?
Costs you as much for one as for 100.
One will be enough.
You're the doctor. What do you want on it?
Dixie Dry Goods Company, Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, do you want a name on it? President, general manager, or something?
It's not a bad idea. Let's see. What's your name?
Sherman.
Oh, no, that's awful.
Hey, what's the idea?
No, it's nothing personal. It's just that Sherman and Atlanta don't go together.
Oh.
Let me see. Henry Breckinridge Lee, president. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you better put a colonel in the front of it.
Yes, sir.
And a junior at the end.
Say, you know, I'm a junior myself. My father was one of the California
Now,
Sherman.
just skip the pedigree junior and roll the presses.
Yes, sir.
Because Colonel Henry Breckinridge Lee is in a hurry, a powerful hurry.
If you please.
How do you do, Colonel Lee? I'm Miss Hoffman.
Oh, mighty pleased to meet you indeed, mighty pleased.
Won't you step this way, please?
Thank you. Oh, allow me.
Why, thank you.
Why, it's mighty quiet in here. I'd expected to find you all powerful busy.
Well, as a matter of fact, buyers don't usually come in here. Most of our business is done by salesmen on the road.
Oh, is that so? I do declare.
Won't you sit down? I'll have Mr. Hagerman, our sales manager, wait on you.
That'll be mighty nice of you.
There's a customer out there. Here's his card. I told him you'd see him.
Very well. Keep on packing. I'll be back in a minute.
Colonel Lee, this is Mr. Hagerman.
Sir? How do you do, Colonel? Pleasure's mine, sir. I just thought that I'd drop in and take a look at some of your samples.
That's very nice of you, Colonel. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Have you ever done business with our company before?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, my firm has never carried line addresses before.
Oh, then how did it happen that you chose us?
You see, I'm a very sentimental young cuss, and my good old mammy's name was Daisy Bell.
Mr. Hagerman.
Pardon me, long-distance telephone.
Oh, it's quite all right, sir. Plenty of time, no hurry at all.
I told you not to leave Gerber's apartment.
All right, Gerber sent me here with a message. It's too important to say it on the telephone.
Well, what is it?
We mustn't send these dresses on the boat tonight.
Why not?
The American government found out about our trick.
They also know about us?
No, only the trick.
Who gave you this information?
Our representative at the customs office.
You wait here a moment. I've got a customer in there. I get rid of it.
Oh, I thought you'd forgotten all about me, sir.
Sorry to keep you so long, Colonel.
That's quite all right. You just trot out a few models and we get down to business.
Unfortunately, that will have to wait until Monday. We close at noon on Saturdays.
Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad. You see, I'd figured on leaving town tonight or tomorrow at the very latest.
In that case, I will see to it that our representative in Atlanta surely calls on you.
Oh, that's mighty fine of you, sir, mighty fine. Of course, you don't mind if I take a little look through your plan, do you?
Oh, that again will have to wait until Monday. Everything is locked up. I'm very sorry, Colonel.
Well, think nothing of it, sir. Think nothing of it. I'll try to drop in on my next visit to town.
Please do.
You all can count on that. Good day, sir.
Good day, Colonel.
Rudolph, that man is not a customer. He's an employee from the Thomas Aircraft Company.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Then we haven't seen the last of him. Miss Hoffman.
Yes.
Go to the window and watch him. We've got to know quickly.
Excuse me. Hello, Mel Garland Beauty Shop.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Mike. Oh, my goodness, what's all the noise?
Oh, I'm calling from the plant.
Oh, that's swell. How's it going?
Yeah.
Now, what did you say, dear?
I said, how is it going?
Oh, swell. I'm taking to it like a duck to water. Say, I called you up to tell you I won't be able to have dinner with you tonight. I have to finish up a piece of work I'm doing. Yeah, well, I'm sorry too, sweetheart, but I'm taking this job serious. There's no use passing up that good overtime money, you know.
Oh, Mike, I'm so glad to hear you talk like that.
Speak louder. I can't hear a thing you're saying.
I said you don't know how happy I am to know that you're doing good, honest work and that you're safe. Do you really like it?
Oh, I wouldn't do anything else. I gotta go now, dear. Yeah, I'll see you later on tonight, huh? That's it. Bye-bye, dear. Oh, I was just talking to my sweetheart. Oh. Oh, a taxi! Taxi! Where to, sir? Drop me off around the corner.
Yes?
He just left in a taxi.
Keep watching.
He's gone. Come on, hurry up.
Shoot me, buddy. Gee, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'd like some, Oh, you have funny faces.
He just came back. He went into Toby's store.
We must get rid of him. Otherwise, we will not be able to move these trunks.
You are still going to send these dresses to Honolulu with a representative?
The dresses, yes, but not the diamonds.
Who is going to take the diamonds?
That Gerber will decide. Now, listen to me carefully. Miss Hoffman and I will leave this building. The detective may follow us. If he does, get a truck and move these trunks immediately.
Supposing he doesn't follow you?
In that case, he will attempt to come in here. Then, of course, Felix Nutter will take care of him.
We'll take good care of him. Huh, Felix?
No shooting, you understand? Just hold him here till I come back. You go back to Gerber's. Use the back door. And take these, Miss Hoffman.
Yeah. How's this? I scared you, didn't I? Oh, I was a rascal when I was a kid. Oh, here's one for you. Oh, yes, very nice. Chin up. How do you like that, madam? It's quite attractive, isn't it? Needs a little permanent, but otherwise it's very... let's see. Oh, here's one for me.
Taxi.
Go ahead. Say, have you got a hacksaw?
Hacksaw?
Yeah, or a hammer and a chisel.
Hammer and chisel? No.
Well, where's there a hardware store?
Down on the corner of 15th Street.
Okay. Here, thanks for the use of the hall.
We better lock up early, Bertha. He may come back.
Yes.
It's him. Don't move.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hageman will be here in a few minutes.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Well, what a pleasant surprise. Glad to see you again, my dear fellow.
Just skip the orchids.
As you wish. But how did he get in?
They dropped me off at the evening paper.
Through the roof. You broke the lock and skylight.
With these.
I see. Excellent. Exactly who are you?
Exactly Oliver Twist. What are you going to do with me?
Hand you over to the police eventually.
Blarney. You don't want the police messing around in here any more than I do.
But why not?
A cop with hay fever could smell out this blind.
In many ways, you're a very clever man. In many, only a boy. I am a legitimate merchant. Have operated this business for 5 years. I pay my taxes and obey the laws of the...
And steal industrial diamonds and smuggle them back to your boss.
Search him.
You'll find what you're looking for in this pocket here. It's a card in a celluloid case.
Oh, thank you very much. Thomas Aircraft Company. Michael Shayne, riveter. Very interesting.
Come on, let's get going.
Where?
Well, where do you usually purge your customers?
Purge? You're a very amusing person, Mr. Shayne. So naive.
Hey, do you mind if I sit down?
Don't shoot, you fool!
That's that man!
Come on, honey. Let's get out of here.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Joe, quick. Let me have a couple of men. I'll have those diamonds back in 1 hour.
Sorry, Mike, but you've got too much imagination. Besides, you went off the payroll half an hour ago.
I what?
Thomas's orders.
Well, for why?
Some guy from a dress company phoned Thomas and said that you'd broken into his joint with a hammer and chisel.
But don't you see, Joe, that's the gang that Vanderhoffen is tied up with. Well, I'll see Thomas myself, and you're not going to...
Don't do that. If you do, I'll get fired, too.
Boy, Joe, just let me have a couple of men.
I'm sorry. It's tough luck, but that's the way it goes. Now, if you'd have got him with the goods, Thomas had probably given you a medal.
Well, tell him to keep it shined up, because the time I get through with Hageman, Vanderhoffen, and company, I still might get that medal. Or a tombstone. Wait a minute. Hold the presses.
I'm closing up. It's 5 o'clock.
I got to have another card.
Oh, okay. It won't take a second. The type is still set up.
No, but this is different. This time, it's San Fernando Realty Company, Los Angeles, California. Say, what did you say your name was?
Sherman?
No, I mean, what's your whole name?
Theodore H. Sherman, Jr.
Okay, then make it Theodore H. Sherman, Jr., sales manager.
You go in and out of business faster than I can print.
Skip it. Roll the presses, will you?
Okay.
Hey, Merle. Hello, Ethel.
Hello, Mr.
Hello, working man. Oh, you look wonderful.
Hey, look out, I'm all dirt and grease.
Oh, I don't care. It's honest dirt.
Hey, Merle, I want you to meet Mr. Sherman. Miss Garland.
How do you do, Miss Garland?
How do you do, Mr. Sherman?
Well, go on, tell her. Go on.
Well, I'm sales manager of the San Fernando Realty Company. I bumped into Mike as he was leaving the plant.
Yeah, he bumped into me.
He told me you were interested in the Dodson Ranch out in the valley.
Oh, yes. Mike and I have had our eye on that place for a long time.
Well, that's a mighty fine piece of property, Miss Garland. And do you know, by an odd coincidence, just today, the Dodson family turned it over to my firm for a quick sale.
Really?
Yes, Mr. Dodson, you know, died yesterday.
Yeah, poor guy's ticker.
And the family needs money badly. Of course, I know you don't like to take advantage of other people's misfortunes, but, well, that's what makes a good buy a bargain.
What are they asking for?
$6,500.
Why, Mike, the last time it was $9,000.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly. That's why I'm here. Now, you can buy it tonight for $6,500 with a down payment of just $1,000.
It's an awfully good bargain, but
do we have to decide tonight?
Well, you see, honey, this poor family needs burial money. Now, if they should get it from somebody else tomorrow, we're liable to lose out on a swell deal.
Yes, tonight's a psychological time to cinch it.
Well, what do you think, Mike?
Well, honey, I think we ought to buy it. I got a job now. Of course, I've only had it one day, but I know that's it. I'm going to stick to it.
All right. What do we have to do?
Give me a check for $1,000 made out to William Dodson. Mike and I will take it out to them right away.
Well, what about payments?
Payments?
Well, oh, they're just very small payments, little teensy-weensy things. We can handle those easy.
Okay, it's a deal. I'll get my checkbook.
What are your accommodations, sir?
I haven't gotten it yet. Where do you get a ticket?
This way, sir.
Okay.
Here you are, sir.
Oh, good. Say, Captain, you got any cabins left on A deck?
I think I can find you one.
Yeah. How about 25? That's my lucky number.
A25 is available.
That's swell.
And your name, sir?
William Dodson.
William D-O-D-S-O-N.
That's right.
A25. All right, Mr. Dodson, that'll be $190.
Oh, I've got a check here for $1,000 made out to my order. Will that?
I see. Well, as a rule, we,
Now, look, Skipper, all you have to do with that check is put it through the bank Monday morning. If it bounces, you can radio the ship, and they'll put me in the brig. If it doesn't bounce, radio the ship, and they give me my change. It's perfectly simple, isn't it?
Perfectly. Will you endorse it, please?
Yeah, very gladly.
Here you are, sir. I'll give you a receipt. OK A25. We'll get your ticket for you on the boat.
All right, thank you. Come on, Buck. Hey, Bud, drop the bags off at my cabin, will you?
Thank you, sir.
Mike.
Well, as I live and breathe, if it isn't Helen, sure.
You sour face. Am I glad to see you?
Oh, gosh, do you look beautiful,
Why,
too.
thanks.
Say, it has been an awful long time.
Too long. How are you?
Oh, I'm fair to middling. How you been, Helen?
Oh, pretty good. And it's not Helen Shaw. It's Connie Ross.
Connie Ross?
Yeah. What's the matter? Don't you like it?
Oh, sure, I like it, but... Well, why the new moniker?
After that rotten publicity in the Hamilton divorce?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I admit the boys did give you a pretty bad roll of the dice on that.
I'd have gotten worse if it hadn't been for you, Mike. But that's ancient history. I'm a business lady now. I run a shop in Honolulu.
Well, swell, you can show me the town.
You sailing, too?
Yeah.
Great. Who's being trailed by that old bloodhound Michael Shayne now?
Ah, it isn't that this time. This is a pleasure trip, and the name is Bill Dodson.
Bill Dodson, huh? Pleasure trip. You liar.
It is a pleasure trip, and it is Bill Dodson to everyone else.
Okay. Your skeleton is safe in my closet.
Thanks.
Come on, let's go down to my cabin and I'll buy a drink.
Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe this will be a pleasure trip after all.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ross.
Hello, Nappy.
I'm delighted to see you again.
Bill, this is Nappy, the best steward on the 7 seas. This is Mr. Dodson.
Merci, madame. Napoleon Paul Henri Dubois. It's a pleasure to serve you, sir.
Nappy, would you get me some...
Glasses and soda, madame. It'll be a pleasure.
Now, that is the kind of a servant that every...
Here we are.
What? Oh, is this your cabin?
More like my home. I make 10 crossings in it. What?
Well, what a coincidence. I got the one right next door.
No, Monsieur Magnifique.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Plenty magnifique.
Plenty magnifique.
Hello there.
Pardon me, Mr. Ross, but may I introduce myself? I'm Juan Arturo O'Hara, your fellow traveling companion, and one of the nicest chaps you'll ever know.
Modest, how rare. You seem to know my name. Have we met?
No, I got your name from the passenger list. You are Connie Ross of Honolulu, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, I'm a friend of yours. Herb Dixon of Boston?
Oh, you know her?
Oh, very well. I've often heard him speak of you.
How nice. This is Mr. Dodson, Mr. O'Hara.
Hello, Dodson.
Howdy there.
O'Hara, that mixes with Juan Arturo like gin and beer.
It's my father's fault. He married a wonderful girl from Chile. Let's all go drink to their wonderful son.
You are modest. Let's go to the bar.
Right in here. We'll never get a better excuse than that.
Thanks. Hey, look at this.
Relax, boys.
What, no swimming pool?
Put it right here, will you, Nappy? And mix this little nectar from the garden.
Madame. What will you have, Monsieur Dodson?
Oh, just a little Scotch straight, you know.
Oh, a little... I understand. And you'll have bourbon again, Senor Juan?
Yes, snappy old boy, but I think I'll have something a little different. Make more bourbon, huh?
Oh.
I see you and Nappy are friends.
Yes, we've been through a lot together. I've been on board since 8 o'clock.
Oh, I thought you were an old friend of his.
I am. After a steward of Nappy's ability unpacks your luggage, well, he knows more about you than your own mother.
Well, what have you learned from Senor Juan's luggage, Nappy?
Oh, forgive me, Madame, but to tell that would not quite be on the up and up.
Oh, no, come on.
Nonsense, Nappy, old boy. Go on, tell them everything.
Yeah.
Come on. We've got to get acquainted sometime, Nappy. Go ahead.
Yeah, come on.
All right, Madame. I believe Senor Juan is a man of means and is extremely well traveled.
And that was only after unpacking the first bag. Now tell them what you discovered after you unpacked the second bag and carefully laid out my papers.
Oh, no. Senor, please.
Yeah, let's get the real dirt.
No, go on, tell them.
Well, if the senor insists. Senor Juan has some letters of introduction from high government officials in Washington to high officials in Hawaii and the Philippine Islands, and that he's a banker by profession.
A banker? Well, we invited the right guy.
What did I tell you? Nappy'd make a great detective.
I'd love to know how Nappy will size you up, Bill, after he unpacks your bags.
I already have, Madame.
You already have?
Yes, sir, and I hope you'll find everything in order.
Well, this guy's a prestidigit genius, you know?
Come on, Nappy, tell us what you find.
Please, come on.
Well, if O'Hara can take it, I can. Go ahead.
All right, sir. I'm sorry to say, Madame, that the contents of Monsieur Dodson's luggage has told me very little about him.
Why, Nappy, you're slipping.
I have found out one thing.
What?
Monsieur Dodson's decision to make this trip must have been a last-minute one. Sir, your clothes were packed in a hurry.
Say, you know, that's good. That's pretty good.
What? No papers?
Oh, yes, there were some papers.
Well, come on, Nappy, tell us. Hurry up.
I'm sorry to say, there were just a few unpaid bills.
Oh, so my bag's unpacked all right, Nappy.
Well, we're underway.
Ah, to a bon voyage.
Oh, and a dull toast.
He's open to improvement.
I think I can. Por un viaje lleno de emoción, aventura y el romance.
All right, unscramble that now.
To a voyage full of excitement, adventure, and romance.
Oh,
That is better.
Is that all?
You want to put in your 2 cents worth, Bill?
Yes, I'd like to add a touch of mystery.
All right. To excitement, adventure, romance, and mystery. Salud.
Drink it down.
That's all right, I'll get it. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Hello?
Come to my cabin right away. It's on B deck, number 101.
Why, yes, I'd be glad to come. Thank you, Captain. Sorry, boys, but you'll have to excuse me a few minutes. On board ship, an invitation from the captain is a command. Nappy?
Yes, madame.
Would you look after my friends, please?
Certainly, madame.
Hurry back.
Okay.
You know, she's what I call an attractive woman.
Yeah, she's a very regular fellow, too.
Well, you've known her long?
Well, a couple of years.
I don't mean to intrude in your personal life, Dodson, but you claim the right of way with the Princess Nola?
As far as I'm concerned, you got a green light.
Bueno. Pour us another one, will you, Nappy, old boy?
Yes,
We'll
sir.
drink this one to Cupid.
Now, pass me up. I'm going to turn in. I'll see you on deck in the morning, O'Hara.
Oh, all right. Good night.
Good night. Good night, sir.
Well, I guess I'm deserted.
Yeah.
Might as well turn in, too. Buenas noches, Nappy, old boy.
Good night, sir. Happy dreams. Good night.
Come here. You look very charming, my dear.
Thanks. What is it you want, Hagerman?
On this trip, my name is Hartmann. Sit down. Have a candy?
No, thanks.
This man you met on deck, you know him well?
Quite well.
He didn't know you were sailing, of course.
No, I haven't seen him in 2 years.
You're certain?
Of course I'm certain. Why the 3rd degree?
He's Michael Shayne, a detective. A man we caught at the factory today.
Mike?
Yes.
Oh, so that's why he's on board. Well, I'm certainly glad you tipped me off.
He doesn't know I'm on the ship, and he mustn't know.
All right. Is that all?
Yes. Watch him closely. And keep me informed.
I would. Oh, Nappy, have my friends gone?
Oui, madame, as soon as you left. They went to bed. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, thank you, Nappy.
Very well. Good night, madame.
Good night. Cabinet 25, please.
Hello. Oh, hello, Helen.
Meet me on the promenade deck right away.
Sure, right away.
I hope I didn't disturb you, Senor Juan.
Not a bit, Nappy, old boy. What's up?
You asked me to tell you when Mr. Dodson leaves his cabin. Well, he just left, and Miss Ross left only a minute before him.
Oh, dirty work, huh? Behind my back, too. Well, I'll have to do something about that. Thanks, Nappy, old boy.
It's a pleasure, Senor Juan.
Well, Miss Connie, here I am. What's up?
Mike, what are you doing on board this boat?
I told you, I'm just taking a trip.
Never mind the eyewash. You're talking to Helen.
Well, all right. I was hired by a middle-aged Romeo to keep tabs on his pretty young thing who was recuperating on an ocean voyage.
You're a liar.
I'm not the only one.
What do you mean?
What are you doing on board?
I'm going back to
Honolulu.
Honolulu.
Yeah, I know, but why?
I live there. My business is there.
What business?
The dress business, the Connie Ross shop.
Why do you have to commute back and forth so often?
I come over on buying trips. All right, then. Think what you like. But believe me, Mike, when I tell you to keep your nose out of trouble.
Hey, Connie, did the captain ask you to tell me that?
You're smart. But a lot of smart guys wind up taking second money.
Oh, that's because they're betting the long shots. Now, you see, in this race, the jockey's a personal friend of mine.
Then take the jockey's tip. Don't stick your neck.
Get back.
What was that?
That, my dear, was an unsuccessful attempt on the life of Michael Shayne.
I didn't hear a shot.
You used a silencer. That's why you didn't hear it.
Maybe now you'll take my warning seriously.
You know, I could suspect that you got me up here for a target.
Even as a gag, I don't like that.
All right, skip it.
What's going on here? Oh, playing games.
Some people might call it that.
Now, all joking aside, what happened?
We were playing leapfrog and slipped.
I think I'll take the rest of my exercise in my cabin. It's healthier there, if you two don't mind.
Good night.
Good night.
Buenas noches, senor.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I like Dodson.
Seems to be mutual.
He told me you two are old friends.
Did he?
Mm-hmm. What's his business?
He's mixed up in all sorts of deals.
Oh, I hope his presence on board isn't going to interfere with us.
I don't understand. How can it?
Oh, I mean with our plans.
Are there plans?
I dreamed up a few.
For instance?
Oh, to begin with, the first thing we want to do is to get rid of Dodson. Then the only man on board, as far as you're concerned, will be Juan Arturo O'Hara.
Even coming from the great O'Hara, that sounds a little like an order.
It is.
Hey, where'd all the good cheese crackers go?
Down Mr. Dodson's gullet.
Oh, fine thing.
Here you are, Dodson.
Thanks.
This being our last night out, listen to the toast I've whipped up. Connie, Bill, and Juan met aboard ship. Together they had an exciting trip. Tomorrow in Honolulu they will arrive. Let's hope all three will be alive.
What a cheerful outlook.
On this boat, you can never tell.
Yeah, he's right. With some guy running around loose with a silencer, you never can tell.
See, Connie, Dodson gets my point.
Oh, Mr. Dodson,
Yeah.
message for you.
Oh, come on in, bud. Hey,
Thank you.
I'm so popular. Hey, listen to this. Sounds like a gag. You and your two friends, that must be you two, are invited to a scavenger hunt. If interested, carry out the enclosed instructions. Signed, the noisemakers of the Princess Nola. P.S. The hunt starts at midnight.
Midnight. The noisemakers will have to make noise without me.
Now, wait a minute. Wait till you hear it all. Go to the forward hold, hatch number 4, compartment B. Open a trunk marked Daisy Bell Dress Company. Tear a button off one of the dresses and bring it to the promenade deck. Your accomplishment will be rewarded. Your failure will be penalized.
This sounds exciting. Let's see it.
People who dream up such daffy ideas ought to be shot.
I second the motion.
Aren't you folks going?
Tonight, little Connie goes to bed early.
Little Bill, too.
Well, then I guess little Juan Arturo has to go down the hatch alone. Down the hatch. 7 bells. It's 11:30.
That's right.
Well, you'll have to excuse me. I'm folding up.
Me too. Not me. I'm going on that scavenger hunt. And it looks like a great night for hunting.
You aren't crazy enough to break into some stranger's trunk.
Oh, it must belong to one of those noisemakers. Well, see you cowards in the morning.
Yeah, we'll call on you in the brig.
Hasta luego.
Au revoir.
I'm dead. Good night.
Good night.
Huh? Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Anything I can do for you, madam?
No, thank you, no.
Go right back to sleep, Nappy.
Thank you, sir.
Good night.
Good night, madam. I'm sorry, madam, but you asked me to tell you if Mr. Dodson leaves his cabin tonight. Well, he just left.
Oh, thank you, Nappy.
Welcome, madam.
Cabin B101, please. Hello? This is Connie. I must see you at once. I'll come right away.
Has something happened?
I'll say it has. What's the idea of sending that scavenger invitation to Shayne?
What are you talking about?
Those trunks in the hole. If he finds a diamond in one of those buttons, I'm on my way to the pen.
Calm yourself, Constance. There are no diamonds in your trunks.
Horse feathers. I've made 5 trips that way, haven't I? I ought to know.
That's perfectly true. But at the last moment, Gerbert decided not to use the button trick.
Then where are the diamonds?
I'll show you. In these jars, my dear, nicely coated with molasses and honey.
That's a good trick.
Leave it to Gerbert to think of something clever.
Then who sent the invitation?
What invitation?
I was having cocktails in my cabin with Shayne when a boy entered with a note. And as soon as Shayne left his cabin, I called you.
A detective working out a scheme of how to dispose of himself is very amusing. Yes, we must do that.
Do what?
Take these to your cabin in this bon voyage basket and carry it ashore with you tomorrow.
As usual, Connie has to carry the ball over for a touchdown, huh?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm coming too.
Where are you going?
To a scavenger hunt.
Drop that gun. Now turn around.
Handcuffs, huh? Pretty fancy for a smuggler.
Smuggler? You got a little twisted, brother. Here, type this.
Hey, you an FBI?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, will you? There's an awful mistake going on here.
Not until you're in the brig.
Wait a second, will you? I gotta tell you something. Listen, I'm in the same racket as you are. I'm not one of a gang. I tell you, I'm a special investigator.
Cut the blarney.
Well, all right, go ahead, get your gun. I won't do anything. Go on. All right, now can I get up?
Yeah. Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, wait a minute. I just want to get my wallet.
I'll get it.
Take a look at the cards in there. You'll realize that both of us been a pair of 4-star saps.
Sorry, sir. Passengers are not allowed in here.
We certainly are a pair of 4-star saps. I'm sorry, Shayne.
That's all right. I made the same mistake myself. Hey, was this your cute idea?
No, I'm not that stupid.
Oh, for goodness sake, let's get this. Hey.
Come on, let's take a crack at that door.
No, it's no use. You only move that door if you stick a dynamite.
How good are your brownies?
I did fine last time.
Come on, let's pick ourselves a comfortable spot to do it.
Please notify the bridge that there's trouble in compartment B, hatch number 4. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Captain Brown, a woman called from the booth of the lounge and said that there was trouble in compartment B, hatch number 4. Before I had a chance to talk to her, she hung up and left the booth.
Connect me with number 4 hatch, please.
Captain Brown, they don't answer.
Thank you. You'd better take a look at number 4 hatch, Mr. Richards. Yes, sir.
Say, O'Hara, I keep wondering about certain things.
Yeah, well, I keep wondering about one thing, water.
How come, after being on board for 4 days, you didn't know that the diamonds weren't in the buttons?
I did. I found it out the same night you did.
Well, that's why you thought I was one of the mob, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if you knew the diamonds weren't down here, why did you accept that phony invitation?
Well, it's polite for the host to go to his own party, isn't it?
You mean to say that you sent the invitation?
Yeah, I did it. It was my own little bow and arrow.
Oh, that's rich. Well, why?
I thought I could smoke you and the princess, the guy with the silencer, and the rest of the mob into making a wrong move.
Oh, the old squeeze play, huh?
Yeah, and it works as a rule.
Well, this is a heck of a time for that rule not to work.
It's Carson. Untie him, quickly. What happened?
Man came in here and pulled a gun on me. Where did he go? They went in compartment B.
Hey, who are they?
Him and another fellow went in there. And some other guy came along, closed the door on him, and beat it.
Just a minute, sir. The gauge in the case of compartment's nearly full of water.
Fire control station, please. Hurry. They don't answer? Try again, please. Thanks. Come on.
Well, O'Hara, I guess this is the main event.
Yeah, and I can't say I like it either.
Make a funny-looking headline. G-Man and private detective drowned aboard ship.
Here's the master key, sir.
Slugged. Shut it off and turn on the flight control pumps. Look after him. Come on, Brooks.
Hey, Shayne, I think the water stopped coming in.
Yeah, I suppose the ocean's gone dry.
No, I tell you, it stopped.
I wish I could go out of my head at the last moment, too.
Now, look. Looks it going down?
You put George, I think you're right. Oh, it's going down all right, kid.
The water gauge stands at empty, sir.
Open her up, Carson.
Come out of there. Keep your hands up.
Hello.
Hiya, Skipper.
And a moment.
What are you doing down here?
Who are you? With two scavengers swimming home from a hunt. Have any of you gentlemen got a blotter handy?
I'm sorry, but I'll have to take you both to the captain.
Oh, it's okay with us.
Come along, please.
Come on.
Look out!
Where'd he get you, kid?
Call the doctor, Brooks. I'm going after him.
Yes, my shoulder, I guess.
How's he doing, Doc?
Fortunately for him, the bullet missed his lung by a hair.
How long will I have to be laid up, Doc?
Oh, not very long. A week or 10 days.
May as well be 6 months as far as this case is concerned.
Hello? Yeah, for you, Captain.
Captain Brown speaking. Yes? What? I'll come right up. That was Richards. He's been searching the ship and reports a male passenger's been found dead.
You mind if I go with you, Captain?
Indeed not. This might be the clue you men have been looking for.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah.
Look out for silencers. Buenas noches.
Okay.
He's been shot in the back, sir.
Why, that's Hageman.
According to the passenger list, his name was Hartman.
Yeah, I know Miss Hageman.
You knew him?
Sure, he's one of the gang, all right.
Then, of course, you'll want to go through all his personal effects.
Nothing here but empty suitcases, sir.
The murderer must have thrown his things overboard.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We'll institute a complete search from stem to stern. And if necessary, we'll drop anchor off Honolulu until this thing is cleared up.
Oh, Captain, if I'm not butting in too much, I'd much prefer to see it the other way around.
What do you mean?
Well, Doc as usual, but keep this murder quiet for a couple of days. I've got some plans I'd like to work out with O'Hara.
Well, it's an unusual procedure. But I'm willing to cooperate with you, gentlemen, providing you'll accept full responsibility.
Yes, we will.
Very good.
Oh, thanks. Well, good morning.
Hello.
You know, I haven't gotten around to thanking you for saving my life last night.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. There's only one mysterious woman aboard that could have tipped off the captain.
Don't get a swell head. There was an innocent bystander involved. A swell guy by the name of O'Hara.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I haven't seen him this morning. Wonder where he is.
Why don't you ask your friend Hageman, alias Hartman?
Still sticking your neck out.
Hmm.
Last night's lesson didn't teach you a thing, did it?
No. I was always a dunce in school. Say, you've been holding out on me.
I always bring these hard candies back to Mary. She's a young daughter of a friend of mine.
Oh, well. Far be it for me to stoop to stealing candy from a baby. Hey, look. You got so many. Mary won't just miss one of them, huh?
I really wish you wouldn't mind.
Oh, but they look so pretty.
I can become very annoyed.
Oh, you just tell her that Mike the Moocher swiped one from her. Come on, let's go.
Welcome home, Miss Ross.
Callie?
Have a nice trip, Miss Ross.
Yes, thanks, Callie. Here, take these. Will you please? I want to rave about my trucks. I'll be along in a minute.
I parked the car in the same place as always.
Right.
You're under arrest.
Who is?
You are, Mr. Shayne.
What for?
Grand larceny.
Grand larceny?
That's what the complaint reads.
Well, who swore out the complaint?
I did. Remember me?
Well, honey, what a surprise. Oh, I know it was a gag the whole
Yeah,
time.
the surprise party comes later. In jail, Mr. Dodson.
You mean to say that this is on the level?
Think I'd take the clipper here just to play Parcheesi?
Well, it looks as though our mutual friend, Mr. Dodson, has double-crossed both of us. I can think of nothing I'd like better at this time than to see this international lover locked tightly behind bars.
I suppose he whispered sweet nothings to you, too, huh?
Sweet nothings is right.
What is all this?
Take the romantic Romeo away.
Hey, wait a minute, honey. I can explain
Tell
everything.
it to the judge. Come on.
Oh, that's nice going, pal. What about my luck?
Miss Garland, is this the check you drew to the order of William Dodson and which was cashed by the Pacific Steamship Company?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Mr. Shayne, will you write the name William Dodson, please?
What's this for, Your Honor?
I want to compare your handwriting with the endorsement on the check.
Okay, I cashed it.
Then you plead guilty?
Well, no, I don't.
Very well. Case continued to the 22nd. Bail set at $1,000 cash.
But I haven't got $1,000. Look, Your Honor, I'm here on secret government business.
Ha-ha.
Well, please, Your Honor, I promise I'll surrender myself tomorrow.
In view of the evidence, I'm afraid I'll have to have more than your word for that.
All right, then. Call up John A. O'Hara of the FBI. He's in the hospital aboard the Princess Nola. He'll vouch for me.
Very well.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Careful, Judge. He's as slippery as an eel.
Oh, shit.
We'll keep our eyes on him. Take Mr. Shayne to the detention room.
Yeah. And, oh, Your Honor, do you mind hurrying it up?
Very well.
Thanks.
You can go back to your hotel if you like. I'll let you know the developments.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Connect me with the steamship Princess Nola, please.
Oh, come to Papa.
Below the car whistling from they'll kill him.
What?
Just a bad hand.
Oh.
Mr. Shayne, the judge wants to see you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, go ahead, draw. Go on. That's it. That's gin.
Even 2 bits I owe you.
Yeah, you owe it to me.
Your identity has been vouched for, Mr. Shayne. I'll release you on your own recognizance until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Nappy. Oh, hello, monsieur. When I brought your bags down on the pier, you were gone. Senor Juan sent me down here.
How is Senor Juan?
Fine. He's sailing back with us tomorrow.
Oh, that's swell. Look, Nappy, what's the best hotel in town for a guy like me?
I take it you don't want anything fancy.
You take it right.
Uh-huh. Well, the Continental is a good hotel.
Okay, the Continental it is. Say, can I drop you off at
Oh, that would be awfully nice, monsieur. You have to go past the ship anyway.
That's right, Nappy. Well, Nappy, if everything goes all right, I may be sailing back with you tomorrow.
I hope so, monsieur. Senor Juan would like that.
Oh. Hey, you got a cigarette, Nappy?
Oh, I'm so sorry,
You mean to
monsieur.
say you haven't?
I don't.
Well, it's nice to know you're human, anyhow. That's the first time you failed me. I'd like to have a candy anyway. Help yourself.
Thank you, monsieur, if I may.
You know, Nappy, I think I should have been a sailor. Yeah, not for life. The freedom bounding mate.
Oh. What's wrong, monsieur?
I almost broke a tooth on one.
Oh, that's bad. They are a little hard. Must be very old.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
What is it, monsieur?
Can you imagine that?
What happened, monsieur?
Hey, driver, do you know where the Connie Ross dress shop is?
Yeah, it's down near Waikiki Beach.
Okay, that's where we're going, and don't spare the horses.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Nappy. I gotta go there right away.
That's quite all right, monsieur. That's not so far from the ship.
Yeah.
Here, take this man to the Princess Nola.
Thank you, sir.
Nappy, here's for you. Thanks for everything.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. You are very generous, monsieur.
He'll take you to the boat. Don't forget, it's paid for.
Thank you, monsieur.
Pardon me, miss.
Good afternoon.
Is Miss Ross in?
Yes, she's in her office. May I ask who's calling?
Well, I'm an old friend of hers. I just got off the boat. I'd sort of like to surprise her.
Oh, I understand. It's that door over there.
Oh, thanks. And the bags will be all right there.
Oh, yes, of course.
Thanks.
Surprise.
What are you doing here?
I brought back that jar of candy. Almost broke a tooth on one.
Little boys shouldn't steal.
Little girls either, especially from Uncle Sam.
Listen, Mike, I've warned you many times.
Now, wait a minute, Helen. Bumping me off isn't going to do any good. The government's going to get you spies sooner or later.
Spies? You're wacky. Since when are diamond thieves spies?
They are when they steal industrial diamonds bound for German factories.
You're crazy. The stuff my syndicate handles winds up right here in Honolulu on some dame's wrist.
Are you trying to tell me you've never seen the stuff you've been ferrying over here?
No, it's not my department.
Well, then it's about time you got wise to yourself and took a look at them. Look, well, wait a minute. I'm not going to pull anything. Here. There. Is that right? There's nothing blue, white, and perfect about those.
I didn't know it, Mike. On the level, I didn't. I've pulled some rotten things in my life.
I know, Helen. I believe you, too. Come on, where are the rest of the diamonds?
They're here.
Say, who is the ringleader?
He's a man called...
Friedrich Augustus Gerber. It's a pleasure to serve you.
Nappy. Well, I'll be
a monkey's uncle. Yes, Mr. Shayne. Sooner or later we had to meet. Naturally, I prefer it this way.
So you're the guy that was trying to bump me off, huh?
Not exactly. They were my orders, but they were badly executed.
Oh. So that's why Hageman's no longer part of your organization, huh? Well, Nappy, I gotta hand it to you. You're a very clever guy.
And a very good shot. Goodbye, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, Harry! Don't shoot him in the back!
Hello? Yes, this is Miss Garland. Oh, yes, Your Honor. You did? You mean you let that pinhead go free? Without bail? Why, that's unconstitutional. I'll get a lawyer and I'll sue him. I'll sue you. Who is it?
It's me, sweetheart.
Come in, dear.
Now, wait a minute, sweetheart. Oh, no. Hold the ammunition, will you? See? It's me. And you get your $1,000 back out of the reward money, with interest. Now, I know I could explain everything if you'd only listen.
And you were in a case after all.
Well, of course.
Oh, Mike.
Oh.
I thought you were just using my money to take a trip with some dame.
Oh, you silly little girl. Now, after this, when I tell you something, you believe me.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Come on, get your duds on.
Well, where are we going?
We're going to get a marriage license.
Honestly, here?
Well, sure. They marry people in Honolulu.
Oh, Mike, you're wonderful.
I guess you're right. Hey!
Mike, where are you going?
I'm going to Manila, honey. I'll see you later.
Manila?
Yeah, it looks like a swell case. No, no. No, no, no!
Hey, Anna. How are you, darling? It's good to see you.
And you too, Kay.
Where's Phillips?
He's gone to the movies. They're giving away an automobile.
With tires? It was nice of you to let me in. How did you know I was at the front door?
I heard the bell.
But I didn't ring it.
Didn't you? Well, then, I guess it was my imagination. Let me have your coat.
Thanks. Where's Dad?
He's gone to the village on an errand with Dr. Haggard and Dunning.
On a night like this?
Would you care for something to warm you up?
Well, I was on the wagon, but I think I'll step off and give my seat to a gentleman. Make it a weak one. Listen to that wind howl. Well, it's got my goose pimples popping overtime. Oh, it's a perfect night for a nice, juicy murder.
What's this about murder?
Hi, Dad. Hello, Doc. How are you, Dunning? How are the Three Musketeers?
Where the devil did you come from?
Dad, that's no way to greet your prodigal daughter.
I thought you were supposed to be staying with your aunt in Washington.
Well, I was, but, well, when I read about all the trouble you're having with that mean old Senate investigating committee, I thought I'd better come home and see if I couldn't help.
All right, what's the catch?
Isn't it funny? Dad always thinks there's a catch to everything.
Come on, out with it. What is it?
Well, all right. Now, watch your blood pressure. I'm, engaged.
Engaged? What, again?
Well, I'm not engaged exactly. You see, I'm more than engaged, really.
Now, how can you be more than engaged?
Well, I'm married.
Oh, well, make up your mind. Which is it?
I'm married.
Why, Kay, darling, that's wonderful.
Married, as if I didn't have enough trouble. Well, what's this idiot's name?
Roger Blake.
Dunning, get my lawyer.
Dad, don't be silly. You can't sue a man just because he married me.
He may have married you, but it's my money he's after.
Give me that. I suppose a man wouldn't marry me unless I had money.
Not the last 6 no-account nincompoops you've been engaged to.
Well, Roger's different. He works for the government.
Dudley, why don't you at least meet Kay's husband? See for yourself what he's like.
Why should I?
Perhaps you'd like to give them a honeymoon to South America.
Maybe I will. All right, Kay. Trot him out. Where is he?
Well, I made him stay in Washington. I thought tomorrow he'd drive up and you could meet him then.
At least I'll have the pleasure of insulting him personally.
You're an angel with a shining halo. Thanks a million.
That's probably just about what it's going to cost me.
I know you'll like him. I'm going up and call him right away. Well, good night, everybody.
Good night, Kay.
It's good to have you home again, Kay.
It's good to be home, Anna. And if anyone ever tries to tell me about how mean stepmothers are, I'll just tell them that I know better. Good night, Anna.
Good night.
My daughter's to know absolutely nothing of what happened in this house tonight. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
I told him, Roger, darling, and he was an absolute lamb. When? Oh, but that's 3 whole days. Can it wait? All right, honey, if you think your business is that important. Good night, sweetheart. I love you. Who's there?
Kay! Kay! What's the matter?
Let us in, dear.
Yes, dear. Open the door. Let us in.
Oh,
What happened?
Oh, right. There, a ghost. I saw a ghost. He tried to kill me.
Oh, no.
A ghost. I saw him. He had a gun in his hand.
There isn't any ghost in there. You must have been dreaming.
Oh, I wasn't dreaming. He had a gun in his hand and he fired at me.
We didn't hear a shot.
I tell you, he fired at me. He did.
Well, if he took a shot at you, there'd be a bullet hole. And there's none here.
There. You see, dear? It's probably just the storm. You go back to bed, Dudley. I'll take care of her. Come, dear, try and get some sleep.
I wish you'd believe me. He was standing right there in that doorway, and I saw him. Don't leave me alone, please.
You told me he was dead. But he was dead. Then how the devil did he get out of his grave?
There's a dear little plant that grows in our isle. 'Twas St. Patrick himself sure that set it. And the sun on his labors with pleasure did smile, and with dew from his eye often wet it. It shines through the bog, through the brake and the mireland, and he called it the dear little shamrock of Ireland. Oh, the dear little shamrock, the sweet little shamrock, the dear little sweet little shamrock of Ireland.
Mike, please stop clowning. This is
What's the matter,
serious.
you don't like it?
I couldn't tell you everything over the telephone.
Oh, what's it this time? You trying to snag a husband or unload one?
It's worse than that. It's murder.
Hmm?
Well, anyway, an attempted murder.
Well, go ahead, let's have it.
All right. I'll tell you on the way up to the house.
Yeah, just climb right in, Miss Wolf.
And I told Dad I'd seen this ghost, but he wouldn't believe me.
What about the shot? Didn't he hear that?
Nobody heard it because just as the ghost fired at me, there was a terrific crash of thunder.
Oh, what'd your dad say when you showed him the bullet?
Well, that was the funny thing. There wasn't a sign of a bullet.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You say that this ghost took a shot at you and there was no sign of a bullet?
Yes.
You sure it wasn't Cupid with his little bow and arrow?
Mike, I'm not kidding.
I've handled a lot of screwy scrapes for you, but not this one. No thanks.
Why not?
For a very good reason. I don't believe in ghosts. Yet.
Now, do you believe in ghosts, Mr. Shayne?
For $200, I would believe in anything. Thank you. You were saying, Miss Wolf?
I wanted to call the police, but Dad wouldn't let me. In fact, when I suggested it, Dad almost had a fit.
How come?
Well, ever since the Senate's been investigating him, he hates policemen and reporters.
Oh, what about private investigators?
That was one of the things I wanted to tell you. Mike, you can be my husband.
Okay, but that'll cost you an extra $100. Your husband? Hey, isn't this kind of sudden?
Well, you don't understand. I'm already married. I was married yesterday, but Daddy hasn't met my husband yet.
Oh, and you want me to take the poor guy's place. That'll still cost you an extra $100, and that's wholesale.
$300? That's my entire allowance.
Oh, you poor kitty. What, for a month, or does it have to last you a whole week?
All right, you win. Now, you'll have to get some clothes and a toothbrush.
No, not Michael Shayne and Company. His office is in his hat, his home is in his car. Take a look in the back seat.
Oh, Mike, you think of everything.
Well, that's why you pay me the extra $100.
Oh, wait a second.
Hey, what's the idea?
This is the old custom of carrying the bride across the threshold. This service I throw in free. Da, 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 da. Da,
If you'll just trust me, everything will be all right.
Oh! You know, you almost dropped me.
Oh, well, it was a silly custom anyway.
Oh, hello, Phillips. This is my husband, Mr. Blake.
How do you do, sir?
Roger Phillips.
Hello, Phillips. Here, let me help you. You know, that's an extraordinary name for a butler. It's usually Jeeves or Hawkins.
Permit me to offer my congratulations, sir.
Oh, thanks, Jeeves. Phillips.
Where's Dad?
In his den, Miss Kay.
Good. That's the best place to beard a line.
Maybe I need a whip and a chair, huh?
Oh, Phillips.
Yes, miss.
Mr. Blake's things are in his car. Will you take them up to my room?
Very good, Miss Kay.
Very, very good.
Park that gleam in your eye, Mr. Roger Blake. Now, don't let Dad throw you. His roar is much worse than his bite.
Oh, I see. Beneath all those millions beats a heart of ice, huh? Dry ice.
Well, here we are. You know, Roger's always very neat.
Uh-huh. Oh, say, does your dad like stories? I got a couple of pips
No
that'll just...
stories.
No stories, huh?
This investigation, which is simply one more attempt on the part of the present administration to... Well, what is it?
Dad, this is Roger, my husband.
I'm awfully glad to meet you, Mr. Wolf. Kay was telling me.
All right, Dunning. We'll pick it up later. Very good, sir.
Mr. Blake, may I welcome you?
Oh.
Roger, this is my mother.
Your mother? You look more like sisters.
Thanks. I'm Kay's stepmother.
You know, it's...
So you're Blake?
Yes, sir. Of the Westchester Blakes.
All right. How much do you want?
You got it all figured out, haven't you, Pop?
Don't call me Pop.
Okay, Pops. But would it surprise you if I were to tell you that I don't want a cent of your hard, chiseled dough? And the sooner you get that into your head, the happier our little family circle's gonna be.
Remember, Dad, I told you Roger was different.
Mr. Blake, I understand you're with the government.
Oh, yes, that's right, yeah.
What department?
I'm afraid I can't tell you that. That's a military secret.
Yes, well, I don't like anybody who works for the government.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Pops. I mean, Dad, you know there's an awful lot of nice people in Washington. As a matter of fact, I might be able to put in a good word for you in that investigation.
Why, you...
Oh, come on, darling. I'll show you our room.
Room? I thought we'd
I
arranged...
forgot to tell you that Roger and I've decided we don't want to go to South America.
No, we thought it'd be much more comfy if we spent the first couple of weeks of our honeymoon right here.
And give you both a chance to get better acquainted.
That's right. Well, it's been awfully nice to meet you, Mr. Wolf. Yes, sir. You and I are going to get along fine. I can see that right now. You'll excuse this, won't you, Mrs. Wolf? You know, you've really been a great surprise to me. You're not half as bad as people said you were. I mean it. Well, see you later, Pop.
Mike, you were wonderful. You're the first man I've ever seen really stand up to Dad.
Now, don't build me up too much, kid. It's liable to cost you an extra $100.
It'll be worth it.
I don't know. He's a pretty tough old cookie.
Oh, don't be so hard on him. He's really very sweet.
Oh, yeah? Well, so's arsenic. I understand it tastes just like sugar.
I've taken care of Mr. Blake's wardrobe, miss.
Oh, thank you, Phillips.
Oh, be careful of that suitcase, Phillips. That's been in the family for years.
I can well believe it, sir.
No sense of humor. Well, look what I married into. This is quite a playpen you got here. Hey, where'd you get the oversized army cut? Big enough to hold a rodeo in. Which side do I sleep on?
Right in that guest room, Mr. Shayne.
It's a fine thing. A brand new bride telling her groom to sleep in the guest room. Why, in Rule 4 of Emily Post's
I go with the Marquis of Queensberry rules.
Oh. Is that where you saw the ghost?
Standing right in that doorway.
The mill have something to do with this?
No.
Where does this door lead to?
Well, that's the guest room I was talking about.
Does that door over there open into the hall?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think that the ghost could have come through that guest room?
Well, I don't know. But it's a cinch he didn't enter through this window unless he had a parachute. I see you got a burglar alarm system in the house.
Oh, yeah, but it was such a nuisance, Dad had it disconnected.
Well, that's great. Of course, the system lasts much longer if you don't use it.
If it was a real ghost, a burglar alarm wouldn't stop him.
Yeah, that's
All he'd have to do is just float through a wall or pop out of a faucet.
Out of the faucet. Now, You say he stood here and you were in bed when he took a shot at you.
That's right.
About how tall was he?
Well, I don't know. He looked about 8 feet to me.
In his stocking feet?
He had shoes on.
Oh, he had his shoes on. Now, do you know of anybody who might have a good reason to kill you?
Oh, no, not offhand.
What about that Balkan prince you jilted last year? You know, the one that made all the fuss?
Oh, well, he only threatened to kill himself, not me, too.
Well, he's either very considerate or just plain lazy, huh?
Say, you don't think Gregory tried to kill me, do you, Mike?
I don't know. You gave him an awful runaround. Hey, look. Well, no wonder you couldn't find the bullet. It smacked into this loose knob and turned it around, see?
Well, at least that proves I wasn't dreaming. Wait till I tell my dad a thing or two.
You're not going to tell your dad anything, young lady.
Don't bark at me, Mr. Shayne. We're not really married, you know.
Yeah, lucky me.
Can you get it out?
Now we're beginning to get someplace. It's a 32. And it's from an automatic. Now all we have to do is find a 32 automatic. Say, what do you use for brains? Feathers?
Now what have I done?
I don't know who should be sore, Roger or me.
I'd say Roger.
Suppose somebody should see that. Then we'd be in a fine... Darling, I love you. I adore you.
What's the idea?
You make me so happy. I think you're the cutest, the sweetest, most adorable girl in the world. Shh, that door.
Roger, you're so sweet. And I'd rather be married to you than anybody in the whole world.
Keep on talking, only try and make it sound sincere. My darling.
Promise me that you'll always love me, that we'll always be together.
I didn't intend to disturb you, Mr. Blake.
Oh, no. No, you as quiet as a moose. Mice.
I'm Dunning, Mr. Wolf's secretary. If I can be of any service, please let me know.
I'll send up a flare. Who's that, Dumbo?
Oh, no, Dunning. Well, he's been with Dad 25 years. I wouldn't worry about him.
Oh, I'm not worried. He was just wandering by and got his ear caught in the door.
Oh.
Let's take a look at the rest of the house, Say, how about the servants? Do you think any of them might have played ghost?
Oh, no, they've all been with us for years and years. Of course, Dr. Haggard hasn't, but...
Who's Dr. Haggard?
Well, Dad has him working on some experiments. He's even fixed up a laboratory for him in the basement.
Let's go down and take a look at it,
Oh, no, I think we better ask the doctor first.
No, let's say we don't ask the doctor, Come on.
Here it is.
Say, this is some little layout Dr. Jekyll's got here.
It's cost Dad a young fortune.
What, no electric trains, Oh, looky. Hey, what's all this stuff for,
Well, Dad hates the idea that someday he's going to die. Simply can't stand it.
Somebody must have told him the good die young. Go ahead.
So, for a long time, he's had Dr. Haggard experimenting with methods to prolong life.
Most guys are satisfied to live on borrowed time, but not your dad. No, he wants to buy it.
All this equipment is supposed to give you vitamins A to Z in one jolt.
Uh-oh. Here's something that's not supposed to prolong life.
What is it?
32s, and most of them missing.
Holy smoke. Then it was Dr. Haggard who shot at me.
Take it easy, Kay. Take it easy. Don't get excited. Here, have a cigarette?
No, thank you.
No? We mustn't jump to conclusions like that. Well, have a cigarette, Mr. Bones? Don't care if I do. Oh, I saw your lips move. Sorry. There you are.
Oh, I still don't see why he would want to kill me. Of course, I've always thought he was an awful phony. I've even told Dad so.
That gives him a pretty good reason right there.
Oh, but that's too fantastic.
Well, you see, maybe he figured that with you out of the way, he could go right on fooling your old man. Sounds logical, doesn't it? Hey, look at this gadget. A built-in radio. Maybe we can tune in on Buck Rogers.
Oh, Mike, I'd get out of there if I were you.
Oh, nonsense, my dear. Why, at high school, I was known as the young Steinmetz. All you gotta do is understand electricity.
Mike! Mike, look out! Mike! Mike! Mike, get out! Get out! Mike! Mike! Oh! Oh, Mike!
How do you feel?
I feel just like a neon sign.
You were very fortunate. If that voltage hadn't have been so high, you'd have been electrocuted.
Say, if that's your idea of a practical joke, I don't like it.
Practical joke? May I ask what you two are doing in my laboratory?
Why, yes. Oh, by the way, Dr. Haggard, this is my husband, Roger Blake.
How do you do, Mr. Blake?
Maybe I better not shake hands the way I'm charged up.
Here, drink this. Go ahead, drink it. It'll do you good.
Is my face changing?
Well, you do look sort of funny.
Oh, there's no change then.
You see, I was telling Roger about the ghost I saw last night, and, well, we were just looking over the house.
I can't imagine what my laboratory would have to do with your fanciful story about seeing a ghost.
Oh, but I did see one. We even found the bullet.
Oh, really?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, it was of the same caliber as the bullets we found in this box.
Those are mine, I believe.
Oh, you own a .32 automatic, eh, Doctor?
Why, yes. Oh, to be more precise, I did own one. You see, I lost it about 3 months ago when I was out target practicing.
Planning on joining the Army?
No, shooting's merely a hobby.
Oh, I see.
Is there anything else you'd like to know, Mr. Blake?
No. No, not right now. Thanks. Come on, Kate. Come here. Just what did I tell you about not mentioning this bullet to anybody?
Gee, Mike, it just slipped out.
Well, now, the next time it happens, I'm going to start charging you double.
I'm sorry, really, I am. What are we going to do?
I don't know. I guess we'll have to tell your father we found the bullet. If we don't, Haggard will anyway.
I'm glad you showed me this, Roger.
Yeah, but why should anyone want to take a shot at Kay?
I suppose I should have mentioned this earlier, but I didn't want to frighten anyone. Last night, I had a visitor. He was a partner of mine many years ago. Our association wasn't any too happy. I finally found proof. He tried to cheat me. To save myself, I pulled out of the partnership.
Well, what did he want, Dad?
Money. For years, he'd been broke. Occasionally, I tried to help him. He was harmless. I felt sorry for him.
Well, what happened?
Well, last night, he wasn't satisfied with what I gave him. Demanded an outrageous sum. When I told him to go to the devil, he became violent. Blamed me for the death of his wife and daughter. Started to shout as if he were crazy. Threatened me and my family.
Why didn't you call the police?
Well, with this Senate investigation going on, I didn't feel I could afford the notoriety.
But this man may come back again.
I wouldn't worry about it, Kay. We've already taken the necessary precautions. You called the burglar alarm company, Dunning?
Yes, sir. The alarm has been connected again.
So you see, Roger, should our midnight visitor pay us another call, we're all ready for him.
I hope you're right, but personally, I'm still a bit worried.
Naturally. Kay's your wife, she's my daughter. We both share an equal responsibility. Now, if you will excuse me, I have work to do.
Oh, Mr. Blake, I hope Mr. Wolf's explanation takes care of your curiosity about my gun.
Oh, yeah, sure. My curiosity's always getting me in trouble. Don't give it another thought.
Well, I guess that accounts for my ghost.
Yeah, guess it does.
Why are you locking the window?
Keep the ghost out.
What about the burglar alarm?
Oh, that's okay, but suppose the ghosts are already in the house. Can't afford to take any chances, you know.
Oh.
Of course, it might be a little stuffy for us.
Us?
Personally, I don't need much air.
I'll see you in my dreams. Well, how about it? Shall we go to bed?
Mike! Mike, what are you looking for?
Looking for my slippers. Where'd Phillips put my slippers? Oh, here they are. Someone took you out of my arms. And, still I feel the thrill of your charm.
Mike, you don't think that...
No, I never think, honey. Lips that once were mine. Tender eyes that shine. Hey, wait a minute.
What are you after?
Say, is this a union-made mattress?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh. I thought not. And I refuse to sleep in it. They will light my way tonight. Good night, kid.
Good night, pal.
I'll see you in my dreams. Dreams. Da-da-dee-dee-dee-dee. Can't use it. Whoa. I take. No. That does it. Gin. Discard. Oh, boy, did you catch me with a load of tomatoes. All right, give me that gun, you... Hey, who are you?
I'm the caretaker.
Did you see somebody running through here?
No, sir. May I ask who you are, sir?
I'm Mr. Wolf's son-in-law. Blake's the name.
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you see anybody around here earlier tonight?
No one. No one.
Uh-huh. You sure about that?
Dr. Haggett.
He's dead.
What about the alarm?
It didn't go off.
Then the ghost was in the house all the time. Roger was right.
Where is your husband, Kay?
I don't know, but...
Here I am, Dad.
Where have you been, Roger?
I've been out chasing the ghost. He got away from me. So where's Haggett?
He's dead.
Dead? Well, that makes this a case for the police. I better call him.
No, Roger,
Let him, Dudley. Let him call the police. We're all in danger. We've got to have protection.
All right. Dunning, call the police.
Right away, sir.
Mighty important case.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to be in on it, Chief. You know, I've been wanting to see the inside of Dudley Wolf's house as long as I've lived around here.
How do?
I presume you gentlemen represent the local constabulary?
Who? No, I'm the chief of police, and this is Tim Larson, the coroner.
If you'll come in, I'll show you the body.
First case I ever covered where they had a butler show you the body.
Follow me, please.
If I owned this, I'd subdivide it.
What a beautiful funeral parlor this would make.
Make a better courthouse.
Would you care to question the servants now, sir?
Yeah, better get them all together.
They're already assembled in the dining room, sir.
Well, they are? I'm glad I thought of it.
Yes, sir. Follow me, please.
If you folks know anything, you better own up right away. Wait later. It might not be healthy. Who are you?
This is Mr. Blake, sir. Mr. Wolf's son-in-law.
Do you mind if I sit in on the questioning, Chief? You see, I like to dabble in amateur detective work. I got a couple of ideas in the case myself.
Well, I ain't running no school, but if you stand there and keep quiet, you might learn something about detecting. You? Where were you all night?
My eyes have been closed since 8 o'clock this evening.
Answer yes or no.
But yes.
That's better. What do you do?
Nothing. Nothing.
I can guarantee that. I had a talk with him before you came.
Suppose you let me do the questioning from now on. Hello, Peggy. Peggy, I got to ask you a few questions.
Just be careful what you ask, Jonathan Meek, or it may be embarrassing for the both of us.
Now, Peggy, what do you know about this murder?
You know as much as I do.
Interesting witness, eh, Chief?
Quiet, or out you go.
Anything else you want to know, Mr. Snoop?
Well, I guess that's all the questioning I'll do around here for a bit.
I would think so.
Where'd you say Mr. Wolf was?
He's in the library, sir.
That's all right, Phillips. I'll take the Chief in to meet the folks. Coming, Chief? Right over there.
Can't figure Peggy out. She's been soring me ever since I took her to that Halloween dance last year.
Yeah?
Yeah, she forgot her mask. All I said was you don't need one. Women's funny critters.
You know, I can't understand why she should be sore. I guess all cooks are temperamental, huh? You first, Chief. Oh, wait. This yours?
Sure. Excuse me.
Dad, I want you to meet Jonathan Chief.
Jonathan Meek's the name, the chief of police.
Good evening, Chief.
Hiya, Mr. Wolf. I'd like to ask a few questions, if I might.
Go ahead.
Did any of you hear the shot?
Yes,
Yes,
I
sir.
did.
We all heard it.
Did any of you see who fired the shot?
Well, my husband was the only one who saw the ghost.
Ghost? What ghost?
Well, you
Well, I
see,
don't mean the ghost-
sometimes she...
I do.
What's the verdict, Tim?
Well, he was shot just above the heart, died almost instantly.
Did you find the bullet?
Was he shot with a 32?
What do you know about a 32, ma'am?
Oh, well, you'll have to ask my husband.
Mr. Blake, you own a 32?
No, but Dr. Haggard did.
Oh. Well, maybe the deceased was shot with his own gun.
Say, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
I'm the one who'll be surprised around here, young fellow.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's that?
It's the burglar alarm.
Someone's trying to break in.
Trying to get in. Kate! Kate, get down! There he is. Come on. Look out! Keep shooting.
Stop him! That's my car!
Hey, Chief, come on. Hold on to your hat, Chief.
Oh, get out. You're always worrying about my hat.
See if you can stop him. Take a shot at his tires.
Sure, his tires. His tires? Those are my tires.
Okay, forget it.
Can't get any more. There's a shortcut right ahead. Maybe we can cut him off.
Okay, say when.
Right over there.
Let go, will you?
Don't drive so fast.
His head's caved in. He's done, boy.
This'll make it official. No sign of breath. Deader than a mackerel.
Well, I guess this winds up your case, Chief.
You go get the coroner. I'll stay here and watch the body.
All right.
My car. And my tires.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello.
Say, is Merlini on yet?
No, he's in #1 dressing room.
Okay, thanks.
Come in.
Hello, Gus.
Mike. Good to see you.
Thanks.
Where have you been?
I've been playing hide and seek with a ghost.
Same old Mike. Always talking in riddles. How's the detective business?
It's full of riddles. So you're still giving out with a Malini Malaki, huh?
Finest in the world. Got me 14 weeks in this nightclub. All due to my new routine. Greatest thing since Houdini. I tell you, Mike, I transformed 3 eggs into 3 full-grown hens.
Look,
you can...
now hold it, will you, Gus? Right now, I happen to be interested in an old routine.
3 minutes, Malini. Thanks. Excuse me, Mike. I must hurry.
Yeah.
Here. Hold Casper for a minute. You were saying something about an old routine?
Yeah. Did you ever do the buried alive act?
No, Mike, that's too tough for me. You have to master a trick called shallow breathing. And that's a talent that very few people possess.
Well, did you ever see it done?
Yes, I saw it done twice. Once by Houdini and once by an Assyrian illusionist named Zora Bey.
What's this Zora Bey look like?
Well, he's a tall, dark, effective-looking man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there goes my music. I'll tell you more about him when I get through with my act. In the meantime, make yourself at home.
Thanks.
You might find a couple of pictures of him in that scrapbook. See you later.
Mighty slick piece of detective. Fastest job this country's ever seen, even if I do say so myself.
Case like this might have gone unsolved for months if it hadn't been for you. It calls for a little celebration.
I knew the minute I entered that house. The doc wasn't killed by anybody there. Did you say celebration?
You'll be the most popular man in the country. Wouldn't surprise me if you couldn't be elected sheriff, especially with Wolf behind you.
It's going pretty far. Why not? Here's to Mr. Wolf.
Say, I can just see the headlines in the New York papers. Chief of Police Meek traps murder maniac. Larson's mortuary. Yes. Yes? Follow you, the New York Bulletin. Just 1 second, he's right here. Hey, what did I tell you? The New York Bulletin wants to talk to you personally.
Yeah? Chief of Police Meek.
Hello, Chief. Say, I understand you did a swell job on that Haggard case. Now, the Bulletin wants to give the story a big play. You know, pictures, the works.
Oh, it ain't nothing. All in a day's work.
I'd like to get a description of the murderer for the next edition. Now, tell me, what's his name?
Oh, I haven't exactly found out yet.
Well, could you tell me what he looks like?
Oh, I'd say about 6 feet, weighs around 160 pounds. Sort of dark complected, kind of a skinny guy, but mighty powerful. Most dangerous criminal I ever tackled. Think the story will make the front page?
Oh, sure, sure. Big headlines, you know. Now, tell me, what's the color of his eyes?
Funny thing, I never noticed that. Why do you want to know the color of his eyes?
Well, you always got to know the color of a murderer's eyes, you know. Blue-eyed Dillinger, brown-eyed Floyd, you know?
Oh, you're right. I never quite thought of it that way. What's the color of the killer's eyes? I'll have to go look.
Hey, you sure you got him there?
Sure, I'm sure. He's dead, ain't he?
I'm asking you, Carpenter. Go on, give me the color of his eyes.
Yes, sir. Hold the phone a minute and I'll look.
Oh, that dear little shamrock, the sweet little shamrock, the dear little sweet little shamrock of Ireland.
The body's gone. Hello? Somebody's stolen the body.
Oh, no, Chief, you wouldn't kid me, would you? Who would want to snatch a dead body?
I don't know, but the body's gone, I tell you.
Well, I never heard of such insufficiency. Wait till I print this yarn. You'll be the laughing stock of 48 states.
Hello, is Mrs. Blake in? Who shall I say is calling, sir? Mr. Blake. Mr. Blake? Whom did you say was calling, sir? Mr. Blake, Mr. Roger Blake. That's what I thought you said, sir. Would you mind waiting here, sir?
I'd certainly like to know where that husband of yours is.
Well, maybe he's been detained by the police. As a witness, I mean.
I'm sure we'll hear from Roger very soon.
Stop coughing, Phillips. What is it?
It's Mr. Blake, sir. Mr. Roger Blake.
Well, show him in. What are you waiting for?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, Phillips. I think I better see Mr. Blake alone.
Nonsense. Show him in, Phillips, and hurry up about it.
Dad, I think I better tell you something.
It can wait.
But, Dad, you've got to let me
Some other
explain.
time.
This way, Mr. Blake.
Kay, darling. How are you, dear? Get my telegram? My business didn't
Roger,
take as long. What is it, Kay?
Roger? What Roger?
Oh, pardon me, sir. You must be Kay's father. And this must be Mrs. Wolf. I'm sorry about arriving so late at night, but I thought that...
I'm her father, but who are you?
Dad, I tried to tell you. This is my husband.
Your what?
My husband. I mean my real husband. Oh, Roger, don't look so troubled. I can explain everything.
How many husbands have you?
Kay.
Dad, if you'll just listen.
This better be good. That's all I've got to say.
It was this way. Roger told me he'd have to stay in Washington.
Hello, Phillips. Where's Mrs. Blake?
Inside, sir.
Good.
Pardon me, sir, if I may be permitted to say so. I don't think Mrs. Blake would like to see you at the moment, sir.
Oh, nonsense, Phillips. She's always anxious to see me. Hello, folks. Well, the prodigal son returns. Gosh, it's nice to be home again. I'm sorry I was so late, darling. How are you, sweetheart? Hello, Dad. Hello, Mom. What's the matter, gosh? You'd think that... Uh-oh. Is it? I bet I know who you are.
I'm sorry, Mike. I've been trying to explain to Dad what happened, but he wouldn't listen.
You explained who he is, but who is he? Who are you?
I'm Michael Shayne.
And who is Michael Shayne?
A private investigator.
Now, let me get this straight. You told your father this man was your husband.
We just went all through that,
And that he worked for the government.
But that was only because we wanted to catch the ghost.
And that he even went so far as to spend a night in your bedroom.
It was only an evening. And what do you mean by so far?
What's his working with the government got to do with spending a night in my bedroom? Where are you going?
Find a lawyer and get a divorce.
Now, wait a minute, pal. Don't let's lose our head.
You'll lose your head if you don't take your hands off me.
Hey, Mr. Wolf, will you kindly explain to your brand new son-in-law?
Get out.
Oh, no, I wouldn't kick him. Oh, you mean me?
Yes, you. Go on, get out.
Oh, well, okay, just as you say, Pops. I mean, Mr. Wolf. I never changed relatives so fast in my life. Well, thanks for the job anyway, Kay. I mean, Miss Wolf. I mean, Mrs. Blake. It's all so confusing.
I'm sorry, Mike. But now that the ghost is caught and all, perhaps it's better that you do go.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, goodbye, everybody. And, it's been... Yeah. Oh, hello, Chief.
Hello, Mr.
Say, did you
Wolf.
find the body yet?
Not yet, Mr. Blake.
No?
How'd you know the body was gone?
You told me.
Oh, I did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's all right then. When did I tell you?
Over the phone.
Over the phone? Well, that's right, I did. Over the phone? Oh, you're that reporter, the one who's going to make me the laughing stock of 40 states.
No, 48 states. Remember, Chief?
Meek.
Meek.
Now, listen here, Mr. Blake. You made me Mr. Wolf's son-in-law, but you're tampering with justice.
He's not Mr. Blake.
And he's not my son-in-law.
I'm not quite certain who I am.
One of them smart-aleck reporters. Want to know the color of the killer's eyes.
Mike's not a reporter. He's a private investigator.
Not a reporter? Then why'd you want to know if I still had the body?
I just wanted to see if you're on your toes.
You say the body's missing?
Somebody stole it.
Or else it just got up and walked away of its own accord.
Oh, whoever heard of a body getting up and walking away of its own accord?
No, I wouldn't be surprised at anything that happens around here. Once before it was supposed to be dead.
What do you mean once before it was supposed to be dead?
Oh, I just talking. Just a flight of fancy, that's all. Well, bye-bye, folks.
Just a second, Shayne.
Yeah?
I'd like to speak to you alone.
Oh, is that so? That okay with you, Chief?
Oh, yeah, that's all right. Whatever Mr. Wolf says.
Uh-huh. You're sure it's not putting you out? Suppose we go in your den.
Very well.
And maybe Mrs. Wolf would join us.
Yes, of course.
Fine.
Don't you want me to, Mike?
No, you stay here with the Chief. Maybe he can help straighten you out with Jolly Roger here. Don't look so glum, chum.
Excuse me.
Oh, Downey. Just a second. I'd like to have you sit in on this, too.
Stay here. Sit down, darling. Now, Shayne, I'm going to come right to the point. Just exactly what did you mean by that remark?
What remark?
You said that partner of mine was supposed to be dead once before.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. The first time was last night when you buried him in the woods.
How did you know that, Mr. Shayne?
Oh, no. You see, a good investigator, like a good reporter, never reveals the source of his information. Now, I'll come to the point. Mr. Wolf, just exactly what do you know?
Tell him, Dudley. He may be able to help us.
You understand, Shayne, that what I tell you is in strictest confidence?
Let's hear it first.
Well, that man was not my partner at all. As a matter of fact, I never saw him before last night.
Well, who was he?
Claimed to be a government agent.
What do you want?
Came to blackmail me. Said he had certain papers in his possession that would expose me to the Senate Investigating Committee. I asked him to show them to me. He took them out of his pocket, but that's as far as he went. I made a grab for them. He hit me. I hit him. My blow knocked him to the floor.
Go on.
At first, I thought I had merely knocked him out. So I called in Dunning and Dr. Haggard. When Haggard examined him, he said the man was dead.
That all?
I've already told you why I didn't go to the police.
What about those papers you grabbed?
Absolutely worthless. If you'd like to see them, Dunning, get those.
No. Sit down, Dunning. I'll take your word for it. Well, is there anything else?
I've told you everything.
Why did you and Haggard and Dunning here go back to the grave a second time?
But I knew my daughter was telling the truth about that shot when I found a clump of pine needles on the bathroom floor.
Oh. And you went to see if the body was still there, hmm?
Yes.
That right, Dunning?
Why, yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm. And was the body there?
No, it was gone.
Now, what kind of double talk is this? First you say you killed a man, then you buried him, and then several hours later he disappeared.
That's just the point. I don't believe I killed him.
Well, now, don't tell me that you're all beginning to believe in ghosts, too.
Well, I'll admit, Shayne, it sounds fantastic.
Fantastic, huh? Well, that's a masterpiece of understatement. You know, I think you're just about as wacky as your daughter. I'm sorry now that I ever got mixed up in this. What you need is a Ouija board. I'm quitting right now.
Please, Mr. Shayne, you've got to help us. All our lives are in danger.
No, this is a job for the police. Now, don't worry. Whatever I know, I'll keep under my hat. I don't want people to start thinking that I'm crazy, too.
Just a minute, Shayne. Where are you going?
Oh, Chief, you're just the man I wanted to see. I thought you might like to know. I'm bowing out and I'm leaving all the honors to you.
Not so fast. What about the body?
What body?
Now, no stalling now. You know what body I mean.
Of course, that body. I didn't quite get you at first. Well, I tell you, why don't you ask Mr. Wolf? I'm sure he could give you some information. As a matter of fact, he might be delighted to confide in you.
You think so?
Well, certainly. Go ahead. Go right in.
Thanks.
Oh.
I forgot again.
That's okay, Chief.
Dudley, what are we going to do?
Come in.
Mr. Wolf, about the body.
Have you found it?
Have I? Why, no, I thought you... Well, he said...
Now, see here. I'm going to ask you to keep a particularly close watch tonight. If that body shows up, it'll be somewhere around this house.
Yes, sir. Around this house?
That's right.
Well, hey, leave it everything to me, Mr. Wolf.
Zora Bay. Zora Bay, don't kill me. I didn't do it. It was Dr. Haggard. He double-crossed you. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I'll go away with you.
Thanks for the use of the body.
Don't move. Stay where you are, all of you.
Hey, now. Go ahead and shoot. Bullets are all gone. You wasted them in the mirror.
Anna! Anna, what happened? What are you doing here with that gun?
I think your wife can tell you.
He broke into my room. He tried to frighten me.
You sure you weren't frightened by Zora Bay?
Zora Bay? Who's Zora Bay?
Yeah, take a look at this. Go ahead, Mrs. Wolf. You better tell him.
I'm sorry, Dudley. I should have told you everything long ago. I was married to Zora Bay and worked with him in his magic act. He was on the steamship Morro Castle 8 years ago when it burned off the Jersey coast. He was reported missing. So later, when I met you and you asked me to be your wife, I thought I was free to marry you. But 6 months later, Zora Bay turned up. He demanded money, threatened to tell you I was still legally his wife.
Why didn't you tell me this?
I loved you, Dudley. I was afraid to lose you.
And you've let this man blackmail you all these years?
Yes. But the last time he demanded such a huge sum, I was unable to pay. I was desperate. I told him to do whatever he wanted.
So that's the real reason he came to see me last night. Didn't have the nerve to tell me the truth, so he tried to blackmail me with phony papers. It's all right, dear. It's all right. It's all over now. Well, Shayne, I guess that finally clears up our mystery.
Yeah? Well, maybe it doesn't, maybe it doesn't.
What do you mean? Aren't you satisfied with my wife's explanation?
No. You see, I happen to know that Zora Bay didn't return to this country until 1 month ago.
Don't believe him, Dudley. He's lying.
Mr. Wolf, ask your wife if she knows a magician called the Great Merlini.
Do you know him, Anna?
Yes, I do.
And who is this Merlini?
He's a friend of mine that knew Zora Bay and your wife. He gave me some very interesting information.
Go ahead, Shayne.
Well, when Zora Bay returned to this country, he located his wife and found out that she was married to you. He also found that she was very friendly with Dr. Haggard. Zora Bay came to Anna and demanded money. She and Dr. Haggard agreed to put him in a position to blackmail you.
How?
Well, he was to try to frighten you with that set of phony papers about the Senate investigation. To get into a fight with you, you were to hit him, and then Dr. Haggard was to pronounce him dead, taking advantage of Zora Bay's ability to go into a trance, part of his famous buried alive trick. See, they had it all figured out that you couldn't stand the notoriety of a murder if it was to be made public, and that you would try to dispose of the body, and they were right. Then, without your knowledge, they were to arrange for Zora Bay's escape and hold his murder over you. But these two had already plotted to double-cross Zora Bay by really burying him alive, 4 feet under the ground. That's right, isn't it, Mrs. Wolf? It's a very neat plot. And it might have been successful if it hadn't been for that curious caretaker of yours. Once he was free, naturally, Zora Bay's motive became revenge. He came back to the house to kill your wife, but he got into the wrong room. That's why he took a shot at you, Kay. He came back the second night to kill Dr. Haggard. He found out that he hadn't killed Anna, and that was why he came back the third time.
Where is everybody? I said, where is everybody? Well, you might at least give me a civil answer. What's the matter? You asleep? Why, who put that body out in the hall?
Chief, congratulations.
What for?
Oh, for solving the case. Say you did a great job. There's your prisoner.
Well, her?
Can't you see your name in all the headlines? Mysterious murder solved by Monathan Jerk. Oh.
Jeek. I mean Meek.
Yeah. Here, you'll be wanting this. That's all right. It's empty. Hey, why don't you be careful?
I thought you said it was empty.
Oh, yeah. I did.
I did.
Well, so long, people. I'll be seeing you.
Where you going?
Back to school to learn to count up to 6.
Mike.
Yeah?
You were wonderful the way you solved this case.
Well, thanks.
But how on earth did you get all those facts about Zorbay and Anna and Dr. Haggard?
Mrs. Blake, a good detective never reveals the source of his information.
Oh.
Oh, I've been wanting to do this for... So long! Whoa!
Or shall we play it off like that?
Straight ahead. Keep moving.
Please, Miss Darling, may I have your autograph?
Just sign it yourself, lady. She ain't learned to write yet.
Hiya, Rita. Glad to see you.
All right.
Let's make a good one, kid. Who knows? Maybe you'll get a Hollywood contract.
She ain't interested.
Who says I'm not interested? Look. How's this, Roy?
Oh, that's solid, kid. Hold it. Fine.
Beat it or I'll take that thing away from you.
Now, look, pal, let's cooperate. You arrest him, I snap him. Let's be friendly.
Come on, Lieutenant. Maybe we can get you a movie job, too.
Yeah, as a stand-in for Dumbo.
Oh, come on.
Keep your hands off
What are you doing, lady?
It's all right, Miss Darling. We just want a souvenir. Souvenir, eh?
Oh! A lily. A lily.
Hello there.
Yeah, the judge had to call a recess. Miss Darling refused to take the stand, looking like Lady Godiva. Yeah, I'll call you back
There's
later.
Assistant
Bye.
Sheriff McGonagall that's responsible for the disturbance. McGonagall. McGonagall.
I was singing it for him. McGonagall, Bill, the sailor, da-da-da-da-dee. Looks like you caused some excitement, Roy.
Can I help it if that dame was camera shy?
Shy like a 2-ton bomb. You got the picture with you?
Oh, yeah, and a lily, too. Wait till you see it. Finest action shots since Steve took a Brody from the Brooklyn Bridge.
How much will you take for it?
Sorry, just sold it for 50 smackers.
That's the trouble with you freelance photographers. You're also mercenary.
Who's mercenary? I just happen to be crazy about money, that's all.
What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
My stomach. I eat too fast.
What do you do that for?
Why do I do it for? I'm crazy about my carbonate. Do I know why I'm doing it? If I knew what I was doing, would I do it?
Darling woman's going on the stand.
Oh, here we go.
Say, who do you think did it?
I don't know. I'm very open-minded about these things. Maybe the judge did it. You never can tell.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help God?
I do.
State your name.
Rita Darling.
Please be seated.
Miss Darling, what's your business or occupation?
I'm the star singer at the Dolphin Club.
Mm-hmm. Where do you live?
Do I have to give my telephone number too, Judge?
Why, yes, I think we should have your address and telephone number.
I live at the Mason Towers, and my number is Longacre 54721.
Did you know the deceased, Holly Forsythe?
Very well.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Forsythe?
The night before he was killed.
Where'd you see him?
At the Dolphin Club.
Miss Darling, would you tell the court in your own words exactly what took place on that occasion?
Sure. I was in the middle of it happened, it's over, let's forget it. That's my specialty number. When Mr. Forsythe walked in with Miss Hubbard. Well, like I say, I knew Mr. Forsythe. So, after my number, I went over to his table and sat down. He introduced Miss Hubbard to me as his fiancée. Well, you could have knocked me over with a marshmallow, because the last time I'd seen him, he hadn't said anything about being engaged. Anyway, that made me sort of mad, springing a thing like that on me the way he did. So I turned to Miss Hubbard, and I asked her if she knew what an awful chance she was taking marrying a man like Harley Forsythe.
And what did Miss Hubbard say to that?
She didn't say anything. She just got up and left.
Why?
I guess she didn't like sitting at the same table with the help.
What did Mr. Forsythe do?
He got up and followed her.
And that's the last time you saw Mr. Forsythe alive?
Yes, though a couple of hours later he called me on the telephone.
What did he want?
He said he wanted to see me.
Well, go on.
Well, I couldn't see him that night, so I arranged to see him the following evening.
Where?
At his apartment.
Miss Darling, would you please tell the court what happened on that evening?
Well, just as I reached Mr. Forsythe's apartment, I met Miss Hubbard coming out of the door. She was crying and looked very upset. When I passed her, she didn't recognize me.
Then what did you do?
I rang the bell of the apartment, but there was no answer. Then I tried the door and found it unlocked, so I went in. I saw Mr. Forsythe lying on the floor.
What did you do then?
I called the superintendent of the building, and he phoned the police.
Miss Darling, at what time did you pass Miss Hubbard coming out of the deceased's apartment?
At about 9:35.
How did you know that was the time?
Because my appointment was for 9:30, and I remember being 5 minutes late.
Thank you, Miss Darling.
Just a moment, Miss Darling. Where did Mr. Forsythe live?
At the Montreal Manor on 77th Street, Central Park West.
Mm-hmm. You say you knew the deceased very well? What do you mean by very well?
Oh, he liked me, and I liked him. We were good friends.
Would you say you were more than good friends?
What kind of a crack is that?
You were in love with Holly Forsythe, weren't you?
Why...
Answer yes or no. Were you in love with Holly Forsythe?
Why, no.
Yet you accepted an invitation to his apartment on the night he was murdered.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's the people's case.
All right. I should like to call Mr. Henry Randolph.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you God?
I do.
State your name.
Henry Randolph.
Be seated, please.
Mr. Randolph, what is your business or occupation?
I am a butler in the employ of Mr. Robert Jason.
And where does Mr. Jason live?
At the Paris Towers on East 12th Street.
Were you working for Mr. Jason on the night of May 17th?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the defendant?
Yes, sir. Miss Hubbard has the apartment next to Mr. Jason.
Did you see the defendant on that night?
Yes, sir.
Will you tell the jury what time you saw her?
At 7:15.
How do you place the exact time?
You see, sir, I was expecting Mr. Jason home at 7 o'clock. So every time I heard the elevator door open down the hall, I went to the front door. And each time I would look at my watch. I recall that when I saw Miss Hubbard enter her apartment, it was 7:15.
To your knowledge, did the defendant leave her apartment again that night?
Yes, sir, at about 9 o'clock.
Could she have left her apartment between 7:15 and 9 without you hearing her?
No, sir. You see, the only entrances and exits to the apartment open out onto the hall.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. That will be all.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Randolph, how long have you known these facts?
For almost 3 months.
Then why didn't you come forward with this information earlier?
I didn't want to become involved.
A woman is on trial for her life, and you didn't want to become involved.
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well,
Why?
I didn't think it was any of my business.
But you've made it your business since then. Why this sudden change of heart?
I kept thinking about the case until I couldn't sleep. It preyed on my mind. My conscience troubled me.
Oh, your conscience. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Then tell the court whether your testimony was solicited by the attorney for the defense or whether you volunteered it.
I volunteered it.
If that's the case, why did you go to Mr. Logan with the information instead of the district attorney?
Well, I thought it would be all right.
Mr. Randolph, when you stepped on this witness stand, you solemnly swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Answer yes or no. Did you see Miss Lillian Hubbard entering her apartment at 7:15 p.m. on the night of May 17th?
Well, I...
Answer my question!
Well, I'm not sure.
Stop that man! Don't let him get away! Hey, hold her!
No!
Hold it! Mrs. Bartlett, please! It's very grab her, will it?
Yes, Shayne. Boy, what a break.
Did you get it?
Oh, I got a lily.
right this way.
Officer, you get the matter through the night? Oh, Your Honor, you got away. Order!
No one leave this courtroom. You'll all be questioned. Retire the jury.
Yes, sir. Here, give me that. Say, has anybody got any smelling salts?
Doctor, the witness.
He's dead, Your Honor.
Extra, extra. Read all about that. Witness dies on stand. Police hunt fear to kill. Extra. Thank you. Extra. Read all about that. Witness dies on stand.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your radio newscaster bringing you the latest developments in this afternoon's sensational courtroom murder in the Hubbard case. The police, after a thorough search of every person present, have still not found the knife which killed the unfortunate butler, Henry Randolph.
Good night, George.
Good night.
Good night, Jim. Good night, gentlemen.
Thank you. Why, that courtroom is drafty.
Yeah, it is. Well,
Good night.
Good night, ladies.
Good night.
Good night, ladies. Y'all discuss this case.
Oh, with all that excitement this afternoon, I think I'm taking a cold. Good night, Sheriff.
Good night.
Yes.
Oh.
Thank you.
Hey, Sheriff, what's the chances of my getting a room by myself tonight?
The penthouse, Mr. Shayne, or would you prefer the bridal suite?
Honest, that guy snores so much, I haven't had a wink of sleep in the last 3 nights.
Try counting sheep jumping over a fence.
I did that, and by last night, the sheep were so tired they couldn't jump the fence.
Here. Take one of these capsules. You won't know what hit you for 10 hours.
Look, I'm sort of immune to drugs. Make it 3.
3? What do you want to do, commit suicide? I'll give you 2. It's more than enough. I'm warning you, they're plenty powerful.
Yeah, thanks. Good night, Sheriff.
Good night. Remember, don't discuss this case with anyone.
We know.
Huh? Phew. Mr. Shayne.
Yeah?
Will you please close that window?
Oh, sure.
Sure, I do wish you'd try to remember that. No. Thank you.
Oh, that's all right. It was my fault for opening the window. Say, Sperry, you know, I've got just the thing for your cold.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Shayne.
Here you are. These capsules. Just take them both. By morning, you won't know what hit you.
Oh, thank you, Michael. You don't mind if I call you Michael, do you?
Well, it is a little familiar, but I'll let it pass. Here, I'll pull down your bedspread for you.
Well, that's more than my wife does for me at home.
Oh, I'm very thoughtful about those things.
You know, Michael, I know it's wrong to talk about the case, but I don't believe Lillian Hubbard's guilty.
Sperry, I think you've got something there.
You do?
Absolutely.
Well, it's my guess that someone killed the butler because they were afraid that his testimony would acquit her.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the coroner says that Forsyth was killed at 7:30. Now, the butler says at 7:15 he saw Miss Hubbard going into her apartment. So, in that case, you can see that it would be quite impossible if she lived at East 12th Street and Forsyth lived at West 77. That's length of time be impossible for her to get uptown so far and across town.
And down will come baby, cradle and go.
hurting me.
What the devil are you doing here?
Seeing a man about a set of titles.
Keep the voice down, will you? How'd you find out about this knife?
A little bird told me.
Well, at least you didn't go to the police about it.
When the reporter's got the inside on a good story, she doesn't go to the police with it.
Check. As soon as I solve the case, I'll give you an exclusive.
Oh, no, you don't. On this one, I go right along with you and all the way.
No dice.
Now, listen here, Mike.
Please be quiet, will you? I've taken enough chances as it is.
I go or else. Do I go or don't I?
No.
I'll scream.
Okay, you win.
Where are we going?
To the Paris Towers.
Why?
To find out why Randolph was killed.
You don't mind my asking all these questions, do you?
Oh, of course not. How else are you going to learn anything?
Still haven't told me why you hid the knife.
Have you ever served for 2 solid weeks on a jury?
No, but I imagine it's very exciting.
Oh, you do? Well, it isn't. And besides, I don't believe that Hubbard dame is guilty.
And who's going to pay Mr. Shayne to prove it?
And believe it or not, that's the one thing I hadn't figured out.
It shows the age of chivalry is not dead.
Oh, is that so? What about that time in the Jackson case when I asked you to marry me?
That wasn't chivalry. That was blackmail. You just wanted to get me off the case.
Well, Well, anyhow, it almost worked.
By the way, aren't you supposed to be locked up in a hotel room?
I am locked up in a hotel room. This is only the spirit of Michael Shayne you're talking to.
Okay, Spirit. But the first time you pull anything funny, I turn you over to the police. And in the flesh.
Now, don't forget, you just do the listening.
And I'll do the talking. Where have I heard that before?
Oh, hello. We're investigating the Randolph case.
More police. Come in, please.
Thanks. Sorry to disturb you, but is Mr. Jason at home?
Mr. Jason has been in South America for the last 2 months.
Well, then...
Suppose you let us take a look at Mr. Randolph's room.
Right this way.
I thought I made it clear that I was to do the talking.
Clear to you, but not to me.
This is Mr. Randolph's room. That's his bed, and those are all his books. Poor Henry was a great one for reading, all right.
Say, tell me, miss, how long did you know Mr. Randolph?
Going on almost 3 years.
Well, did he have any enemies?
Not that I know of. But a frightfully strange thing happened this afternoon.
Yeah, what happened this afternoon?
Those other police that were here said he'd spent time in prison.
Yeah? Well, why did
Did
he...
they you anything else?
No. Pardon me, ma'am, but do they always have women policemen on a murder case?
Well, yes. You see, I cover the various cases from the woman's angle.
Sort of cherchez la femme. That right, Miss Taylor?
Yeah, that's right. Find the woman. Now, tell me, do you know if Mr. Randolph was friendly with any woman in particular?
Well, you might say Henry was friendly with me. He used to take me out to the cinema, dancing and all that sort of thing. Of course, that was before I knew he'd been in prison. It just goes to show you a body never knows.
Well, do you know of anyone who would have had a reason for killing Mr. Randolph?
No, he was a lonely man. In fact, he always used to say, he who travels alone travels farthest. I don't know where he thought he was going. He was only a butler.
Say, did anybody ever come here to visit Mr. Randolph?
No one.
No.
Except that Mr. Logan, the lawyer for Miss Hubbard. Handsome, ain't he? He come to see us both after she'd been arrested for that dreadful murder. Oh, excuse me, I expect that's more police.
Police department.
Hey, Judy.
Did you hear those coppers come out of this elevator?
No.
But Randolph said he could hear the elevator door every time it opened or closed.
That's right, he did. Why do you think he said he heard it if he didn't?
I don't know. That, my dear, is one of those little things we're going to have to find out. You know what kind of a knife this is?
No.
That's a throwing knife.
How do you know?
Because of the way it's balanced. And because only an expert knife thrower would have been accurate enough to aim at and kill a man at that distance.
I wonder how a girl goes about meeting a knife thrower in this town.
Well, if you're really interested, I'll show you. Come on.
Mike, I said I want to meet one knife thrower, not 14.
You want to quit? Swell.
No, I don't want to quit, but can't we look for something easy, like a needle in a haystack?
Hello, Pop.
Hello, Mike. How's everything?
Okay. Okay. Hello, Billy.
Hello, Mike.
How things going?
No longer any place in this world for the little man.
I wonder what happens if he misses.
Give him another chance.
You mean they give him another blonde? Say, how much longer is this act on?
About 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes, huh? Hey, Judy, do me a favor, will you?
Sure.
You stand on guard here and tell me the moment that Telmacchio finishes his act.
Why don't you stand on guard?
Oh, now, Judy. All right, let's flip for it.
Okay.
Heads I win, tails you lose. Tails, you lose. Too bad, Judy.
Hey! Why are you always taking advantage of me?
Because you make it so easy.
Hey, look at this. This proves something, all right.
Oh, sure. Telmacchio and 8 million other people are interested in what went on in that courtroom this afternoon.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Why don't you stand guard outside like I told you?
So you can find an important clue and duck out of the window? No, siree. Mike! That's a dirty trick! Let me out! Mike, let me out!
Hey, Judy, see if you can find a corpse in there. Louder, Judy. We can't hear you out here.
Help! Help, please! Oh, let me out! Help! Murder! Please! Help! Murder! Oh.
Rasputin.
Help! Help! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Open up! Help! Help, please!
Hello? Yes. What's the address? Phone number? Just a moment, I'll mark it down. Yes. Right away. Call the cops, Pop. I knocked a guy cold in my dressing room. Caught him going through my trunk.
I'll be back right away.
You all right?
My head feels like it belongs to somebody else. What happened?
Well, he threw a hatchet at you.
Hatchet? Oh, yeah, I remember.
Hey, we're on the right track. He's the killer.
What killer?
Oh, hello, Pop.
What in the world is all this about anyway?
Well, I was sticking my nose into somebody else's business, and I almost got it chopped off, that's all.
What are you messing around this trunk for?
Oh, now, Pop, you don't think I'd do anything illegal, do you? I'm on a case.
Case?
Yeah.
Say, that reminds me. Ain't you on a jury?
Oh, good old Pop. You know, I knew you'd understand. Now, you forget that you've seen me, and I'll cut you in on the reward. But don't forget, a slip of the lip may sink a ship.
Oh.
Say, where's Tomacchio?
Well, he...
Oh, he wrote down a phone number and an address. Here, the way he talked, he was arranging to meet someone.
Say, wait a minute.
What are you doing, Pop?
We had a mind-reading act here one time. This is the way they brought out their phony spirit writing.
I don't get it.
Here. Look.
Ferry Street. That's on the Lower East Side. Pardon me, Pop.
Who are you calling?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
You mean that telephone number might lead to Timecodes?
Yeah. There's no answer. Hello, operator. Could you give me the address of Plaza 59961?
I'm sorry, sir. We're not permitted to divulge that information.
Yeah, but operator, this is very important.
I'm sorry, sir.
Look,
Mike, for heaven's sakes, at least tell me what you're thinking.
come on, we gotta get out.
Mike, where are you going? Oh, yeah, I know. A slip of the lip.
Listen, Mike, we can spend half the night looking at warehouses. Why don't we at least try to find out where this man lives?
Because, like Annie, he probably doesn't live there anymore. Look, I want you to go into that drugstore and dial Plaza 59961.
Well, suppose I get an answer this time.
Then try to find out who's on the other end. But if you don't get an answer, don't hang up. Just let the phone ring.
Just let the phone ring.
That's the idea.
Mr. Shayne, tell me, how do you think you'd look in white?
Better than I would in stripes. Now hurry it up. We're losing time.
Okay, but I don't think it makes sense.
Hello?
Hello? Who is this?
Mandrake, the magician. Could I interest you in a rocket trip to the moon, Miss Taylor?
Mike, where are you?
605 Ferry Street.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Put up your hands. Move over there. Okay, buddy, get moving.
Now, look, Chief.
You heard me. Get moving. In there.
All right.
Over there.
Now, look, I didn't have anything to do with that murder.
How'd you know it was murder?
Well, anybody can see.
Shut up. Give me the police department. Police department? I want to report a killing. Yeah. At the Acme Storage Company over on Ferry Street. You better make it snappy. I got the guy that did it right here.
Thanks, Judy. I couldn't have stood much more of that.
Mike, I've killed him.
No, I don't think so. Nah, he'll be all right. Here, give me that gun.
Please. Now, I know I shouldn't have hit him.
That's all right. The minimum sentence for assault is 3 years. I'll come and see you every month. He's gone.
Chinatown's greatest tongue war hatchet burners. And now we come to the old Mandarin Theater, where they used to play the old genuine Chinese troops, imported direct from the heart of China. They didn't have any women in the old Chinese troops, so now they make up for it by showing movies. See that license in the window? That's a Jap hunting license. To be precise, a license to hunt Japs. And it's always open season. Well, now that you've seen all of New York's Chinatown, if you step in the bus, our next visit will be Greenwich Village, where we'll see how the Bohemians live. All right, ladies, step up there.
$165. Hey, let me have a couple of bucks.
I had a hunch this evening was going to start costing me.
Hey, Bud, just keep the change.
All right. Say, you know, you're a real sport, Mike. We must go out more often.
Why, sure. When's your next payday?
Aren't you afraid of being seen here?
Not with you, darling.
Check your hat, sir?
Oh, yeah, thanks, sugar. Hey, you got a quarter?
You give out with the ration card conversation, and I pay to listen. All I've got's a half.
Well, a half's enough, sure.
Thank you. You're welcome. I thought you were only supposed to tip them when you pick up your hat.
Honey, when they're that...
Let's forget it. Tears won't get us anywhere. It happened, it's over, let's forget it. Every heart must pay for love. I've discovered since then. And yet,
Madame care to order?
Nothing.
Hey, Judy, you better order something.
I can't afford it.
Well, that's all right. They know me here. You can just sign your name.
A paper napkin, a glass of water, and a toothpick.
Tourist, you know. Just make it 2 old-fashions, Harry.
Yes, sir. But the name is Harley.
I'd rather dance if you don't mind. I'm free and so are you. Let's wander on to pastures new and call it all a silly daydream.
What makes you think she had anything to do with anything?
This was on Telmacchio when I found him. He was dead.
He was?
Mm-hmm. The watchman thought I killed him. That was the reason for the fight.
To Rita from George.
George Dolphin. He's the owner of this club.
Let's forget it.
Hello, boss.
Tears won't get us.
Here, give me that.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to have a little talk with Miss Darling, find out what goes on.
Every heart must pay for love. I've discovered since then. And yet I say hooray for love. I'm hoping it happens
How about a nice big smile? Ole? Thank you.
Mike, that photographer.
What about him?
Well, he's been covering the trial. We've got to get out of here before he recognizes you.
Judy, how are you? Glad to see you.
Hiya, Roy. What's new?
Just picking up a little extra change. Mind if I sit down?
We were just going.
Going? You're just getting your drinks. Are you kidding? Stick around and introduce me to your boyfriend.
My name is Higgins. Hey, what's playing down there? Hey, my name is Higgins, Roy Higgins.
Oh, hiya, Mr. Higgins.
Haven't I seen your face someplace before?
Oh, I doubt it. He's from out of town. He's from...
Rochester.
Rochester?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great little town, that Rochester. You ever up that way, let me know. Why, we've got almost a 500,000 population. Altitude around 2,000 feet. 15 first-class hotels.
I know it. You're a juror.
Me?
That's it. I knew I've seen that face. You're a juror in the Hubbard trial.
Well, you're crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. Here, have a drink.
What's your name, Mr.
Smith. John Smith. John K. Smith, that's it. John K. Smith.
Mr. Smith is my fiancé.
Congratulations, Smith. Say, if you're a juror, what are you doing out and around?
Well, he isn't a juror,
No,
Roy.
no, not at all. Say, honey, would you like to dance?
No, thanks.
You don't mind if we dance, do you, Roy?
Hey!
Sorry, Higgins, you should have warned me. Got any more friends you'd like to have me meet?
It'd have been okay if you hadn't handed out that phony name. John K. Smith. What does the K stand for? Cluck?
Ah, never mind. We'll get rid of him. You know, I used to be quite a dancer.
Ouch!
I'm sorry.
How long ago?
Well, they've changed the rules since the Charleston, you know. It's not my fault.
Pardon me, will you walk around?
Oh, here he comes. Oh, I'm sorry.
We came late. He's making up for lost time.
What is this, a congregation? Move around, will you, kid?
Hey, you cover me.
Hey!
Tovarich! Now, don't I look like my name was Smith?
I bet you could sell a mean cough drop.
Say, I want you to take care of Higgins while I talk to Rita.
Well, where'll I meet you?
Out in front in 5 minutes, and have a cab ready. Go ahead. Hello, Miss Darling.
What's the idea of busting in here?
Well, you see, I'm a special investigator on the Hubbard murder case. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Well, you'll have to see my lawyer.
Could your lawyer tell me whether this brooch belonged to you?
Where'd you get this?
I'm asking you a question. Does that belong to you?
No.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Why should I lie to you?
Well, I don't know. You were in love with Forsythe. You had as good a reason as Lillian Hubbard to kill him.
That's not true.
Weren't you seeing him regularly before Hubbard came along?
I wouldn't put it that way, buddy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Dolphin.
Who are you?
It's all right, George. Just
Shut up. I said, who are you?
Oh, my name's Smith. I'm a special investigator in the Hubbard case.
Oh, keyhole snooper, huh?
Yeah, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
I'm not interested.
Did you give this brooch to Miss Darling?
That's none of your business. Now go on, beat it.
Oh, now, George, don't be...
Go on, beat it before I have you thrown out.
Have it your own way. I'll be seeing you. It might interest you to know that the man who killed Randolph in the courtroom was found dead. This brooch was found on his body.
What are you trying to do? Pin this whole thing on me?
What kind of a crack is that?
You know you threatened to bump out Forsythe.
Your memory's too good.
Get my hands on him. Hurry up.
17.
Come on, come on.
Here you are.
Hey, Smith, wait a minute. Hey!
Mike, over here.
Hurry up, bud.
Glad to see you.
It's great to see you, camera shy, for once.
Say, if that guy got my picture, I'm sunk.
Did you get to see Rita?
Oh, yeah. It's her brooch, all right.
Did she say it was?
No, but it won't be hard to prove that. All we have to do is find out where it came from.
And how do we do that, Mr. Braden?
Well, first we identify the jeweler's trademark. Then we locate the jeweler.
Mac, do you really think Rita might have killed Forsythe?
Well, we know somebody was afraid of Randolph's testimony. And we also know that it was Rita who pinned Forsythe's murder on Lillian Hubbard.
So, being afraid a surprise witness might explode her story, she took no chances and hired Tom Macchio for the killing job.
Maybe.
But why in the world would she tell such a story in the first place?
1, to pin it on someone else. And 2, to explain her presence in the vicinity of Forsythe's apartment on the night he was killed.
She must have paid Tom Macchio plenty for the job.
Probably paid him off with this brooch. That was why it was on him when I found him.
New York Bulletin, keep smiling.
I want you to yank this story here and throw in this one about the murdered knife thrower. Run a picture of the watchman who was hit over the head along with his description of the guy he picked up in the warehouse.
Right, Maury. Hi, Mr. Morrison. Got the picture of the year right here. One of the jurors in the Hubbard trial.
That's nothing. We got a picture of all 12 of them. Take a look at that.
Yeah, but you ain't got Shayne. This character right here all by himself. All by himself at 1 o'clock in the morning where he shouldn't be.
You wouldn't kid me, Roy.
The Globe offered me $100 for it.
Okay, print her up. If you've got it, I'll go 150.
Mr. Morrison, you just made yourself a deal.
Here it is, Mr. Arno.
Yes. The design is my own. In fact, I may have a copy of the drawing here. I remember he especially wanted something in the shape of a dolphin. I had to study a number of drawings. Dürer, the German artist, had several excellent ones. Here we are. You may observe that I borrowed rather freely from Dury in my design of the brooch.
Would you be willing to testify in court that you sold this brooch to Mr. Dolphin?
If you thought it necessary, yes.
Could you arrange to be in court tomorrow morning at 10?
Yes.
Oh, that's fine. Come on, Judy, we'll have to go. Thanks very much, Mr.
Not at all. I'm glad to be of some service. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, that pins the murder right on George Dolphin.
Yeah, I think Arno knows more than he's told us.
What do you mean?
Say, wasn't Forsythe once married to Arno's daughter?
Oh, that's right. I remember now. Well, there was quite a scandal at the divorce trial.
I thought so. Now, look, I want you to go down to your newspaper morgue and dig up all the dope you can on Forsythe.
Well, what are you going to do?
I have to write a letter.
A letter?
Yeah, a letter to a friend. I'll meet you in front of the Manor Apartments. That's where Logan lives.
Logan? Oh, the lawyer who's defending Ligon Hubbard.
That's right.
Okay, but I hope you know what you're doing.
Don't worry about me.
A lily, I got myself a lily. Well, here we are, Mr. Morrison. There's your juror, as large as life. Now there's a little matter of 150.
Who's the girl? Her face seems familiar.
Why, she's your star reporter. Hiya, Roy.
Hiya, Judy. Glad to see you.
What are you doing in this picture?
Just chasing down one of the biggest stories of the year. Do you mind if I take a look?
Go on, take a peek. She gave me a routine of guy as a fiancé from Rochester. That don't go with me. I've been around. When you're a freelance photographer, you gotta use your noodle. And if you need a good guy... Hey! That's sabotage! What's the idea?
I just don't want to see myself scooped, that's all.
I knew you were in cahoots with that guy.
Give me the developing room.
Will you tell me what this is all about, or would it be asking too much?
The man in that picture is Michael Shayne, private investigator. We're working on the Hubbard case together. Hello, Tony. Hold it a second. Will you please tell him to get rid of that negative before Higgins gets down there?
Tony, get rid of that negative Higgins brought in. You heard me. Get rid of it.
Oh, thanks a lot. Tomorrow morning, the Bulletin will make newspaper history.
Miss Taylor, we make history or you're fired.
Get him?
Here you are, Mike. Arno's daughter, Cynthia, was married to Forsythe 6 years ago, up to the time she committed suicide.
Yeah, but why did she commit suicide?
Well, she left a note saying she couldn't stand Forsythe running around with other women.
Oh.
Do you think Arno's mixed up in this?
I don't know, but we'll find out about that tomorrow morning in court. Here, take this.
Why are you giving this to me?
I want you to give that to Logan.
Why don't you give it to him yourself?
Because if he sees me, he'll tell the judge and I'll go to jail. Is that clear? Good. Now look, I want you to tell Logan about everything that we found out tonight.
Well, suppose he won't listen to me.
Don't worry, he'll listen to you. Tell him that this is his one big chance to clear Lillian Hubbard, and that you've got enough dope to pin the whole business on Rita Darling.
Okay.
Go to work.
Hey, you see a guy running around here?
No.
fifth column work.
What kind of fifth column work? I'm a newspaper photographer.
Oh, yeah? Since when do you prowl around and sell us for pictures?
Look, you're an elevator operator, ain't you?
Yeah?
Oh, come on, elevate, operate. Come on, elevate. Get moving.
What floor?
Yours make it 5.
Hey, aren't you new here?
Ben yours coming, yeah, but by Jiminy, some damn fool leave water running in tub make yours like yours done flood.
But I tell you, I saw him.
Maybe you need new glasses. Other reporters are crazy, but you photographers take the cake. Fifth floor.
But I wouldn't kid you, Sheriff. It was Shayne.
And I'm telling you, he couldn't get out of that room without me knowing it.
4th floor, please.
I thought you said 5.
No, I said 4. What's wrong with you? You don't understand good American language?
4th floor.
Excuse, please.
A Quisling.
What kind of shenanigans is this?
You got me, Sheriff.
Sleepwalkers. The hotel's full of them. All right, sister, let's get moving. Up, up.
Okay.
Hey, Spirit.
Gee, this never happened before.
And it'll never happen again. Next time, I'll take my jury to the hotel across the street.
You can bet Shayne's behind this.
Sure, sure. He's standing outside in his sleep, holding us in.
How do you like this? A bottleneck.
Must be west.
Hey, it was the plumber, only it was Shayne. There's your man, Sheriff.
Oh, yeah? Does he look like a plumber?
But I tell you, I took a picture of him. I saw in a nightclub.
Oh, Sheriff. Say, what's the matter? The hotel on fire?
Were you out of this room tonight?
Oh, of course not. Who do you think I am, Superman?
Hey!
Hey, did he leave the room? Hey, Curly, wake up! Hey!
It's all right, darling. I'm listening. I hear every word you say.
His character's in another world.
Hey, Sheriff, thanks for those pills. They were wonderful. Hey, didn't I meet you somewhere?
Yeah, in Rochester. Does that give you any clues?
The only place you'd meet this crank would be in the psychopathic ward. Come on, before I throw you in the cooler for disturbing the peace. Come on, get out of here.
Good night, Sheriff.
Good night.
Please rise. Present to the flag of the United States, emblem of the Constitution and of freedom and justice for all, the 33rd District Court is now in session. The Honorable Robert Walters, Judge presiding. Be seated, please.
It's all right, sweetie pie. I'm up.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we begin, I wish to say that you are duty-bound not to let the extraordinary events of yesterday afternoon in any way prejudice you one way or the other. A decision of innocence or guilt is decided solely on the basis of the legal testimony presented to this court. The defense will proceed.
I'd like to call Mr. George Dolphin to the stand.
Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God?
I do.
State your name.
George Dolphin.
Be seated, please.
Mr. Dolphin, is the relationship between you and Miss Darling strictly business?
We're also very good friends.
Did you know the deceased, Harley Forsythe, very well?
Well enough not to like him.
Did you ever resent his attentions to Miss Darling? Answer yes or no. Did you resent his attentions to Miss Darling?
Yes.
Do you know a professional knife thrower by the name of Count Edmund Telmacchio?
No.
I show you a brooch and call your particular attention to an inscription on the back which reads, "To Rita from George," and ask you whether or not you gave this brooch to Miss Darling.
No, I did not.
If Your Honor, please, I should like to have this marked as the defendant's next exhibit for identification.
Mr. Clerk, mark it as defendant's next in order for identification.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all. Your witness.
No questions.
You may step down. Miss Rita Darling.
Rita Darling.
May I have defendant's exhibit K for identification? Miss Darling, is this your brooch?
No.
Do you know a professional knife thrower by the name of Count Edmund Telmacchio?
No.
Did you know that Telmacchio was murdered last night and this brooch was found on his person?
No.
That's all. Your witness.
No questions?
I request that the witness remain in the courtroom.
So ordered.
Mr. Sidney Arno.
Sidney Arno. Sidney Arno.
Mr. Arno, do you know Mr. George Dolphin?
Yes. Mr. Dolphin has been a customer of mine for several years.
I show you a brooch. Do you recognize it?
Yes. I made it for Mr. Dolphin 2 weeks ago.
That's a lie. He never saw me that brooch and he knows it.
Mr. Dolphin, if you don't remain quiet, I shall have you removed from the courtroom.
All right. All right, but I still tell you he's lying.
Your Honor, I offer this brooch in evidence as defendant's exhibit K. Thank you, Mr. Arno. That's all.
No questions. Just a minute. Your Honor, with your permission, I'd like to ask the witness a few questions.
Proceed.
Mr. Arno, do you know a manufacturing jeweler by the name of Hendricks?
Yes.
Now, is it not a fact that you only designed the brooch and that Mr. Hendricks executed that design for you?
Yes. Mr. Hendricks does a great deal of work for me.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
I now call the defendant, Miss Lillian Hubbard. Miss Hubbard, do you recall at what time you arrived home on the night Mr. Forsythe was murdered?
At about 7:15.
Did you leave your apartment again that night?
Yes, at 9 o'clock.
Where did you go?
To see Mr. Forsythe.
For what reason?
I realized I didn't love him. I wanted to return his presents and break off our engagement.
When did you come to this decision?
When I learned of his relationship with Miss Darling.
Will you please tell the court the exact circumstances of your visit to Mr. Forsythe's apartment?
I arrived at his apartment at about 9:30. I was just about to ring the bell when I noticed that the door was open. I went in and found Mr. Forsythe lying on the floor.
Go on, please.
For a moment, I didn't realize he was dead. I tried to turn him over, and then I saw the blood on the floor. He'd been shot in the head.
What happened then?
I don't remember. I was too upset. Somehow I got out of the apartment.
Do you remember passing Miss Darling in the hall?
No.
What did you do after you left the apartment?
I called you. You're my lawyer and friend. You're the only one I could think of.
Thank you, Miss Hubbard. That's all.
No questions.
Defense rests.
Any rebuttal?
Yes.
The people will call Mr. Logan.
Your Honor, isn't this rather unusual?
The defense attorney has made certain statements which I would like entered under oath.
In that case, I have no objection.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name.
John Logan.
Be seated, please.
Exhibit K, please. I show you the defendant's Exhibit K.
Did you find this brooch on the murdered man, Count Edmund Talmacchio?
No.
Then why did you state in open court that it was found on him?
Miss Judy Taylor of the Bulletin gave me the information. She brought it to my apartment last night.
Is Miss Taylor in the court? Thank you, Mr. Logan. Will Miss Taylor please take the stand?
Oh, just a minute. Your Honor, before Mr. Logan steps down, do you mind if I ask him a few questions?
Be seated, Mr. Logan.
Mr. Logan, how long have you known the defendant, Miss Hubbard?
Ever since we were children. We grew up together.
Are you in love with her?
Yes.
What were your feelings when you learned that she was to marry Holly Forsythe?
I was sorry to hear it.
Because you were in love with her?
Yes, and because I knew Forsythe's reputation. I thought she was letting herself in for a great deal of unhappiness.
Why did you put Henry Randolph on the stand yesterday?
Well, I wished to furnish the defendant with corroborating evidence as to her whereabouts at the time Forsythe was killed.
Did you know that Randolph had a prison record?
No.
Now, Mr. Logan, as a lawyer, did you handle a case for Count Edmund Talmacchio?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you got him out of a murder charge, didn't you?
Yes.
I'll show you a picture. Do you recognize it?
Well, yes.
Do you mind telling the court the circumstances under which that picture was taken?
Well, it's a wedding picture taken when Cynthia Arno was married to Forsythe. Mr. Arno and I are also in it.
How long have you known Mr. Arno?
For a great many years.
Thanks, Mr. Logan. That'll be all. Your Honor, I know it's a little out of order, but I'm somewhat confused. I'd like to ask Mr. Arno several more questions.
The people will call Mr. Arno back to the stand.
Sidney Arno.
Mr. Arno, do you recognize these knives?
No, I can't say that I do.
Did you make them?
No.
Is Mr. Paul Hendricks in the courtroom? Now, Mr. Arno, isn't it true that Mr. Hendricks made these knives for you? Answer yes or no.
The witness will answer the question.
Yes. Yes, Hendricks made the knives, but not for me. He made them for Logan. I hated Forsythe, but I didn't kill him. Logan killed him. Forsythe deserved to die. If it hadn't been for him, my daughter would be alive today. I'm glad Logan killed him.
Your Honor, with your permission, I think that I can fill in the rest of the story. Logan, you killed Forsythe, but you never expected that Lillian Hubbard would be charged with the crime. So you had to figure out a way to clear her. You found out that Randolph had a prison record. It was easy to bribe him to give false testimony. But you wouldn't take any chances. He might break down under cross-examination, or he might try to blackmail you later. So you went to Arno here and had him make these knives and the brooch. Then you hired Talmacchio to kill Randolph here in the courtroom. Now, to make absolutely certain that Talmacchio wouldn't talk, you phoned him last night and told him to meet you at the Ferry Street warehouse. You strangled Talmacchio. Then you planted the brooch on the body to leave evidence leading to Dolphin and Rita Dolly, because you knew the police would learn that they had a motive for killing Forsythe. Now, as for these knives, I picked this one up in the courtroom yesterday, after Randolph was killed. And this one I found in Talmacchio's dressing room last night. They match perfectly. Now, I'm sure that that clears up everything.
Get in there, Shayne.
It's a fine thing. They call this justice. Guy solves the case and they give him 10 days for contempt of court. I guess you're used to locking me in by now, eh, Sheriff?
Yeah, only this time you stay locked in.
Mike, I just saw the judge.
You did? What about it?
Well, I thought if I told him all the details on how you solved the crime, that he might change the sentence. And he did.
He did? Oh, boy! Hey, Sheriff, let me out of here!
Just a second. He changed the sentence, all right, but to 60 days.
60 days? Hey, Judy,
Come here a second, will you?
No, Mike, I have to.
No, look, I got something very important to whisper to you. Just
No,
come a little
Mike,
closer.
I have a story to
Judy,
run.
now don't be silly. I'm not mad at you. Come here. I just want to get my hands on you. I want to tear a limb from limb. Just let me get out of it. I want to just crumple her a little bit.
References? Oh, sure. I'll be glad to give you some references. Let's see. You can call Senator Hugh Oglethorpe. No, you better not. I beat Huey playing golf yesterday. You can call Sid Dreyfus. Mm-hmm. That's Judge Sidney Dreyfus, yes, State Supreme Court. Oh, that reminds me, I'm supposed to have dinner with him tonight. Pardon me while I make a note of that, will you?
I have Judge Dreyfus.
Bill Curtis, the law firm of Curtis, Arthur, and Titus.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Shayne. Just a minute, please. I broke my...
How embarrassing.
I broke my pencil. All right, I have another.
Well, don't try to pole vault with it. You got Curtis, hmm?
Yes, Mr. William Curtis.
He's in the Belfont building. And let's see, then there's, put down Winfield Brown, sanitary engineer, South Main Street. And if you want any more, Richard Mannion.
I'm sure these references will be ample, Mr. Shayne. Please come tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Oh, I expect to be busy on a very important case tomorrow. Better come over now. I can be there in a few minutes.
No, you mustn't. Mrs. Murdoch would be furious. Please wait until tomorrow.
Well...
We'll expect you tomorrow at 10. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Mrs. Murdoch, huh? 10 o'clock.
Mr. Shayne.
Good morning, Mrs. Murdoch.
Oh, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I'm not Mrs. Murdoch. I'm Miss...
Oh,
dear. I'm Miss Davis, Mrs. Murdoch's secretary.
Oh, for a minute, I didn't think you were going to remember.
You're early. I'll tell Mrs. Murdoch you're here.
What is it now?
Mr. Shayne is here to see you.
You know very well I don't want to see anyone until I finish my breakfast.
I'll have him wait in my office.
Oh, very well. Show him in. Hurry up.
You can go in now.
Thanks.
When I say 10 o'clock, I don't mean 9:50 or 9:59. I mean 10 o'clock.
Well, Mrs. Murdoch, you know what the book says about the early bird?
No worms here.
Hey, you can't tell what you're liable to find in an old barn like this.
Oh, but... Oh, you're not quite what I expected, Mr. Shayne.
Well, what did you expect? Top hat, striped trousers, and cutaway?
Hardly. Something fat and egg-spotted, with dirty fingernails, chewing on a filthy cigar butt, and with his hat on its head.
How'd you happen to call me?
You were selected for the scientific method of using a pin on the classified section of the phone book.
Oh, and I got stuck, huh?
I hope I shan't be.
What's on your mind?
When my husband died, he left me a valuable collection of old coins, the rarest of which was a brasher doubloon.
A what?
A brasher doubloon.
It doesn't mean anything to me.
Here. This is a brasher doubloon.
Oh.
It's an old American gold coin about the size of a $20 gold piece. Ordinarily, a copy is worth several $1,000s, but mine happens to be particularly valuable because the designer, a man called Brasher, put his initials on the left wing of the eagle instead of the right.
It's very interesting. What about it?
A coin dealer called me up yesterday. Said he had a mate to mine. Wanted to sell it me. That roused my suspicions. I've been through my collection. The doubloon was gone.
It was stolen.
But it didn't walk out under its own power.
Well, why didn't you call the police?
Because it was stolen by one of my own family.
Oh, how chummy. Who?
My daughter-in-law. I have an idiot for a son. About a year ago, a nightclub entertainer, appropriately named Linda Conquest, married him for my money. They came to live here. Apparently I didn't support them according to her expectations. She left last week without saying goodbye or letting us know where she could be reached. The reason is obvious.
And you think she took it, huh?
I don't think. I know.
Well, what's worrying you most? Do you want to get the whatchamacallit back, or do you want to get your son unhooked?
Both. I'm hiring you to get the doubloon back and to arrange a divorce without cost to me.
Suppose she didn't take it.
I expect you to prove that she did, and I'm asking no questions. Well, what are you going to charge me?
Well, a dame like this Linda, you know, she probably won't settle for less than $50,000. And you see, if I should keep her from making a bite like that on you, I think it's worth about 10%.
$5,000?
Yeah.
You're crazy.
No, I'm just smart. Well, I'll cut it in half.
I don't want a chattel mortgage on you. Just a few days of your time.
You drive an awfully hard bargain. Now, wait, I tell you what I'll do. Make it $1,000, 500 cash. Now, that's the lowest I can go.
How do I know you're worth that much money?
Well, you checked my references, didn't you?
I tried to. Merle, make out a check to this young bandit for $500. The only one of your references I could contact was a Mr. Winfield Brown. And for your information, he is not a sanitary engineer.
He isn't?
No, he's a plumber.
Why, the rat, he lied to me.
Lied to you.
Say, if your son is around, I'd like to have...
Leslie knows nothing about this.
I thought he might know where his wife is.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't even know the doubloon has been stolen.
Well, okay. You're dealing the cards. I can only play what you give me. Say, what's Linda look like? Have you got a picture of her?
No. She's blonde, pretty, I suppose, in a coarse kind of way.
Oh, that helps a lot. That narrows the field down to $250,000.
Oh, stop waving that thing at me. Mind you keep your mouth shut about this. If Leslie gets to hear of it, I shall know who told him. There's your check.
Thank you. Oh, I almost forgot. What's the name of the coin dealer that phoned you?
Washburn. Elisha Washburn, I believe.
Elisha Washburn. Well, guess I can't make any more money around here.
I'll say you can't.
So long, Toots.
Toots?
Hey, take it easy. Don't let that old sea cow get you down.
You mustn't talk about her like that. She's very good to me.
Oh, yeah, I can believe that. I suppose that flood of salt water is tears of gratitude, huh?
Please go.
Yeah, well, in a minute. But first, do you know any of Linda's friends? Anybody who might know where she is?
Only a Lois Morney, an old school friend of hers.
She knows Lois Morney, huh?
I can't tell you any more without specific instructions from Mrs. Murdoch.
Well... An early bird will get fat around here. Bye-bye.
Who is that?
I can't tell you, Mr. Murdoch.
You're going to tell me? I said, who is he?
He's Mr. Shayne, a detective.
What was he doing here?
Your mother hired him. I don't know why. She told me not to tell you. If you tell her I did...
Shut up. I won't tell her.
Washburn's, coins and stamps. Who's calling, please?
I'm calling for Michael Shayne of Shayne Incorporated.
Just a minute.
Yes?
Mr. Shayne calling you.
Oh, Mr. Washburn. Yes, I'll put Mr. Shayne right on. Ready on phone 4, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, hello, Mr. Washburn. I understand that you deal in old coins.
Of course I'm interested in old coins. That's my business.
Good. I think that I have an item that might interest you. Could I come right over?
Well, it's lunchtime now, then I have an appointment. I'll be back about 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, huh? Okay, I'll be there. Well, business is really picking up when the worm comes to the early bird.
Why did my mother hire you?
Your mama told me not to talk to you, so you just go play in your own sandbox.
You're going to tell me.
Oh, dear. Please excuse what is about to happen.
I'm not kidding, Shayne.
Now, Leslie. Now, you want to be more careful with these things. You know, I'm beginning to dislike you. You better get going. Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, Mr. Shayne.
Union Depot. Yes.
What do you want?
Yeah. Is Mrs. Morney in?
She not home.
Hey, wait a minute. How do you know if you don't ask her?
She already tell me.
Wait. Hello, fella. Here, come on. Stand up. Come on. Stand up. That's a good boy. Oh, my. My.
I beg your pardon. Is this the dog I'm supposed to be aware of?
Yes, give him to me.
Well, what do you want? Oh, I'd like to ask your wife a few questions, if you don't mind.
That's a good one. He thinks you're Alex.
Oh, you mean you aren't...
No.
What's on your mind?
Here, Lou, let's see it.
He's a snooper.
Lou, will you put Matador in his pen, please?
He's awfully cute, ain't he? I mean the dog.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Shayne?
Yeah, sure, thanks.
You know, you can't be much of a detective or you'd know Lou Venter.
Oh, I was just being diplomatic.
How nice. Have a drink.
No, thanks. I never touch it before 6.
Oh, then sometime after 6. Sometime, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Say, I understand that you know a girl named Linda Conquest.
Do I? Who said so?
A worm's mother. You know where she is?
Somebody drowned in the pool a week or so ago. We didn't look to see who it was.
Now, look, finding her is just a matter of time, but you could be an awful lot of help to me if you wanted to.
Maybe you could make me want to, if there weren't so many people around.
Oh, you mean to say we're not alone?
All right, wise guy, on your way.
No, it's a very funny thing, but sometimes I have little head noises, you know? Sounds just like voices.
I said get out.
I heard it again right there.
Oh, don't.
One hand, did you see that? Well, I guess there's no use my sticking around here any longer.
Not as long as you have another woman on your mind.
No. Well, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Oh, don't forget, sometime after 6 sometime.
Yeah.
Come on. Oh, Lou, you're all wet.
I'm getting sick of this. What's the idea of tailing me, huh?
Take it easy, Shayne. Take it easy. Here's my card.
All right, get confidential. What's on your mind?
I wanted to find out if you were smart enough to be worth talking to.
Look, I'm very smart. It'd be a shame not to talk to me, but you gotta make it fast.
I think our interests are the same.
What makes you say that?
I saw Leslie Murdoch come out of your office.
Oh, you working for his wife?
Maybe. Want to talk?
Well, all right. Where'll you be in about an hour or so?
At that address. Here's the key. You can let yourself in if I'm not there.
All right. We'll see you later.
A brasher doubloon is a very rare piece, young man. I'd hardly have one.
Then again, you might. One that was stolen from Mrs. Murdoch.
Was Mrs. Murdoch's coin stolen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one you bought.
Now, see here.
Wait a minute. It's okay. Any reputable dealer would do the same thing. Buy it cheap, return it to its owner at a fair profit. What's wrong about that?
How much will your client pay?
$1,000. You probably paid about $500. That'll give you a very neat turnover.
You're a smart young man. Come back at 11 in the morning with the money. The coin may or may not be here, but if I'm satisfied with your behavior, I'll arrange matters.
Ah, that's fair enough. Oh, by the way, what did she look like?
She?
Well, all right then. What did he look like?
Oh, you mean the party that sold me the doubloon? Well, let me see. He was middle-aged, heavy-set, about 5'7", weighing around 175 pounds. He wore a blue suit, black shoes, green tie, and brown bordered handkerchief. His hair was gray. There was a mole on his nose and a long scar.
What about that hole in his right sock?
I neglected to remove his shoes. Good day, Mr. Shayne.
Good day. See you in the morning.
Florence Apartments. I'd like to speak to Mr. George Anson Phillips in apartment 204. Okay, hold on.
Oh, I was just using your phone. Don't mind.
Not at all. Help yourself.
Thanks, I already have.
Why are we whispering?
We've lost our voices. Bye-bye now.
Miss Smithers, I wish you... Mr. Shayne, I was under the impression you had left.
It's all right, Mr. Washburn. It's all right, Mr. Washburn. He was just making a...
I was just about to ask your most attractive secretary out to dinner. Not a breach of business etiquette, I hope.
Upon consideration, Mr. Shayne, I prefer to drop the matter we discussed. Please come in, Miss Smithers, when it's convenient.
I get off at 5, Mr. Shayne.
Huh?
I get off at 5.
Oh, no, I'm afraid I won't be able to make that engagement tonight.
You can't?
No. I'll be very busy beating myself on the head with a hammer. I'll give you a ring sometime.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'll be thinking of you.
You ought to know you're the only dame I go for.
Yeah, me and anything in skirts.
Can I help it if them babes won't leave me alone? I gotta be polite, don't I?
Don't try to feed me that tripe, you big lug. Save it for your while I read it.
Shut your big trap or I'll stick a fist in it.
Why, you filthy...
Hi, Nate. Oh, I thought you was Phillips.
No.
Your best friend.
No, you see, I was just, I'm employed by, this car will explain everything.
Now, what was the idea of going through my pocket?
I did not go through the...
Oh.
You did?
Phillips, wrong John?
Yeah, he's a jewelry thief.
Yeah, we get one once in a while. Can't help it. You know, after this, I'm going to make these guys give me references.
What, and have a flock of empty rooms?
Well,
What do you want?
Pipe down, Hench. You're making too much racket. Now, I ain't gonna ask you again. The next time, we're gonna call some cops.
Go on and call him, you dirty little stool pigeon.
You heard me. Dim that radio, cut out the roughhouse, and make it sudden.
Well, you measly little rat.
Hey, where's the big idea?
Hey, watch it.
Hey, what do you think you are?
I'm just the manager of this dump angel face, and when I say quiet, I mean shut up.
Say, look who's here. You're pretty. Who do you think you are, huh?
Well, I don't know. Who do you think I am?
I know who you are. You're a young Lochinvar who's come to carry me away. Where's your white horse?
Lochinvar? Hey, you. Lochinvar ain't the name on this card. What's the idea? Well, what's so funny?
You are, you
I said, what's the
Look,
idea?
you got much more than that to worry about.
What do you mean?
A bullet's been fired from this gun, and the guy across the hall's been murdered.
Murdered? Murdered?
I don't know why people want to keep on killing each other.
Well, Breeze, when they stop, you and I will be out of a job.
Here's Hinch, Lieutenant.
Sit down here. This your gun?
Yeah.
All right, a bullet's been fired out of it, and Phillips, the man who lived here, has been killed. Now, suppose you tell us about it.
I don't know anything about it, except I didn't shoot that gun in a couple of months.
If you didn't fire it, who did?
I don't know.
Now, look, lying isn't going to get you anywhere, Hinch.
I ain't lying.
Say, Lieutenant, you mind if I ask him a couple of questions?
Help yourself.
Hench, were you and your wife out of your room between 3 and 5 o'clock?
We went out to get something to eat. I don't know what time it was.
Now, do you remember if you left the door unlocked when you did go out?
I was pretty tight. I don't know. Maybe I did.
Look, let's say they went out between 3 and 5. Suppose they left the door unlocked, maybe open. While they're gone, somebody slips into the apartment, borrows their gun, uses it to kill Phillips, and then puts it back. That's your theory?
Yeah. I suppose you don't like it.
It's all right, but I like mine better. Phillips has been making passes at the blonde. She doesn't resent them, but Hench does. He gets himself all liquored up and wants to tear Phillips apart. Phillips doesn't want to be torn apart, so Hench shoots him instead. There you are. Take him down, Spangler, and the girl, too.
I didn't fire that gun, and nothing you can do will make me say I did.
You know, Hinch, one of the boys just figured out something kind of cute. Claims it'll make a dummy talk. It's done with mirrors. Mind if we try it out on you?
Try anything you want.
Remember that yarn you told me about how you met Phillips? Made a date to see you here, gave you the key and all the rest?
Yeah, word for
You mind making a record of that? My kids are crazy about low comedy.
Oh, you don't believe me?
What do you think? You mind telling me what you're working on?
No, sorry.
I can jug you.
Yeah, sure, you can jug me, but it's customary to have some kind of grounds, you know.
I've got plenty. You finding the body, not giving a satisfactory account of your relations with the dead man, and if that's not enough, I can throw in suspicion of murder.
It sounds awful. Go ahead, why don't you jug me?
Oh, get out of here. I got work to do. And don't leave town, we'll want a statement.
You can have the one the bank sent me. You'll get a great laugh out of that.
Say, you're not going to take me down to your rotten jail. See, hey, beautiful, slug this guy for me, will you?
I'm sorry.
You know what that is? That's something. And you know, you better be careful what you do with me, because he's going to come after me.
Mr. Michael Shayne's office.
Oh, hello, sweetheart. Any calls for Mike Shayne?
Yes, Mr. Shayne, just a second. Linda Conquest called you, said if you wanted to see her, she'd be at the Idle Valley Club after 9 o'clock tonight.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you say Linda Conquest? At the Idle Valley Club, huh? Okay. How are you?
Good evening, sir.
I'm looking for Linda Conquest.
Are you Mr. Shayne?
Yeah, that's right.
This way, please.
Thanks. You're new here, aren't you?
Yes, about 2 weeks.
What's your name?
Rudolph, sir. I'll tell Miss Conquest you're here.
Thanks, Rudy.
Mr. Shayne's in the first booth.
What?
Good evening, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, are you Linda Conquest? Huh? Well, won't you sit down, please? Holding yourself into one of these things like trying to get undressed in an upper berth.
Lois Morney told me you were looking for me.
Yeah. I didn't expect you to bounce into my lap, though.
Somebody once told me never to run away from trouble. And I find it isn't half bad when you meet it halfway.
You always invited out to a nightclub?
I work here.
Oh.
Why were you looking for me?
Well, briefly, your mother-in-law wants to know how much you're going to soak her to unhook Leslie.
Well, you can tell Mrs. Murdoch I want nothing from her or her son.
What's the catch?
There isn't any. It simply means that I want to get rid of the Murdochs as quickly as possible. Now, is there anything else?
Oh, yeah, there is. There's an old coin, a Brasher doubloon. Did you ever hear of it?
Yes, what about it?
She wants you to give it back.
She thinks I stole it? When I left the Murdoch home, I took nothing but clothes enough to keep me out of jail.
That's an awfully pretty dress. A Brasher doubloon would buy a lot of them.
You can believe me or not, as you like. It'll save you a lot of trouble if you do. Now, is that all?
Yeah, there's just one more thing. A man was murdered this afternoon, a George Anson Phillips.
Oh, is that supposed to mean something to me?
Well, yes, he was working for you.
Oh, that's absurd.
Well, he told me so himself an hour before he was found dead.
But I never heard of him. What was he supposed to be doing for me?
He was a private detective.
I don't know why I'd need one. I suppose I'll be involved with the police.
No, not necessarily. I'm the only one that has to know about it.
Meaning, if I return the doubloon, you'll say nothing?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can trust me.
Well, Mr. Shayne, I'm afraid you'll have to tell them. Yes, Rudolph.
I beg your pardon, Miss Conquest. It's time for your next number.
Thank you.
Oh, say, I've never heard you sing. Do you mind if I listen?
Not at all.
Thanks.
Hello, Mike. Glad to see you.
Hello, Alec. How are you?
Fine. Say, you haven't been out to see us in quite a while.
Well, you haven't had any good murders.
Now you got me worried. You know, whenever Shayne shows up, there's usually a corpse.
Oh, what a horrible reputation. Excuse me, please.
Yeah, sure.
Swell girl.
Yeah, she seems to be.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
Fine.
What'll you have?
Give me a bourbon and plain water, will you?
Brandy for me, Dan.
I had the craziest dream last night. Yes, I did. I never dreamt it could be yet. There you were in love with me.
Hey, what do you want with Linda? I thought the only thing you chased was clues.
Well, the wolf in me comes out now and then.
Half wolf, half bloodhound,
That's
eh?
right.
She's married to Leslie Murdoch, you know.
Yeah, do you know him?
No, I mean, got into me for a chunk of dough.
Well, his old lady's got plenty.
Yeah, but he can't get any of it. I don't understand why Linda'd marry a heel like that.
You don't understand why who would marry a heel like who, darling? Why, it's Mr. Shayne.
Oh, yeah? Take him to my office. George. All right, folks. All right. It's all over. Just sit down and relax.
I got the first three for the rest of baseball bats.
What's the idea of your little playmate slugging Shayne?
Well, he tried to drown Lou this afternoon, so everything's even. Or it was until you butted in.
Well, I'm not through butting in. I'll be with you in a minute.
Well, I see the slaughter has started already. Sorry I'm late.
You're too early to suit me. Get out and stay out.
I was under the impression your trap was open to the public.
It's not open to rats.
I came here to see my wife.
She doesn't want to see you. You're going to get out, or do I throw you out?
Say you do, baby. Say it and make my craziest dream come true.
What happened to Mr. Shayne?
He's in the boss's office. When Mrs. Morney and Benter came, they had a little trouble.
Benter and Alex?
Well, it was more of a round robin. Benter hit Shayne, the boss hit Benter, and Benter hit the floor. Excuse me, please.
My business when a detective bursts into my home wife's boyfriend in the swimming pool.
You're being very stupid, Alex. I've already told you what happened at the house.
Yeah, what I want to know is what you haven't told me. Come in. What do you want?
Oh, I found this in the cocktail lounge.
Wait a minute. Here, this belongs to you. Why did Shayne want to see you?
Did you ask him?
I did, and he told me it was none of my business.
Mrs. Murdoch sent him to arrange a divorce for Leslie.
I hope you're satisfied.
Venter, I'm warning you to stay away from my wife. Now get out.
It'd be a pleasure to accede to both of your requests.
They aren't requests. That's to help you remember it.
I told you your rotten temper would get you into trouble. He'll take you for everything you've got.
At least he won't be taking it behind my back like he's been doing.
Alex!
Well, looks like my reputation for starting trouble is holding up pretty well, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Say, what was the name of the man you said was murdered?
George Anson Phillips. Why?
Well, this was in Vander's wallet. It might interest you. Looks to me like Vander knew Phillips.
Yes, that's a fairly reasonable deduction. You know, you'd make a pretty good detective.
What are albustone and cristobalite?
I don't know, some kind of chemicals, I guess.
Will that help you?
Well, something might hatch out if I keep it in a warm place.
It's about time for my next number.
When do you get off?
1 o'clock.
Well, I'd like to catch up on my nightlife. Do you mind if I stick around?
All right.
That's fine. Hey, all this extra service I throw in free.
You know, you're not a bad brand of trouble, Mike.
No?
I'm sorry our friendship has to be so short.
What do you mean short? As long as I think you have the doubloon, I have to keep an eye on you.
Then you don't believe me.
No, you see, my mama told me never to trust a beautiful woman any farther than I could throw, and I don't know how far that is now.
I hope you don't try to find out. Good night.
Good night.
We have a little financial matter to take care of this morning, haven't we?
Yes, Mrs. Murdoch.
Didn't you have it on the calendar?
Yes, I did.
And why didn't you remind me of it?
I was going to.
Let that slip once and you'll be in a fine kettle of fish, won't you?
Yes.
Very well. Take care of it in the usual manner. What are you so nervous about?
Nothing. It's just that I hate...
Yes, what do you hate?
Well, I don't see why I have to take it to him when it could be mailed just as well.
That's something over which I have no control. All I can do is to supply the money every month.
Sorry. You've been wonderful. I don't know how I can ever make it up to you.
One way would be to let me finish my breakfast.
Mrs. Murdoch's residence.
Well, good morning, Snowflake. Pry her loose from her raw meat and put her on the phone.
Well?
Mr. Shayne calling you.
Put him through. Hello, what's your good news?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Murdoch. Well, it was an awfully tough job, but I finally persuaded Linda to be reasonable.
Reasonable? How reasonable?
All she wants is her freedom.
Excellent! How did you manage it?
By taking her on a cook's tour of the nightclubs, dancing my legs down to the knees, and talking myself into a case of acute laryngitis.
Hope your health isn't completely shattered.
And never mind about my health. There's a $200 dent in my bankroll, and I'm a setup for breach of promise.
Well, I can at least cure your financial ills. Mail me your statement, and we'll consider the matter closed.
And wait a minute. What do you mean closed? What about the brash at the balloon?
I'm happy to say I have it. I had misplaced it. Found it in my dressing gown this morning.
You misplaced it? And you're very happy to have found it?
Well, is that just dandy? If they're accusing your daughter-in-law of stealing it, sending me out in a wild goose chase, almost getting me landed in jail, getting me mixed up in a murder case.
Oh, you'd better itemize your bill.
Itemize it? I'll item... Oh, Itemize you a bill you love. She misplaced it. So happy to have found it. Balance due on contractual agreements. $500. Expenses. Oh, gonna love this. Let me see now. Flowers, 1 orchid, course size, $10. Make it 20. Why not? What are you looking for?
Nothing.
All right, here I am.
I signed for a special. Talking to yourself, huh? I always knew you'd come to it, Mike.
Come to what? Silly. He'd be in the left wing.
Well, Mr. Shayne, come in.
Oh, that's him. That's him. Mr. Washburn wouldn't do business with him like I said.
Well, thank you, Miss Smithers. I'm sure you and Mr. Spangler will excuse us. Mr. Shayne.
Hey, you haven't forgotten our little date, have you? Hmm? Hey, who was the body that just rode out? Was that...
The young lady's boss. Somebody killed him.
Oh, that's a shame. Who would want to do a thing, a nice old guy like Washburn?
I'm curious about that myself. This business you had with him, do you mind telling me about it?
Well, certainly. You see, I'm a numismatist, and I came up...
I beg your pardon, a new what?
A numismatist. A coin collector to you. See, Washburn buys him, and I was a little broke.
Yeah, the lady said he wouldn't do business with you.
He just thought my prices were too high. You know, horse trading.
Sure. So you come back to dicker some more. Maybe lower your price a little, huh?
That's right.
You mind making a record of that, too?
Would you believe me if I showed you the coin?
I wouldn't believe you if you showed me the United States Mint. And I'm getting just a little annoyed at the way you turn up every time there's a murder. Now, once more, who are you working for?
Nope, I'm still sorry.
You're going to be a whole lot sorrier if you don't tell me.
We're not going into that routine again, are we?
Well, I'm a reasonable man. I'm going to give you until... Go on, beat it.
Oh, thanks. Oh, say, you mind telling me how Washburn was killed?
He was hit on the head.
With a blunt instrument? Huh?
Yeah, with a blunt instrument. 4 o'clock. You've got 6 hours.
Okay, Toots.
Mr. Washburn was such a nice boss.
No, Miss Smithers.
You can call me Ina.
Thanks, Spangler. Nice going.
Oh, there he is. Oh.
It's that detective.
Hello. The old lioness still eating her raw meat?
If you brought the itemized statement with you, you can give it to me.
You know, you'd be a real pretty girl if you stopped boycotting beauty parlors. Did you ever have a boyfriend?
Now, really, Mr. Shayne.
Just thought I'd ask.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter? What you looking for?
My notebook.
Oh. I was, Say, if you happen to remember, tell her I'm out here, will you?
What's so long? Can't you hear the bell?
I'm sorry, Mr. Nolan. Mr. Shayne is here to see you.
Well, send him in. Send him in. We'll take care of the other things later.
You can go in.
Say, don't let her get you down.
She had an unfortunate experience with one. Shock to her. She never fully recovered.
Anybody I know?
No. You brought your bill, I presume?
Well, I haven't made it out yet. Say, do you mind if I take a look, coin?
Not at all. What's the matter? You act as though it might bite you.
It just seems funny for this gadget to be worth so much.
Gadget indeed. There are only 5 of them in existence.
Do you happen to know who owns the rest?
I don't know. Washburn, the coin dealer, could probably tell you. He seems to know where they are.
I'm afraid Washburn can't tell me.
Why not?
He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, he got himself murdered. Oh, that reminds me. The police want to know who I'm working for.
The police? What business is it of theirs?
Well, they think it'd help clear up the murders of Washburn and one other guy.
Talk sense. What you're working for me got to do with it?
I happen to be around. They think I know something.
You've made a nice mess of things.
I'm afraid I've got to tell them.
Why do you have to tell them, Shayne?
Oh, snooping again.
Get out of here.
Why do you have to tell the police?
Because I like them. And because I think I can help them clear up a couple of murders.
I said get out of here.
Don't be stupid, Mother. You don't want the police in your hair.
Say, Leslie, why does the idea of the police asking you a couple of questions send you into such a dither?
Because the matter for which you were hired is none of their affair.
Oh, I'm afraid they'll disagree with you when they find out that both Washburn and Phillips were interested in the Brasher doubloon.
Mother's coin had nothing to do with any murders.
What do you know about it?
Everything. I took it.
You?
Well, I owed Morney a lot of money and he was pressing me. I gave it to him as collateral to keep him quiet. When I found out you'd hired Shayne, I got him to give it back to me.
So, you took it?
Well, yes, I didn't think that...
You didn't think that it would cost me $1,500 and get me closeted up with the police? Get out of here! And you!
Oh,
Tell the police what you like, but get out!
Yeah, I'll get out. I'll mail you a statement.
You won't get another blasted cent out of me.
If I don't, I'll let Linda sink it in up to the hills.
Now, here is a mold made of albastone. Albastone is used by all dental technicians because it has a very fine grain and retains the minutest detail. As the name implies, it is a stone.
What is cristobalite?
Cristobalite is also used for making molds. We have some very fine examples right here. Cristobalite is also a stone. It can stand a great deal of heat without the slightest distortion. It's all according to how you want to use it. Sometimes...
Listen. Wait. What is it used for?
Oh, for making gold inlays.
Well, that's all I want to know. Tomorrow I am a dentist.
Oh, not that fast.
No.
The dental profession is highly exacting. Yeah. You can't be a dentist overnight. It requires years of study and
practice. Did you ever see this before?
Why, yes. I filled this order out for a Mr. Venter about 2 weeks ago.
Is he a dentist?
Well, I don't know about that, but he's given me several orders in the last few weeks. Say, if you're interested in pursuing your dental studies, I'd be very glad to help you out. I'll give you my home address and telephone number, and you get in touch with me at your earliest convenience. I'm sure you'll be very interested. It's a very smart move you make. He'd have never made a dentist.
Mike, you're 2 hours late.
Oh, yeah?
Late for what? You're going to tell me who you're working for, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Say, how's the food down at your jail?
Meaning you ain't going to tell me?
I'm your guest.
But it won't be necessary this time. Hench confessed to Phillips' murder, and it was over the girl, like I told you.
What'd you do? Use that new third-degree method one of your guys thought up?
The mirror? Yeah. We made him look at his own puss till he got so fed up he was glad to talk.
That'd be inhuman.
Oh, Mike, is that nice?
Say, what about Washburn?
Accidental death. Weak heart. Had a stroke and hit his head.
You know, I'd still like to know why Phillips wanted to see me.
I don't think Phillips wanted to see you about anything. Of course, that's my personal opinion.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Oh, if you're busy, Mr. Shayne.
Hello, darling. Busy. Why, a man's never too busy to see his fiancée. Oh, by the way, dear, at the end of those flat feet, you will see Lieutenant Breeze. Lieutenant, I want you to meet Miss Hope, my intended.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Miss Hope. Hey, you're a sly one. Knowing Mike as well as I do, he never peeped a word about his getting hitched.
Oh, maybe he isn't used to the idea. It takes a little time, you know.
Sure.
I can hardly realize it myself.
Well, I can see you're too good for him. Oh, Mike's all right, but he's a terrible wolf with the ladies. Hey, Mike? Well, good luck to you anyhow. So long.
So long. Now, will you be good enough to tell...
Oh, Peeping Tom, huh?
I was looking for a cigar.
Here, that it?
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
See, Breeze let himself in here with a passkey while I was gone. I was afraid he was up to one of his old tricks.
Tricks?
Yeah, like planting a dictaphone around. He's trying to find out who I'm working for. Boy, I had to really talk fast when you popped in.
Oh, you did all right. Rechristened me and ruined my reputation in a matter of split seconds.
Well, I like that. How does your being engaged to me ruin your reputation?
Well, you forget I'm still married.
Say, what did you come in here for?
I was curious about that dental supply bill I gave you.
Oh, I can tell you how to make a gold inlay.
Oh, what about Venter?
Well, he's on the calendar for tomorrow.
Linda, I killed him. Merle, what's the matter? What are you talking about? You've got to get hold of yourself.
It's my gun. I killed him with it.
You killed who?
I came here because I didn't know where else to go.
Well, you came to the right place, Merle. Now, suppose you tell us all about it.
Was it Leslie?
Leslie? No, why should I kill him? I never liked him, and I didn't have any reason to kill him.
But you did have reason to kill this other one, hmm?
Yes. The way he looked at me. He just sat there in a chair and stared at me. I couldn't stand it.
No, take it easy. We've got to try and be calm. Figure this thing out. That's better. Now, tell me. Was it Venter?
Yes.
Venter?
Surprised, aren't you, Linda? Didn't know about Mrs. Murdoch sending him money every month, did you? You didn't know that I had to take it to him.
Is that what's in this envelope?
Yes.
Yeah, but Merle, what's the idea of carrying a gun?
I was afraid of him.
Why did Mrs. Murdoch send him money?
I can't tell you that.
How long's this been going on?
8 years. I should have killed him a long time ago. I've thought of it every time I went there. I never had the courage until today. I think I went sort of crazy. I couldn't hear anything. I didn't even hear when the gun went off. All I could see was his eyes staring at me. I couldn't stand it anymore.
Take it easy. You know, she hasn't killed anybody. At least not with this gun. Hasn't even been fired.
Then what's it all about?
Look, you take Merle over to your apartment. I'll try and join you as soon as possible.
Where are you going?
I'm going over to Venter's, see what I can find out.
I'm not going in. And stop pushing me.
You weren't so formal this afternoon when you let yourself in with a key. Sure, I had you followed.
You're being very stupid. We're just good friends, that's all. And I'm staying here while you make a scene.
Listen, sweetheart, you're not leaving. We're going to settle this once and for all. Even if we have to wait here all night for Venter.
Alex!
He's dead, all right.
Why did you do it? Why did you do it?
Why, you trying to blame me for something that you did. You probably found out he was giving you the air, so you...
Oh, shut up!
hello. I forgot to pull the ripcord. Just go right ahead as though nothing happened. Don't let me interrupt you.
What are you doing here?
Well, now, that is a question that the cops are going to be asking you. You better have a good answer for it.
We had nothing to do with it.
Oh, that isn't the way I heard it.
Now listen, Shayne. You're involved in this as much as we are. Only there are two of us. How much do you want to keep your mouth shut?
Do you mind if I let you know about that after I've consulted my lawyer?
Okay, Mike. I gave you your chance.
Break it up, there. You guys need a referee. All right, come on, Shayne. I'm anxious to hear all about it.
You better take a look in there.
Yeah? Sight unseen, I'll lay odds somebody's dead.
Isn't it about time Mr. Shayne got here?
He'll be here any minute. That's probably him now.
I had to see you, Linda.
When I told you I was through with you, I meant it.
Linda, please, I love you.
Oh, stop it.
Mother won't interfere with us anymore. I've left her house. Look, let's get out of here. Go away someplace tonight.
There isn't anything you could say or do that would change my mind.
There's someone else, isn't there?
No.
You're lying. I followed you last night. You've fallen for that. You're a good pair. You're just as rotten as he is.
Get out.
I'll get out when I'm ready. I wouldn't be surprised if he were in there right now. What are you doing here?
Nothing. If you're looking for Mr. Shayne, you'll find him at Mr. Venter's house.
Venter's?
Have you got Venter's phone number?
Yes, in my bag.
Oh, hurry, please. Hurry.
All right, break it up. Come on, break it up.
You know, I think I do. I see
Well, I was onto them all the time, Chief. Got here before they could make a getaway. Shows what you can do when you stay on the job. Yeah. So long.
Following me around sure makes you look smart.
The trick is to know who to follow.
Hey. You're not a very smart liar, though.
What do you mean?
I happen to know that coin dealer Washburn didn't die of a heart attack. He was shot.
You win, Mike. I gave you a bum steer so I could check up on you.
That confession of Hench's was all a lot of bunk, too.
Yeah, you see, Breeze talking. The devil, you say? The devil, you say? Yeah, I'll be down pretty quick. Well, it's just like I figured. Venter killed Phillips and Washburn and then bumped himself off.
Hey, what makes you think that?
The ballistic report shows the gun we found here killed all three men.
That doesn't prove that Venter committed suicide.
No, his fingerprints were on the gun.
All right. The killer could have wiped his own fingerprints off the gun and put Venter's on.
Killer what killer? What are you talking about? Steady, I'll handle everything from here on.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, is Mr. Shayne there?
Who wants to talk to him?
Oh, Lieutenant Breeze, this is Miss Hope.
Oh, Miss Hope. Oh, just a minute. It's your fiancée.
Hello, sweetheart.
Oh, Mike, I've been trying to get you.
Darling, it was so thoughtful of you to think of calling your little sweetie pie. You know I told you I'm never too busy for you. What's that? Oh, what's wrong? Something happened to Merle?
Mike!
Knocked out cold, but there's nothing wrong with him that a long rest in one of our deluxe rooms won't cure. You know him?
Yeah, his name's Leslie Murdoch. You give him the mirror treatment and you might get a lot of information.
Yeah?
Mike!
Hello.
Mike, are you all right?
Oh, hello, sweetheart. Sure, I'm all right.
Oh, thank goodness. I called to tell you Leslie is on his way over and he...
Leslie? Oh, he just dropped in. Yeah, he had a little headache. Look, I'll be along right away. And be sure and keep Merle there. Bye-bye. You see, Leslie, Phillips, and Venner were making counterfeits of a brash of doubloon to sell to coin dealers and collectors like Washburn.
What I want to know is who killed Venner.
Everybody started to double-cross everybody else. Phillips was afraid he might get bumped off, so he mailed me one of the counterfeits.
What I want to know is who killed Venner.
Oh, you want to know who killed Venner?
Yeah.
Well, maybe Leslie can tell you. He tried to bump me off because he knew I was wise to the counterfeiting racket.
Did you kill him?
Well, that's all right. He'll think plenty later. Meanwhile, all the information we need is right here.
All right, let's see it.
No. First, you call your office, tell them to pick up Mrs. Murdoch. And then you and I'll take a little ride. Come on. Hello, Linda.
Good evening, Miss Hope.
Merle, this is Lieutenant Breeze.
It was true, wasn't it? You found him dead, didn't you?
Yeah.
You've come to arrest me. It's all right. I've expected it for a long time. Ever since I killed Leslie's father.
Say, what's this all about? What is this about Mr. Murdoch?
I was his secretary. Most of the time he was very nice. When he was drinking, he was horrible. He came to the office that way one day. It was awful. I went out of my head like I did when I killed Mr. Venter. I didn't know what I'd done until Mrs. Murdoch told me. She came in right after it happened.
What did she tell you?
But I pushed him out of the window.
So this thing's getting screwier and screwier by the minute.
Here, take a look at that photograph.
What? That's the building where I pushed Mr. Murdoch out of the window.
Yeah. Now look at this one. Is that Mr. Murdoch?
Yes. And that... It was her. She did it. It wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you. And what's more, you didn't kill Venter. That's an idea you can get out of your head right now.
Hey, what are these pictures?
That's a picture of the Lansing building taken during a Decoration Day parade about 8 years ago. And this is an enlargement of the window of Murdoch's office.
Looks like the dame is pushing him out the window.
She is.
Well, it's Mrs. Murdoch.
His wife? Why would she want to push him out of a window?
Well, she happened to come into the office when Merle was having trouble with him. And a little later on, when he was looking at the parade, she pushed him out. You see, she collected a good deal of insurance at his death.
And all the time I thought she was being so good to me. Paying out all that money to Mr. Venter.
Paying Venter money? What is this?
Well, I'll tell you. You see, you know that Venter was a camera fiend. He happened to be taking pictures of the parade that day from the building across the street. By accident, he got this snapshot of the murder, and he's been shaking down old lady Murdoch ever since.
Blackmail, huh? Well, that makes about every crime in the book. And I still don't know who killed Venter.
Why, Lieutenant, I'm surprised. It's all so very simple.
Oh, is it?
Now, look. When Leslie married Linda, his mother cut off his allowance. So he fell for Venter's scheme of counterfeiting the doubloons. When things got too hot, Leslie tried to pull out of the racket. Venter threatened to expose his mother as a murderess, so Leslie killed him.
Hello? Yes, just a moment. It's for you, Lieutenant.
Hello. What? The devil, you say? The devil, you say? What kind of a steak? All right, stick around there.
What's the matter?
Your client is dead.
Mrs. Murdoch?
Yep. Choked to death on a T-bone steak.
Well, Merle will be home on the farm tomorrow. She certainly was tickled pink at the prospect of seeing her folks.
Yeah, wasn't she?
She was very grateful to you, Mike.
Oh, that wasn't anything. Say, how long are you going to be in Reno?
Just 6 weeks.
That's swell. I'll give you a ring the moment you get back to town.
You will? I may hold you to that.
Hold me to what?
I have a first-class witness in Lieutenant Breeze that you're going to marry me. Driver, Union Depot, please.
Hey, wait a minute! You can't do that to me! Or can she?